Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome to the stream, everybody. My name is Kismet. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. We're going to play that awesome game right there, Satisfactory. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me right over there. You'll show up right over there on my little magical chat that just rolls in so cool like that. Also, watch this magic. That's live gameplay right there, everybody. That ain't easy stuff to do, everybody. That's some complex stuff right there. Thanks for coming in. I make it look easy. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I appreciate everybody chilling out in the channel. Just absolutely having a great time. Playing some games this week, everybody. We just been crushing. I didn't want to stop playing 7 days yesterday, but I wouldn't be here today if I didn't stop. I bet I didn't rest up and then come back come back for some Satisfactory. So really excited for tonight, everybody. We're going to get the ultimate fuel power. We're going to try to gather all the power to us so we can build a massive fuel generator that we could use. So we're going to need coal, and we are going to need, of course, oil. So we're going to need to get all of those piped into our giant power factory that we're going to build. And as you can see, we've got a lot of cool stuff right there. We'll get into all of that here in just a bit. Appreciate you all being in the channel. Oh, bump the mouse. Appreciate you all being here in the channel. Let's see who we got in the chat right now. We got Dragon Wolf coming in. What's up, Dragon Wolf? Appreciate you in the channel. And again, everybody, I played all of these games and thousands more. Very cool on the stream, by the way. If you see a game going by over here, we played all of these on the stream, and there's a whole bunch more that I haven't added. This goes for 5 minutes, everybody. That's a lot of games, everybody. That's a lot of games that scroll by there that we played. And then again, I could probably make them one that's probably 15 minutes long with how many we've done since I made that. A lot, a ton, everybody. Hey, Elves, what's up? You're here early today. Always good to see you. I always notice you when you come in and you say hi using your command. Always very cool. Paul coming in as well. What's up, Paul? Always good to see everybody in the chat. We got Paul with a 1, Dragon Wolf, and Jay also let me know everything's working. 1,000 kids caps for the chat, for you guys being here at the top of the stream, and another 1,000 for letting me know everything is working. So we're gonna just get right to it, everybody. We got lots to do today, so let's dive in. All right, look at this, everybody. Look at this massive amount of stuff we got going here, and this is just getting started. Now, we're doing a mega playthrough. Ooh, look at all the biddies. We're doing a mega playthrough of Satisfactory. Now, I've been waiting for it to go release so that I can go in and really play it to the nth degree, and that's this playthrough right here. Now, we have shown you how we can get everything done with 21,000 power. We can finish the entire game, which I've already finished a couple times here on stream, but now we're going to do it to a massive scale. We're going to get every process going. We're going to look around every nook and cranny of the entire world and just go all in, everybody. That's how I like to go on games when they finally go full release. Now you can see, everybody, I'm not even using that 21,000 power. I'm actually only using about 17, 18,000 right now. And I have pretty much the bulk of all components that you would need to do whatever the heck you wanted to do, right? We already have the hub completely upgraded, all of the things done. We still gotta, get all the processes of those things going. We also were upgrading our MAM. We've got a whole bunch of them completed. We got some alien technology still to do over here. We've got to get some of these singularity cells together, and we have all that stuff. We could get those going. We need about 50 of them. Maybe we'll get that started today. As well as some sulfur over here. We're going to need to package some rocket fuel. We definitely have a bunch of these and computers, so we get those done. I don't think I've ever unlocked this ever, or maybe I've unlocked it, but I've never really used it. So we're definitely going to use that in this playthrough. Actually, one of my favorite things now in the game is the explosive rebar. Very, very handy. Very, very great. Instead of using the Nautilus to blow up stuff, I just use the explosive rebar and it blows it up just as good, and it's easier to aim, and you don't have to wait for the whole arc throw thing like a grenade. You can just shoot at it, bam, dead, or it blows up, or you can knock stuff off the side, or whatever it is, there's a surprise for you in your gifts, Kiz. Where's my gifts? What gifts are you talking about? On Steam or where? What are you talking about? You got to be real specific. I'm an old man. Who else is in there? That's Mr. Not You bringing that Love Lurker train in there. Yeah, there's a surprise gifts for you. Okay, well, we'll take a look at that. That's Mr. Not You. There he is. What's up? Good. Always good to see you, man. Steam gifts. Okay, I'll take a quick look here. Let's go ahead and pop over here. God, see, most of the time, I don't even know how to get to this stuff anymore because I very rarely ever am doing all this other stuff on Steam. I just go on there and start the game, and that's about it. Let's see. Activity? Is that where that's going to be? Where would I find it? It didn't just, like, pop up. Friends, maybe? I just realized that it says Kismet BP Army on Steam. That's like 10 years ago, everybody. First we were an army, and now we are the Teamwork Tycoons. I totally forgot I had even called it that way back in the day. I'm old, everybody. Hard for me to remember all that stuff. Maybe inventory. Inventory is where it is. Oh, pending gifts. Yes, inventory. Let's see. Icarus Pet Companions. This pack unlocks 10 new animals that has tamed pets along talent trees and has companions as you survive on Icarus. Oh, cool! I saw you say that earlier about dog meat. I was wondering what you were talking about. All right, well, hey, thank you. I'm going to add that because we are going to circle back to Icarus for sure. So we'll go ahead and add that in. Thank you very much. Let's show some love to Unforgiven in the chat, who has gifted me the mighty dog meat over there as well. See if it does it anymore. All right, now I got to find, how do I get to it? Let's see. We could go to library. No, we want to go to store. And then Icarus. Yeah, Icarus. Hold on a second, everybody. I'm sidetracked as always. Pets. Icarus Pets. Here. Aha! There it is. Oh. Look, there's little kitties. Turn the sound off. Little kitties and little doggies, I would imagine. I'm just going to skip forward here. Yeah, look at the little kitties. That's all it's going to show us is kitties. Apparently, that's all that's going to show us. Yeah, there's a dog. You got like a dog. You got like a stick. You're gonna throw the stick. Really? Oh yeah, he's really gonna throw it. The dog goes and gets it. Ah, cool. Icarus, very fun game, by the way. Very fun game, everybody. Definitely want to circle back to that. I like that. Thank you very much, Unforgiven. Again, that just inspires me to want to go play it again. Though I already have it on my list to play and circle back on. I do circle back on a lot of games, everybody, so when they get updated or whatever it is. But I'm not like a person who plays it like every single day and then I burn myself out on a week and then be done with it. I feel like any great game will last you years and years and years, everybody. And like Satisfactory here, since it came out, everybody. Still a fantastic game to this day. Same thing with Fallout 4, same thing with 7 Days to Die. That's why I continue to play those games, because they are long-lasting, forever fun games. When some games are still in development, I kind of let them develop for a while, and that's okay, what's going on with it, come back. Like Icarus, like a great one called Planet Crafter, another fantastic game. And I'll circle back to those games. Another great game, Astroneer. They got another one coming out, Star Seeker, by the way, that's coming out. I'm definitely playing that one. And they have a big Mega Pack expansion coming for Astroneer as well. So we're going to be playing all of those, everybody, eventually. Eventually. But right now, we're trying to play the ones we're playing. There you go. They give you a comfort bonus in your house. Oh, awesome. Well, I'll have to check it out. Look at all that love for you in the chat as well. Thank you, everybody, for showing some love. Hi, Kismet. Now high is too high to make a base. Oh, how high is too high? It's never too high. It's never too high until you hit the sky. I've made a base all the way up here where this thing is. So that's pretty high. That's about, I don't know, 50 foundations up. Really, you don't need to go up any higher than about 50 foundations. The reason why is because there's nothing that's going to block you other than one little spot that's kind of way off over that way. That is the tallest part in the game. But you can literally just go around it. And if you want to go above it, you could. I've built right over the top of it before. So you could build up 60, 70, 80 blocks up and just be above everything. And just build a gigantic kind of like Dyson spear over the top of the entire world, right? So the whole world is enclosed in that Dyson spear. If you wanted to, I usually build way up because that's just the most sensible thing to do. And then all your trains are running flat and whatnot. But it is also cool to kind of engineer your trains to go through the terrain like it does in real life. Because most of the time, everybody, they don't have the budget to be making stuff in the sky because it's so much more costly. But a game, remember, there's no like monetary stuff other than tickets, which is for unlocking stuff. But there's no like real life, money that you have to worry about. Kind of like, in Fallout, you got to worry about caps and all of that, though I rarely do. I use purified water instead. Again, you don't have to worry about budgets. If you had to worry about budgets in this game, everybody, then you could not do half of the stuff that you do. But the fact that you don't have any budget and there's unlimited resources, if you had that in real life, everybody, you could build your own planet. Unlimited resources and unlimited income or cash. So all you had to do is, collect the resources and then boom, the sky's the limit, right? Because in real life, you have the real estate cost, the actual cost of the land, you have the cost of the building, you have cost of all the inspection and, whoever else you got to pay off just to put a building together, in this day and age. All the permits, and then you got to pay taxes and all of that. It really tells you never truly own anything, everybody. Stop paying your house, your income taxes. Stop paying your real estate tax, and see who shows up at your door. The old government says, hey, I want my piece. I want my piece of your money. You never truly own anything. It's still, even your land that you own, that you spent all your money on, still, it belongs to the government. Because if you don't pay them taxes, they'll come and take it from you. So keep that in mind, everybody. Keep that in mind. That's how the game is played. That's how the game is played. The game is rigged from the start, all you Fallout New Vegas fans. But hey, as long as you know the rules, that's what's important, everybody. That's what's important in life. I say enjoy what you got, everybody, because you came in with nothing, just like when you're playing a video game, you start with nothing. You're going to go out with nothing, everybody. Everything that you acquire, everything you do, all the money you make, it's a zero-sum game, everybody. So at the end, you end up with nothing. So enjoy it along the way. That's what I say. Enjoy each and every day. Because when you're old like me and you got a lot of medical problems, believe me, you just try to get one more day every day, as many as you can until it's done, until time is done. I definitely have less time ahead than I have in front of me, everybody, or behind me. Less time ahead for sure. But again, what am I going to do? I can go and I can spend that time doing other things, or I can get up every day and I can complain about it and say, oh, woe is me, or I can get up, do as much as I can. So I picked the second one, everybody. Try to be positive, try to get up, try to inspire people to do the same. Go out there and make the most of what you got, kind of thing. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to make the most of the resources that we have. In fact, we don't even need any of this stuff anymore. We really don't need anything. We could tear it all down and we'd have so many resources. We could rebuild everything however we want. Now, the biggest problem with taking some of this down, though, is that some of it is tied to our power. So if we take this out, well, boom, our power is going to go off because all we have right now is fuel power. And we're really just bringing this from one oil node from right over here. Now, of course, there are a cluster of oil nodes, but I consider them all one. And so this is one area, a better way to say it like that, one area of oil nodes. So we're grabbing all of that, we're bringing it over here to the base, and we are powering about 21,000 power. We don't have any biofuel, we don't have any coal power running, just fuel power. Fuel power, I think, is one of the easiest things to do, though fuel is probably one of the hardest things to do. And when it comes to power, it is one of the easiest things. Now, when you're doing nuclear power, it is a lot more complex and requires a lot more steps in there. And of course, you have to deal with radiation and all that other stuff. But that's possible as well. I've done it many times. And you can see we have a uranium there, which is a normal mode. And then another uranium there. And uranium's fairly rare. You can see all the areas. There is only that one there. And then there's one up here at the top, which is an impure. I don't know if there is a pure uranium node around. I don't think I've ever bothered to look. I feel that fuel power is your ultimate power. Because you can just get coal and you can get all of the oil, like right over here, there's some impure oil over there. And then you can combine that together. Now, of course, you also have a ton of alternate recipes that you can use as well. We're not even to those yet, everybody. We're going to do those more toward the end of the game. But you can use them along the way. There's an absolute crazy ton of oil out here and over here, so we can run up here, grab all this oil and bring it back, or we could just make a giant plant over there and do it over there if you want. Now, in this particular thing, I am using all three techniques, everybody. If you've never played the Satisfactory before or you don't know what the three techniques are, first you have the amazing spaghetti, everybody, where you're just running it in the moment. You're like, oh, I need some of these. I need some of these motors. I need some stators. I need some computers. Let me just go ahead and run what I've got to wherever I can kind of fit it in and do it. This is the most common thing in the game. Most people do this because they just don't want to take the time to do all the rest of the stuff. And I don't blame them because it's less efficient to sit there and make 10,000 plates for no reason. It really is unnecessary. But if you are trying to be organized, you can use blueprints like I'm doing over here for my backup power. You see over here using blueprints for my plastic. And then, of course, using a combination of blueprints and then running some of this myself. Over here for fuel power, and then over here is turbo fuel, and then all of this over here is making compacted coal, which is what's feeding into the turbo fuel, which is what's making our power go right now. Over here we have a stack of stuff, which is our higher end stuff, which is using our accelerators and other things like that, which basically just help us produce a bunch of resources. See that shining up in the sky? I forgot it did that. Yeah, there goes the other one. And you have all sorts of extractors for like nitrogen gas and all of that stuff that's being fed throughout the factory. And of course, we have our aluminum part over here. It's making aluminum. And you can see our trains. We have a actually probably the most complex thing I've done so far when it comes to trains. And again, I'm just waiting around for it to like get to a point where I feel like it's worth my time to go in and really go crazy. And now's the time. You see another train coming through right there, dropping that stuff off, and of course dropping off our coal and whatnot over here. In fact, we have so much coal, we're not even using 2 of this right now. We're going to optimize all of this now that we have the faster belts. Look at that, that's not even going anywhere. It's just sitting there. Sitting there waiting to be used. And again, it's probably backlogged massively in the beginning and then backlogged in here and all of that as well. So there you go. You get the general idea of what we got going over here. Now, these over here are stacks of a certain types of resource. Like here, this is iron, and it goes into the storage first, which is the blue one. And then, of course, it goes up here, converts it into ignates. Then it stores those ignates. Then it converts the ignates into whatever this is, which is most likely rods. And then it's then converted here. And then the rods, of course, go to screws or plates or whatever I'm doing there. Can't remember. Probably plates. And then it goes into storage. And then it's converted into screws. And then the screws are stored at the top, which then go into the dimensional depot. Right? So I never have to go track it down. So if I go in and I say, hey, I want to go ahead and use some of these rods, I can pull them out of there, and you can see that it just automatically runs them right back in again. And that's one of the greatest things about the Dimensional Depot. Before they had the Dimensional Depot, you were doing a lot of running back and forth to get the resources that you ran out of, right? You run out of rods, you have to run all the way back. And I feel like that's its best use. And you can see it's uploading really fast because we did upload or upgrade a lot of our alien technology, which helps us with that as well. We're going to dip back down here to our right over here. And you can see that we have those completely upgraded. We did that last time, so we can increase the speed because we are going to increase the scale of what we're doing now, right? The scale of what we're going to do. This is just getting started here, everybody. We're going to be doing a massive scale up. Now, I'm doing a local playthrough because I did have issues on the server with stability and whatnot. I kind of feel like the server version is just not as great as the local version. So we are building via a local version here. All right, we're going to add this to our to-do list, and we're going to try to get our singularity cell here. Singularity. There we go. Singularity cell. So I searched for it, and then actually we could add that to the to-do list. Let's take this out of here. And so what we want to do is get our manufacturer and get all of these things into the manufacturer. Now you can see in that upper right-hand corner there that I already finished all my nuclear pasta, which means that this is probably massively backlogged over here with a bunch of nuclear pasta sitting here. It sure is. Oh, these are pressure reversion curves. These are nuclear pasta here. Yeah, so we have a bunch of them already backlogged that we were running into the space elevator. Oh, cool little curves. I forgot I did that. I really like the new curve function. They have a little curve function that you can use. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and take some of these and just go ahead and siphon them off like this. And again, you can just aim at this. Now, I find when you're trying to take these out of here, that the curve... Oh, look, I didn't even know it did that. Look, it kind of bent the curve weird like that. It didn't just stay on the curve. So what you got to do on a curve is you got to be somewhere in the middle like that. And then we're going to take this and we're just going to run the excess off into that box. And then we'll just take this out here. We'll run the excess into that box that we had left over. And then, of course, this will start back up again. And it will go through. Now, I've removed a lot of the overclocking so that it can balance my power and not exceed that 21,000. And again, everything is still running beautifully. And I don't really need to do anything to keep that running. Like right over here, you can see it's making heat sinks. It's got a whole thing full of heat sinks. And those heat sinks, of course, are going in here to the cooling systems. And then those cooling systems are making their way over here, which is making radio control units. And those radio control units are ending up, well, there in the depot. And then right there, and then if we wanted to make thermal propulsion rockets, we could do that as well. But you can see we're just backlogging a bunch of that stuff now in there. Don't really need any of that to progress. But we'll get every part of the process going at some point. So we want to go ahead and just start our little nuclear accelerator back up again. And we have a massive backlog of our copper powder that we were making. In here. Now, of course, I didn't run it into a box. If I'd run it into a box, I'd end up with even more. But we'll let that just run whatever it can. And we'll end up with a whole bunch of that left over. And so we'll go over here and we'll get all of our nuclear pasta here. Oh, man, we got a lot. And then we want to, again, use a manufacturer. Now, if you're just going to do it willy-nilly without having a whole process and getting all the things for it, what I do is I call it offline production, where you just go ahead and say, hey, I'm going to run 4 items into here. Now you got to back these up just a little bit because they don't perfectly line up to the back, so you're gonna need a little curve in there like that on some of these, and the one at the end will go straight. And then we'll tell it what we want to do, singularity cell, right? And then we're going to need all of these various things. But we already have one of them, so we can just go ahead and say, bam, put that all in there, and it's just going to go ahead and feed that into the machine. And then we'll go ahead and find a place to connect this if we have one. Nope. Wow, that's 7 of 7 over there. Very rarely does that... oh, I can just do it right here in the road. There we go. All right, so now once you have power, it'll start to feed that in there. Then we also want to put plates in there, so we'll go ahead and just drop whatever we got on us there. And then we need concrete. Now, concrete, I definitely have a bunch of that just laying around for sure. Also, I can go in the Dimensional Depot, just control-click it, and it will just drop all that in my inventory. Control-click it again, it'll go into there. Same thing with iron plates. I can go ahead and just take all those iron plates out and then put them in here. Now, my iron plates are actually being produced way, way over there. But because I have 5 dimensional depots running them in, look how fast that is going, everybody. I just put it out to 0, and it's already at 300 plus right now. Same thing with the concrete. I had it at 0, it's at 500 plus right now. Just because I have those quadruple or whatever that is, whatever 5 is, at the same time, and that's because I use that stuff the most. I might use 1,000 plates when I'm building something, and then I need it to fill back up as quickly as it can. So we've got that going over there. We just need one more item over here, and that is the dark matter crystal. So right here we've got a couple, and we also are in the Dimensional Depot. We have a couple, and then we're going to go over here. Can't quite not hear the game sound. There we go. Turned up a little bit. And we're going to head over here where it is producing, again, a whole bunch of high-end resources. And you can probably guess that somewhere in here it's actually producing these right here, dark matter crystals. And now we can take a ton of those out of there. Actually, just take them all out. Leave, say, a couple stacks. I love to hear that thing start up. So cool. Then what are we making over here? A ton of these superposition oscillators. And again, these are just kind of going. Now, is this going maximum speed? Absolutely not. This way it doesn't take all that power. If you are really overscaling it and making it, make 10,000 of them for no reason. It's actually the most powerful thing that you have is time. So if you let it run, you'll end up with a whole bunch of stuff because you will have taken the time to just let it run. Because even if it's going 1 per minute, if you go for enough minutes, bam, you're going to end up with 10,000 of them, everybody. Absolutely. All right, right over here. And then there it goes. Now, of course, the smart thing to do is have a multiplier in there, or if you're in a hurry for them, you can go ahead and overclock them. But not that much in a hurry for it, so I'm just going to go ahead and put that there. And then we're going to go ahead and turn this around. And we're going to take this, put that right in there. And away it goes. All right. Then we can take some shards, because we do have some extra power, so we don't have to really worry about overclocking some stuff. And then now, instead of going... You want to get this before it goes all the way to the end. When it gets to the end, then the overclocking kicks in. But while you're waiting, this does not kick in right away. You got to go and do one. You got to finish one first, then it overclocks it. So keep that in mind. It's kind of like when you're converting the little slug guys into power things. The first one, it'll just do normal, and then the ones after that, it will do the boosted version. There we go. Now it's going to do, instead of 10, it's going to do 25. And because I have all the resources already there, and they're running in at 1200 because of the speed of my belt, that this is just going to burn up whatever I put in there, and then when it's done, GG's all good. So basically, we're going to have 50 of these in another couple minutes, which is what we need for the man, right? So we're going to let that run. And that's called doing it via offline production. Some people call it spaghetti. Of course, there's not much spaghetti there. It's just going straight into the box. But that's one of the easiest ways to do production, is just to throw the resources in there and let it do the work for you. Now, you can try to make the stuff yourself, but there are some items that you can't make, right? So if I go in and look for singularity cell, you see it's not in there, right? So we have to actually use the manufacturer for that one. And let's see if it's made any of these. Yeah, it's made 30 of them already. Nice. All right, again, we're going to do our MAM over here. So we want to go back over here. We want to clear, because now we have this good. We want to go alien technology, and then unlock our power matrix. So we need 50 singularity cells. Now we need some power shards. We need 100 of those. We used some, so we need to take some more out. There we go. Now you can see right here. Oh, we need 300. My bad. Take another one out. And the last 3. Wow, I have exactly 300. That's funny. And then SAM fluctuators here. Again, this just allows it where I don't have to go hunt the stuff down, right? And just take all that out right there. Now, if it's purple, that means that it's in the Dimensional Depot. If it's orange, that means it's in your inventory. Now, if you have it in the Dimensional Depot, it does not work with the MAM, right? So you have to take it, put it in your inventory, and then do the MAM from that. So you can't just, throw it in the Dimensional Depot. All right, and then we're going to go right over here, and we are going to research the last of the alien technology. Look how quick that was, everybody. See? Again, that's why, using the technique of spaghetti is so effective, because you're just running it in the moment wherever you need it, and you can progress very, very quickly in the game, everybody. I can finish the game very, very quick. Did you quit Throne of Liberty? I quit a long time ago. Yes, I did quit, Tom Slick. I don't think I really quit. I just stopped playing. There's a difference. When they said, hey, you got to spend 500 hours to get these legendary items, and then all of your crew has to do that as well, spend 500 hours grinding these items, doing the same content over and over and over and over again, I said, nah, that's enough. I'm not going to subject my team to that, where they have to just grind that stuff over and over and over again. That's just too tedious. I mean, the game already was a bit tedious as it is, but I don't mind. I enjoyed the daily quests. I enjoyed the basic gameplay and working on my gear and getting my gear up and whatnot. And I got to, I forget how many combat power, 5,500 or 800 or 6,000. I don't remember. But again, when you add a tedious grind that's like this, and they're just adding it just to see how many people would do it, then I was out. So I quit quite a while ago, or I stopped playing for quite a while ago, and I closed down the guild over there. But I did enjoy it. So that's the thing. Did you enjoy it while you were playing it? That's the important part. And I did. I had a good time. I had a good time with my team. We ran around. We did a bunch of achievements. We basically killed a bunch of world bosses and also killed a bunch of guild bosses together. And we played it out. That's how it is in some games. You play it out and then you get it going. Kismet, are you do any new 6x6 or 5x5 blueprints in Satisfactory 1.1? Yes, I am doing some 6x6s coming up today too, Gaming Skulls. As well as I have a bunch of mega ones that I have as well. All right, we got it done. Did she say something? Oh, there she goes.
Alien Power Matrix recipe unlocked. These disposable synthetic mimic artifacts increase power augmenter output by further stabilizing the summer sloop's connection to its energy harvesting location.
You grow shrines and engrave silent organs incompatible with the tapestry.
It is a beginning, far from an ending, a step in between.
Harmony.
I don't know what those guys are talking about. They're talking, it was like my kids when they were little, they're talking in their own language. All right, so look at that. We got all of that done. The last one left is sulfur. We're just going to leave that to do those kind of like as a finale. We'll leave those when we do our rocket fuel. We'll get that package and unlock ionized fuel. I know I've unlocked that one. I did that one last time. And then, of course, we'll get our nukes. I'd use our nuke novelist to have a lot of fun at some point as well. Now, you can see over here, everybody, I don't have any hard drive library, which is where you put in your hard drives and you learn all sorts of alternate recipes. And they actually made it where you can get, a whole bunch and you can refresh and just try to get the ones you want. I typically don't use alternate recipes because everything that I'm doing, you can do as well. And that means that you don't need the alternate recipes. So everything that I've done throughout the whole entire game, you can totally replicate and basically win the game with 21,000 power. That's it. As I'm doing right now. Now, I can go and make those things that I need right there, everybody. I can go make them right now. I can just let it run, start that going, finish the game. But I said mega playthrough this time. So that means that we're going to do everything. We're going to do it all. Now, if you want to see some of my basic blueprints, these are what I call Mark II blueprints right over here. And these are basically just square boxes because those are the most efficient square footage-wise, right? And then also materials-wise. So you just put them in there, very easy. You've got storage, you got production, storage, production. You get the idea. So what it does is it goes ahead and it extracts right here a bunch of resources. There they go. A bunch of resources right here, iron ore. And then that iron ore goes up to the next stage. And that is, of course, converted into iron ingots. And, of course, we have 2 of them converting the iron ingots. And then I go into a storage stage. There we go. Where it stores all the iron ingots and backlogs them. And then if I need them later, I can use them for other things. And then those are being turned into rods, I believe, right here. Or screws, whatever it's doing. Yeah, actually iron plates. So iron plates, then storing the iron plates, then taking the iron plates up here, or the iron ingots, and converting them into rods. And let's go up here. We can see we're producing screws here. So it's producing all 3 of those things. There goes the screws. They're being stored. I forget what I'm doing on this one. I think this is our reinforced iron plates. Yep. And this is playing in a modular style where you're just stacking things. Now, once you have the blueprint, you can just use that blueprint over and over and over again. That's what's so powerful about it. You see up here, we were making some smart plating, which is pretty cool. Look at all that smart plating in there, man. We got boxes and boxes of that. And then over here as well, we were making some, or are making some. What are we making over here? I forgot. Modular frames. All right, awesome. And so again, this is like all of the iron line. And then, of course, it comes up here to the top where it puts those modular frames in the dimensional depot. We got our reinforced iron plates going in there. And this is for reinforced iron plates in modular frames. That's its ultimate destination. Now, over here, the basic resources that we might need for whatever we need it for is over here. So the actual, this other thing is for screws and for rods and for, I think this is supposed to be rotors, but I have it diverted somewhere. Yeah, there it goes. So this is for rotors, and this ends up in here. And you can see it's actually being used up. It's going up here. Across over to that process, and this one's coming up here. Yeah, there it goes. And then it goes this way. Then ends up in here to be made into smart plating. There we go. Elevator. Elevator. I feel like the elevator is mostly useless if you have the hover pack like I do. Mostly useless. Now, this is like, you know, you're doing your Mark 1s, Mark 2 blueprints, and then when you want to do your Mark 3s, your big boys, you start getting a little bit more fancy. This is what I call mega building, everybody. And I like to earn my way. I don't just turn it on creative mode or any of that stuff. I like to go out, get the resources, convert the resources, you know, or gather the resources, or if I'm playing a game that has monetary stuff in it, I like to go earn the cash, buy the stuff, get the resources any ever way I can, which you'll see me do in Fallout. And then I do the big building, right? Because then it feels more earned than just, you know, okay, we have unlimited resources, right? I don't like playing games like that where you just have unlimited resources. I like to earn my way to the end. So, as you can see, this is limestone over here. So you can see it's blue, just like over there, but of course a lot more fancy. But really serves the same purpose. You can see all that limestone coming in there. We can see it's extracting over here. We can also see it's not in overflow. It's extracting 1,200 limestone, and we fixed this last time. We upgraded all of these. Of course, our most important one is our concrete and our plates, so we did those first. And if it was in overflow, it actually would fill up that other side. So if it did get to a point where it's completely full, says, hey, that's as much stuff as I can do, that would actually show on the other side, visually telling me that the whole thing is full, right? And you can see we've got a massive amount of concrete production. We've got 4 different production areas doing that concrete production. And then here at the top, of course, is our concrete storage. And you can see up here, we have a massive amount of it stored. And of course, that is running into 5 dimensional depots up here. where it actually will do it. So we just used a bunch up, so it's going to make a bunch more and then backlog it. And then when it's done making that, and right now, if I'm not using it and it fills up, it will automatically turn itself off. So that means the power consumption will go like this. So again, if you have a bunch of different processes and they're running and they make a maximum amount of that thing that I need, then they'll just auto turn themselves off. See, I don't even need priority switches, everybody. It'll just do it. And I've been doing this since the beginning of the game. It's like smart engineering or smart logistics, where it automatically takes care of itself, where you don't have to go in and manually turn it on and off or whatever whenever you need to. It will automatically do it, which is why I designed my stuff that way. So all of these will eventually, of course, be replaced with our much larger 6x6 blueprints, which is our Mark III blueprinter. Which you can see actually right down here. And you can thank me, by the way, because I think, and this is my sell for Coffee Stain, was Fix-It would not give you such an inefficient blueprinter, everybody. The most efficient way to do belts is a distance of 6, because that's the maximum distance, roughly. It's actually a little bit more than 6, but there you go. But if they were going to be highly efficient, they would make it a length of 6. So when you're running your belts, you would be max length, and then you would go ahead and connect the next one, and so on. And now they have the auto join feature, so you can just make one that's 6 long and make belts on it, and then put that down, and then when you go to put the next one in, it will automatically connect the end of it and basically do the work of where you used to have to go and put it down and then connect the ends and connect the ends and connect the ends. You don't have to do that anymore. It'll automatically do it. Of course, one of my favorite auto joining things is actually the train tracks, which we used last time to extend our train tracks way out over here. You can see, look, there's another one over there that's doing my plates right now, which is pretty cool. Look how tall that is. I just love how it just kind of, you know, dwarfs up in the thing there. It just pops up out of the area there. Now, we also want to go over there and build a stuff for plates and for rods and all that, just maxing that stuff out. And each part of the process should have its own, what I call max factory, right? And these are modular factories, meaning they're not all being run into one central place and then managed in that one central place. That'd be like a mega base. But these are module factories. So that's the second technique. So first spaghetti, second technique, modular factories. Now, mega factories would be more like you see over here for the fuel. And I feel mega factories are probably best done as fuel factories because that's the thing that you need to really scale, right? That's the thing that needs to be as big as it possibly can be. And the easiest way to manage that is to have all of those resources come to one place. Then you don't have to keep running back to fix that factory every time something goes wrong or you want to make a change or whatever. You've got it all contained into one area. And that's what this area is going to become, everybody. We're going to bring all of the oil and all of the coal, at least as much as we can, over here and build a gigantic factory that just serves a single solitary purpose, which is to generate power. That's what it's going to do. And we're going to see how much fuel power that we can make, right? We're going to just try to max it out as much as we can. Now, will we have a limit when it comes to the amount of coal that we have? Will we have a limit to the amount of oil that we can get? Those are all things that we'll discover on our journey as we go through, which I think is very fun. But as you can see, I used the latest technology that I unlocked in the game to, of course, build it up to its maximum degree. I will never have to touch this again. It cannot be made to go any faster than it already is. 1200 is the max extraction for a pure node. That's a pure limestone node. And everything after that is maxed out. So this is as many, what do they call them? Constructors. This is as many constructors as I will ever need for that limestone node. So it's a set it and forget, right? You set it up, let it run, never have to touch it again. That's how I like to do my stuff, right? I like to just make it running. Now, every time we make one of these, that's another one that we can just set and let run. And then another one, and another one. And again, you're building up that complexity over time until you get to a point where you don't have to even worry about it anymore. And again, these are all built as modular. So I can use this over and over and over again all over the place, which I have done. This one here, again, is for our limestone. Let's go in here. And we'll take a little ride. And we'll go take a look at our other one over here, which is for our plates. Now we also have a quick wire one over there as well, which we'll get to all of these other processes. But whenever you're doing something, everybody, it's all about priority. What is the highest priority thing? It's like when you're playing a game, everybody. Which is your highest priority game that you want to play that day, right? In my case, Satisfactory today. But, you know, I've got a list of hundreds of other games that I could be playing. Again, we want to go ahead and have some fun playing some Satisfactory. And as you can see, here's another one of these mega builds where we have 300 extraction going here and 300 there. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but you combine that together, that's 600. Then over here, we've got 2 more that we've combined together with this cool kind of rounded deal coming out of there. I love these little rounded things. And that's running under there. And of course, combining that 600 with this 600, that's 1200. And our belts go at 1200. And so then we've scaled it up to 1200, right? So how many do we need for our iron smelting? We needed 1, 2, 3, 4 for iron smelting. So it took the raw resources and then converted them into iron ingots. And you can see down here it's storing the raw ore as well. One of the reasons why I store each part of the process is so that part of the process can start up while I am actually working on the other parts of the process. And if it has excess, great. That's okay. It's okay to have a backlog of it because when you need it, or if your power goes off and you need to start it up, you have a backlog of each and every part of the process, and it will just start right back up again, which is awesome. You don't have to wait for it to build up all the stuff again. And then you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 iron plate factories there. That is converting those with constructors. And of course, that's 6 times, I forget how many's in here. I think there is 7 in here. Is that how many there was? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Now, I can make it super compact and make it ultimate, you know, jammed together, as some people like to do. But I also take the human factor into, and then, of course, also the elegance of what you're building. But the human factor into it as well. You know, if I'm a human in here, if this is all jammed together, I can't get in there to get to the parts or get around in here if it's all just jammed together with no space for us to do it. Also hard for troubleshooting and stuff like that. But I can just make more factories, everybody. I just put more factories on top of each other. So this is 7 times 6. That's a whole lot of constructors there. And again, that is maxed out. I'll never have to do it again. I'll worry about it. And again, we have our plate storage. And then over here, you can see that we have, again, 5 different dimensional depots. And these are the 2 things that you want to really maximize, because you're going to use a lot of plates and a lot of concrete. Absolutely. For making foundations and buildings and just everything under the sun, everybody. Actually, absolutely everything under the sun. So we've got that going as well. And now that we have the basics, the blueprints of this, we can just do this same thing over and over and over. But what we want to do, and there's the one we used our auto join stuff with. It's going over there getting SAM ore. We want to kind of do this same thing here, where we go in and we run this way off to wherever the oil is, right? And we want to bring that oil back to our primary base. We also want to make these train tracks where they're not just floating above the thing. Watch as I get too far away from the building. Whoa, God, we're all gonna die. Oh God, I'm gonna get squatted. Luckily over there. And we want to build these in such a way that they have supports and that they're a bit more advanced than just ramps and plates and all of that stuff, right? That's mega building. Mega building is when you're making it more elaborate than it normally would. And you can see I just used the basics here, right? And this, again, is a 5 across with the 2 things in the center. And then when we go to use those in our blueprints here, where we go to foundations, and let's see, which one is it? 3 by... This is a 3 by 2, yep. Up here. Remember which one this was. I should have put auto join in there. That would have been smart. Yeah, this one here. Okay, so if we wanted to take this one and put it over here, we can go ahead and switch the mode. Auto connect. Right, so we can try to auto connect into here. Now, one of the things is that if it's already connected to something else, it's not really going to auto-connect it. If it has the ability to auto-connect, it will. Like, I'll just put one over here. And then if we go ahead and do the next one, get over here. We go to do the next one. There we go. Get the snap in there. There we go. Okay, like that. So it's adding the part in between. It's adding the two foundations in between. Remember, it's not, doesn't have it already there. And if we get close, you can see that it's already auto-joining it. And then we can just keep doing that over and over again. And then basically all the tracks will be joined by the time we get to the end. And we don't have to do the small segment thing that we used to have to do. That's a really awesome feature in 1.1, by the way, the auto-connect feature. That's really fantastic, and it's really going to help us a bunch. But this is not very elaborate here, everybody. This is just something to play around with that auto-connect feature. Speaking of taking stuff out, we got to take that out with our blueprinter. What's up, Fred? That's my buddy Fred. He's off doing his thing. Let's head on over here. And again, this is our Mark II blueprinter, so we no longer need that. We want to get to our Mark IIIs now. So we're going to clear the designer. We're going to take all this stuff out of here. We're going to take this Mark II out. And now we're going to basically start replacing our train system. And we're not going to just replace it all. We're going to test it out and see what we like, right? So the first thing we want to do is to think about where is all of our coal. Like we're extracting this coal right here. You can see the train is going down the track there. And it's running that back. It's about to pass me up right there. There it goes. That's actually Samore in that train. But you can see that it's going. Here's my forest coal train coming. Here it goes. It's much larger than that train. And you can see it actually used up all the coal. Okay, there's no coal actually on the train. That means it's working very efficiently. And so it's going to go down there. It's going to pick up some more coal. It's going to run it over there and utilize it. I'm also using it for diamonds and other high-end stuff as well. So that's very, very useful as well. But there you go. Yes, yeah, it wasn't there when you played. Yeah, they have added the auto connect. It really is awesome, especially if you're going to do really advanced building, which we are going to do here in a bit. Now, we've got a very simple setup here. It is a 2-lane track. We can use a single-lane track if we want. If you are going to do multiple trains, I highly recommend. Now, in real life, the reason why they use single-lane tracks, even if you have multiple trains going, everybody, is cost, right? Now, if they could do double tracks, they would, because it's just easier. They don't have to switch as much. They don't have to wait for other trains as much. But in real life, there's cost. But in this game, not. So if you just got the resources, you can make a double-lane train, and it's easier for you to manage than it is to do a single lane. But I have done single lanes, and I've also done single lane, what's known as push-pull trains. So you have your trains aiming in both directions, and then you just have one train pulling it this way, and then you have one train pulling it back the other way. That's the most efficient way of doing it, because you have one track, one train, and it just does back and forth, and it never has any issues with blocking or signals or any of that stuff. Super easy to do. But if you want to do some more complex things, then what you're going to do is you're going to have the ability for the trains to switch, right? They're going to switch one way or another. So as it's coming through here, it can say, hey, I want to go to the left here, which I can go ahead and just switch it. I can go to the left here and go up there, get that SAM ore, and then come back along that track and then go this way. Now, while this one's going that way and turning back around, another train could be coming along, picking up the SAM ore and then going back as well. One of the things that I have learned in this game about trains is it's very easy to put too many trains on. You're like, Kismet, there can't be too many trains. There absolutely can be, because the thing about your stations is that your trains take time to load and unload. So while they're loading and unloading, it's not running resources in and it's not running resources out. It's actually only loading those resources. So that can slow you down. But you can see I could actually add another train here because there's a lot extra. Or I can add another train car and then have it carry even more in those train cars. You can also combine various resources, like we could put iron and limestone and copper and all that stuff on the same train and just have it routed to wherever we want it to go as well. But we did this just to get our basic stuff going so we can get up to phase 5, which is where we are. So we're going to go in and we're going to revamp how we're doing our trains, kind of more for the long run, more kind of embellish our trains as well. So they'll have supports along the way, so they'll look legit when they're running those trains along there. Now, very rarely do I run the trains down here. Now, me being a logical person, the better place to put your trains, everybody, is way up high. And why would you want to put your trains way up here? And I get the question all the time, because why are your trains up so high? Why is your base up so high? And it's up so high because that's the most efficient way to run trains, flat. If the world was flat, trains would be much easier. The difficult part of trains is going over hills and going through tunnels. That's why they cut tunnels through mountains so they don't have to go up over the mountain. They spend all that money just to bypass and go right through the middle of a mountain because of the cost. It's cheaper for them to drill a hole through the mountain than it is for them to pay the amount it would take to go over that hill every day, right? Plus, it's also more difficult. You could have the train start to backslide or whatever, and whatnot. So the reason why I typically build up really high is it's just easy. You could build across the whole entire world. All your trains would just go flat as maximum speed there, maximum speed back. And then you could just take the resources and bring the resources up to the trains. It's much more effective bringing the resources to the trains than having the trains go down to the resources. Now, of course, I do have the perfect spiral, by the way, that I did build, and I do have blueprints for it, which, of course, I give it to my paid patrons over there, where you can make the perfect spiral if you want. Not just the spirals that other people do, but I mean, it is perfection. It is the maximum speed up and the maximum speed down. I've gone through and very painstakingly figured out the ratios and made beautiful spirals, which we'll do spirals in here as well. We're going to use those spirals when we do stuff up here at the top. So we're going to bring it along, and then we'll have it spiral down and then run along the terrain at the bottom. Right? So in this particular playthrough, we are using it more in a realistic style, where in real life, you, of course, would put it on the ground because it would just cost way too much to put it, you know, way up in the sky. At least it does now. Maybe someday in the future when we, like, have anti-gravity, like thrusters or something where stuff can float in the sky, then, of course, you wouldn't need the tracks anymore because you could just anti-gravity the train wherever you want. See? They actually eliminate each other. So that's what we're doing. We're going to go ahead and revamp our train system. Now, with our current train system, we don't really want to interrupt that because it's actually in the middle of doing processes, right? It's in the middle of, you know, gathering coal, making steel, doing all of those things. So I always feel the smarter thing to do is to work on the extension part first and then do some experimenting, figure out what you really want. That's the hardest thing, everybody. As a graphic designer for 30 years, it's not the doing of the thing, right? When you want to make a logo, making a logo, pretty easy, right? Doesn't take that long. But coming up with the concept of the logo, the colors, what does it look like? What is its shape? What are the combining symbols that you're combining together to make that thing, right? That's the thing that takes the longest. That's the thing that humans are the best at, is coming up with that imagination, coming up with that idea. Like if you're coming up with this shirt, I can make this shirt probably in about 20 minutes from scratch. But coming up with the idea of the shirt, with the colors and the word gamer across the thing and the controller. I mean, it seems simple, everybody. Cartographer at the bottom. You can see it's actually a rounded shape as well. So, again, coming up with those ideas is the thing that takes the hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 20 hours, 100 hours, or more. That's the thing. Is coming up with the concept is the toughest part, I think. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to come up with the idea as well. Use blueprint for your train track. That's what I just did. Yep, as you saw. When you upgrade builds, do you add the machines to the blueprints? Yes, you want to. When you're doing upgrades, you're actually upgrading your blueprints first. If you want it to be super efficient. Now you can't just upgrade it to the machine itself. But I find that upgrading is a massive time sink, and it doesn't have that big of a return on your investment, right? Not just the investment of your materials, not just the investment of any cash or anything like that, but the most valuable asset, everybody, your time. It is not worth your time for me to run, you know, belts clear across the world to do it. Now, of course, they would run 24/7. They require no power. Of course, it would be super effective. And now that you have the auto join feature, it'd be even easier. Because in illustration, by the way, if you've ever used Illustrator or whatever, it's actually called auto join, as opposed to what they call it here, which actually I forgot the name of it. What's the name of it? Auto connect. So if I say auto join, I mean auto connect. So there you go. Auto join is a feature in Adobe Illustrator, so if you didn't know that. So yes, so that's what we're going to do now. We're going to transition from the old one. Now, here's the easier thing to do. Instead of going in, say, to one of these old factories that I have and going in and upgrading every single belt, I would take the whole thing out. I take the whole thing out, make a blueprint that already has the speed you want, even as can have what you want in it, right? If you're going to make a bunch of factories that convert iron ingots, well, go in, make a blueprint, set it to iron ingots. You only have to do it the one time, and then build as many as you want in a modular style, like I'm doing here, and of course doing right here in a more advanced modular style. Of course, this is these are all integrated with each other. That means that they chain from one to the next to the next. As you can see on the part in between. They chain together, the outputs chain together, and then they loop upwards. Now, I could also just flip it where it actually chains downwards. Depends on what you want to do. Also make it where it doesn't run into this guy too. I think it looks like a little manta ray flying around there. So I try to keep it away from that guy as well so he can fly by my bases without running into him. So there we go. So that's what we want to do. Now, how can we get that started? Well, first thing we want to do is start at the end. Now, this is probably the biggest thing I can give you as advice, whether you're an artist or whether you're playing games or whatever it is. What is the end result? What is the thing we're trying to do? Start there first, right? When you're in printing, everybody, you don't start with, hey, I think I want a yellow and a blue and a red. You don't start with that. You start with, hey, what am I going to print this? What is it going to be? Is it going to be on the internet? Is it going to be physical? Is it going to be on paper? Is it going to be on plastic? Is it going to be on a cereal box? Is it going to be on a t-shirt? That's where you got to start. You got to start at the end and then work your way backwards. And then what it does is it automatically tells you all the steps, or at least the bulk of the steps, you have to do to achieve that thing. Just like any goal that you want to produce, everybody, or try to achieve, is you set the goal. You say, hey, I want to do this. Like I want to build a vault van. That's what that bar's for, and that's why that's over there. I want to build a vault van. How do I build that vault van? Well, first we got to get the van. Then we insulate the van. Then what do we do after that? Well, then after we insulate the van, we need to decide what we want to put in the van. And then we might want to put like a bed in there. We want to put like a Starlink or something in like that. So when I go to TwitchCon, I can broadcast from there. So again, you start with the end result. What is the end result you want? What is the purpose of that thing, right? The purpose of what we're building is to produce more power so we can do all the various processes and have them all online, meaning that they produce those particular items, and those items are produced and put in the dimensional depot, or they are part of a larger process that we go ahead and run, right? Down the thing. So our end result that we're trying to do is get all of the oil and all of the coal and bring it back to our mega base. That's what we're trying to do, right? So that's mission number one. And once we do that, the end result of that will be as much fuel power as we want, right? Or as many fuel power as we can. And then we have, if we're using all the oil and all the coal, well, guess what? We can't do any more. So that means that that process is maxed out. That's as much as we can do. See? And then it eliminates, checks that off the list. You can't do any more? Well, guess what? Boom. Okay, done. And then that thing is done. You check it off, go to the next thing. Just like I did with those concrete plates or concrete, and then with the plates, that process is done. I never have to touch it again. Right? See, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to just check it off the list and say, okay, what's the next thing? And then check that off the list and so on and so forth. By starting at the end, working our way backwards. So the end result, as much fuel power as we can produce. And of course, we want to produce the fuel first, because fuel becomes rocket fuel becomes turbo fuel becomes rocket fuel becomes ionized fuel. So what do we need to do first? We need to do the fuel first, right? So really working on your fuel first and getting all the fuel together is the first part of this process. So you can also go to the end and then kind of step back a few and say, okay, well, I'm just going to focus on this first. And once I get this squared away, then I can do these other parts of the process. But we also thought toward the end, right? The ionized fuel, the rocket fuel. We already have turbo fuel, and we already have fuel. But we want to scale it up. So that's the thing to do on any project. And again, it will also open up a lot of issues that you might have. And you can solve those issues up front so that when you're in the printing stage, if you're printing a t-shirt, everybody, that's not when you want to have problems. You don't want to say, oh, wait, somebody misspelled the word gamer. They forgot the E. It just put gammer. That's not when you want to discover that, when you're in the middle of printing it on a t-shirt. You want to discover that stuff right at the very beginning. It's going to cost you a lot of extra money for no reason, just throwing money out the window. So yeah, you want to try to figure out what the issues are and whatnot ahead of time. So our main issue with running trains, especially running at the ground level, is we're going to have to maneuver our way through the terrain, right? So we want to think about, okay, if we're moving through the terrain, do we want to have some rounded tracks? How are we going to do corners? How are we going to do ups and downs over things? And what stuff like that. But of course, we want to start with a flat train, and just a flat thing that we can use. And then, of course, if we have to angle it down or angle it up, we want to say, okay, what can we use to just build a blueprint that would just snap in there, and then we can just extend the supports, right? Like under here, we might want to go in and say, hey, we want to have either a single line or double support. So we'll go into architecture here. And say we'll just do a single support right under there. And then we'll go ahead and run our pillar down. Now, I highly suggest that you just run it down until it gets close to the ground and not completely to the ground, because you're just going to put a cap at the bottom anyway, like that. And if that's too far down, you're just like, I don't like it. It's sunk too far in the ground. I'm going to go ahead and connect it to here. And then just see how well it sits on the ground. That's really good, by the way. That's really actually worked out very nice. So it sat pretty well on the ground, and now it looks legit. It looks like it's going to stay up there. Now, in Satisfactory, you can just build stuff up in the air, and it never falls down. It's like Minecraft, everybody. You just build up in the air, and it'll stay there. It'll stay there. You don't have to put the supports in. But if you're going to make it look more realistic, that's what you do. And now, in my case, I don't like to see the supports. I think, just like in real life, they try to hide the supports. So you do something more like that so it would just blend in. And now that looks like it's legit holding that thing up. So pretty cool. Now, of course, we'd want to integrate that into the blueprint. And what I would do is I would just not add the bottom. I would just put this in, your blueprint. And then when you're ready, you go in here and you say, okay, hold on. I want to go, say this was part of the blueprint over here. Put this one up here. And then say we had just one. Now, what that does is it gives us both pieces, right? Both pieces that we can work with. So we can middle mouse button this. We can set this to zoom. And then we can just extend this as far as it needs to go. Let's say there. Then we can middle mouse button the top one, and we'll automatically flip it around the other way. And there we go. Made it super easy for us to do supports of different sizes. So you're trying to think in terms of, okay, if I'm going to have this in different spots, I'd want to also have it where I can adjust it to the terrain as I'm going through. And by the way, you can just run the train tracks on the ground, which I very rarely ever do. I very rarely ever just do that, which you totally can do. And it actually adjusts to the terrain itself. So if you go down like this, if you want to run your train into the water, which you totally can do, by the way, and run it through here and then have it coming up out the other side like this. There you go. Underwater train like you're in a submarine at Disneyland. It totally will work, by the way. You want to see? Here, I'll throw it out here. Right there. That totally will work if I had some power. I guess we could just add a quick station over here. Hold on, we're just for fun. We'll go ahead and add ourselves a little train station. Oh, I don't have enough plastic? Oh, my plastic is not running in the dimensional depot. Oh, we got to go fix that for sure. I don't have enough plastic, but you get the idea. I'm going to connect it to it, and it would go right down in the water, and it would be fine. Now, I don't like to build like that. That's not my thing. I don't like to build on the ground level because all this awkward stuff, and you have all these gaps and things like that that happen with trains. I actually think they should do the same thing that they're doing with train tracks. They should do with foundations. So when I'm going out here to build a train track, right, and I'm trying to put an arc in like this, I should be able to do that with foundations, because that's all this really is, everybody. This is just a profile down here. You can see the shape that's being extruded, right? So they could just make it rectangular, like the shape of the side of a foundation, and then you could just make a rounded foundation. I know, they already have the technology. It's right there. They already have the ability to do it. They just need to change the shape of it and make it the foundation tool instead of the track tool, right? I think that'd be amazing. And so you wouldn't have to trick it into doing what you want to do. Now, you can trick it. And do I have those unlocked? I don't think I have them unlocked. I don't even use them to do that kind of stuff most of the time. But you can go in and you can use your scaffoldings and you can turn them at like a 45 degree, and then you can attach stuff to the end and then, or to the side, depending on what kind of arc you're doing. And then you can make stuff rounded if you want. But why do that? Why not just make it where we could have a nice rounded foundation tool? And then you just run your stuff on the foundation tool however you want. Especially if it had the same style of arcs that the train tool does. And it would be awesome for making, you know, rounded tracks. You'd have rounded foundations with rounded tracks. And then, of course, it would have the ability to have the distances already figured out. And then as you do it, you can actually connect to the side of it. And then that would, of course, make a nice rounded building and so on. I mean, there's so many things they can still do in this game, everybody. I hope they add that. I hope they add the ability to do rounded objects. That's when you know you've really taken it to another level, because that would be a rounded building right now if I really wanted to spend the time to do it. And I still can do it in the game, but you have a lot of pieces that are kind of inside each other like that. And then you have what's known as Z clipping, or your texture clipping that happens. And I do a lot of hiding of texture clipping. That's why I stack that stuff on top of each other, because some of that stuff is going into each other, because some of it's half blocks and full blocks and angled blocks and all that stuff. So you got to learn how to hide all of that too, which is completely unnecessary because they have the technology to do it. They just need to put it in the game, which is probably not easy, but still, if they could make it this awesome, I think they could make it even more awesome by adding that. So where do we want to get our resources from? That's a really good question. Where is a lot of oil? There's a lot of oil right over here. Look at this, everybody. There's a big cluster of oil over here. This is a normal node, impure. Wow, pure node there. 2 pure nodes. A normal and a pure. There's 3 pure nodes there, a normal, 2 normals, and an impure. So this is a lot, but this is a really long distance, right? I'm right here on the map, and we've got to go all the way over here. Right, and that seems like, oh, over here. That seems like a far away, but then again, this is where I'm at, and this is where actually my base is. So the distance from here to here is about the distance from here to about, let's say, here, which is not too far. After a while, after you get trains, the distances, you know, become much shorter. Just like when you're playing other games like 7 Days to Die, when you're walking, you know, 1K away is really far. But when you get a bicycle, okay, 1K away is not too bad. But now now you might have to go 4K. And then you're like, well, I can drive my little moped. And then you're like, well, that's really far with a moped. But if I had a motorcycle, I could go 4K away. And I just did that last stream, by the way, just yesterday. Then once we have a motorcycle, 4K isn't that far. But now you got 10K. And then you're like, oh, God, that's like way on the other side of the map. But then you get your gyrocopter, you just go up and over everything, and then it's not that far. It just takes time and a lot of gas, so make sure you have lots of gas for that, for sure. All right, so this is where we want to end up over here. Now, what we want to do is take our current train, which is going over here and grabbing our ore there, and take our current train tracks and make our trains end up in such a way that can go across here and then get this oil. Now, another thing that we want to do is set up a train that can also, on the same track, bring a different train and pick up a bunch of iron and pick up a bunch of limestone that's along the same track, because we can just run it to where the train is and then it can pick it up and run it back. Now, why would I want to do that? Well, if we're going to do nuclear power, if we're going to do all that other stuff, there is so much resources in the game, everybody. Look how many nodes have a check mark. All right, let's zoom in a little bit here. All right, look how many nodes have a check mark. Again, I can finish the game right now. We can count them out, too. There's 5 here, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I could do it with less, too. Let's call it 20. I'm using 20 nodes, and I can finish the game. There's literally hundreds of nodes in the game, everybody. So I'm using 20. And you can finish the game with just 20. But we're going to tap every one of these. We're going to tap all these nodes. So we got oil here. There's a good cluster of oil on this side. There's a giant cluster of oil up here, everybody, and these are like normal nodes. And you're like, Kismet, how come you can see all the nodes? That's because I have a bunch of these radar towers. I went around and put the radar towers down. I ran power from my primary power to all these radar towers, and that tells me what's in that area. There's 215 of those little slug guys over there I can go get if I want to. In this playthrough, by the way, we're going to go and try to get everything. Every single thing. Every slug, every hard drive, every summer sloop, every Mercer sphere. I know, it's hardcore, bro. It's hardcore. But we also want to get all this crude oil over here. We got impure nodes over here that we can combine. Yeah, a lot of impures there. Normals. That's a pure node there. Okay, a couple pure nodes there. But again, we can take all of this and cluster that together to get that going. Again, we already have an established train line. So we want to utilize that established train line to get over here. Now, here's a great little trick that I use is I go ahead and say put a little exclamation point there. Say I want to get somewhere in between here, and I'll just run this stuff to there. Or I could just, you know, stop here outside the water and then just take all the lines, combine them together, and run to where the water is. I'm gonna have to go over there and take a look at it, but as we're running the train line, we can adjust for it as well. Also, there's kind of like cliff edges here. I see a bunch of cliff edges. This looks like it's under the cliff as well, so I'd probably bring this down just a little bit so that the train track could go right inside here if we wanted to. Maybe curve up, maybe even come out, come around, do loop-de-loops. I don't know, whatever we want to do. But I would set it a little bit lower. So let's go ahead and remove that one. And I'm going to set it a little bit lower here. And then if we don't like it, we can always change it. Don't worry about it. We're going to highlight that. Now, when I highlight it, and actually, I think I have another one of these out here that we were doing before. Yeah, right here. Let's remove that one. Now, when I look on my map, I can see it's that way. It's exactly that way. As a matter of fact, we're actually pretty good lined up on it right now. And I can actually see it. You can just barely see it right there next to this thing. You can see right there is where that oil is. So we can actually see the actual marker from here. So what do we got? We've got all sorts of terrain between here and there that we will want to deal with. And I like to, you know, of course, put it way up, and then I don't have to worry about it, just run it up on the thing. But again, in this one, we're going to run it this way. Now, how are we going to do our track? Are we going to do a dual track? Are we going to do 2 lanes on the track, a single track? Are we going to do 4 lanes and 5 lanes and 10 lanes if we wanted to, right? You could have 50 trains going at the same time, everybody, going down, you know, 50 different tracks if you wanted to. It's unlimited, only limited by the max build limit in the game, which is huge, by the way. It's absolutely massive. This is one of the biggest games where you can build the biggest stuff, for sure. So we want to go ahead and say, okay, we're going to have this come down, and then it's going to branch off, and it's going to go that away, right? Probably want to bring it up just a little bit. And we got a kind of a tower in the way as well. And again, this is all aligned to the world grid, too, so we want to keep that in mind. Yeah, if we go right there, that's going to end up in the way. So we want to kind of go through there. Maybe even go up and over here. Just trying to get a nice straight shot. Get up nice and high so we can see where we're going. Yeah, there's stuff in the way there. We're going to have to go up and down along the terrain. We can make this kind of bridge across the terrain. We want to use our existing tracks in which we'll redo these. Whoa, look at that train go by. Almost ran me over. You can't actually get run over by the trains now, by the way, so look out. Look out big time. So again, trying to square off the angle of where that would best kind of come off of there. I'm feeling like right here. And again, if we have to move it over, we can easily just move it over. Just kind of eyeballing it. Oh, like right here. Again, you're just visually following that. Yeah, because that's going to, if we do that straight, it's going to go straight across and end up way over there, which is totally doable. So we can end up down here. We're aiming across here, so we'll end up going across here. We're going to end up actually over here. So a little modification, a little tilting one way or another over a long distance is going to end up, boom, you just went totally way off, right? Even a small variation when you're going straight, just a little bit, all of a sudden you end up way off over here. So you definitely want to do that. Now, another smart way to do it, like I was talking about, is start from the end and work your way backwards, right? So we go over there, we figure out where we want it to end up, and then we reverse engineer it back the other way so it ends up hitting this track. And it doesn't matter where it hits this track, as long as it hits the track somewhere, we can then modify it and get it to, you know, cut into the track itself. So the smarter thing is to go over here and take a look at where we want to do. So that's what we'll do. We'll do that here in a bit. We also want to have the ability to kind of modify our tracks and get that going. So I'm going to go over here, say, we do it right over here. And just build out a little bit of tracks here. Wait for the train to go by. There we go. Build out our tracks. Let's get a nice big, let's say 5x5 here. Have that right in there nicely. Sorry, Fred. Take it over. Oh, man. Get those plants out of my sweet foundations. All right. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a nice Mark III big boy blueprinter over here. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Again, these are all Mark IIs, so these are distance of 5, and this is going to be distance of 6. Now, we don't need it to be 5 wide, everybody. I find that usually 2 wide is fine. If you want to come back later and make it 5 wide, well, hey, there you go. I typically also run it through the center and make it 3 wide. You can totally make it just 2 wide. But one of the things I don't like is when you get off of it, you typically will fall off the train. But we also want to think about efficiency, too. Efficiency in space and efficiency in running the train and the resources you're going to use and all of that. So I'm going to, in this particular playthrough, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to do a 2 wide thing because I'm not always going to be getting off in every single location. So if I'm running this through the middle of the forest, it only needs to be 2 wide like that. Now, if you are going to auto join your stuff, you want to make sure that you do have them close enough to the edge where it can detect that auto join. And I'm just going to go ahead and run this to here. And then same thing here. Run that over there like that. We might want to also put a power station over here. Like this. And like that over there. Just so that I don't keep dipping down every time I get to the back side of the thing. Okay, so that would be the most basic way of doing it, right? Just putting that in there. But we want to make a little bit more embellished now, right? So we want to get in here and we want to think about the architecture of the base, bottom of our base, right? So do we want to use concrete pillars? Do we want to use beams? Do we want to use walls? I mean, the sky's the limit, everybody. I'm a big fan of these inverted corners. I think they look amazing. You can also do quarter pipes and run, say, a hypertube underneath, which is really cool, or over the top, whichever you want to do. So you can go in with these tubes like this, say, or pipe, actually, it's called quarter pipe, just like if you were a skater. Do something like that, and then you could go in and say, hey, I want to put my foundations over the top, like this. Then have your track going through there. You can have your track going through the middle here, too. I just thought of that. I've ever tried that. I don't think it'll let you do that down the middle. You'd have to start it over here. And then run it. Yeah, it tries to go up and over. But if you go to the back of it, I don't think I've ever tried to do that. Yeah, totally run it right down the center and have that kind of arc in there if you want. Very cool. Again, we're going to have these lifted up off the ground. Now, how far off the ground do we want it to be? Right? What's the cool factor of off the ground? So again, I would just start experimenting with some different shapes and ideas, figure out what you want. Now, of course, I would want to take that and I'd want to flip it the other way, an inverted pipe like this, because then it already has the platform for you on the top, right? And then, get that in there. There we go. And then you already have the spot for your trains. Again, just showing you some ideas, some suggestions on running your trains through there. Like that. And then, of course, down here, you could have pipes, or maybe you just have a car driving down here, right? If you have the full thing, you just make a bunch of stuff up a bit. If your truck's driving underneath there, all sorts of access things you can do. Again, if you really want to learn about building stuff, everybody, and really get good at it, you just take inspiration from real life. You just go Google stuff, everybody. Passenger trains, liftings and stuff like that. AI is also good for that. super fancy factories and whatnot. Also gives you a great idea for coloring the what you're coloring it. You're gonna make a Tron-like thing where it has like glowy everything, or you're gonna make it look like worn out and all used and that kind of stuff, kind of junky like stuff that's been nuked like from Fallout. What kind of style are you going to do? And I like to experiment, and I usually know it when I see it, right? See the difference between this? So you've got this inner part, or you just got the basic tracks, right? So you got this lifted track here. Again, we can also do the reverse of this, or do the full part of this, where we're creating tunnels. So again, we'll use our quarter pipe, and we'll just run it down here like this, and on this side. And then speaking of pipe, I'll actually run some pipes. Oh, we got to take this one out so we can run the pipe properly. Cool, right? I think that's super cool myself. And then, again, hold down Control to keep that from snapping into that one. And then all the way to the end. Again, see if I leave it there, it tries to connect to that. Or if I hold down Control, it's trying to connect to this thing over here. So that's why you would take this out first. Again, build order, very important in a lot of games, including this one. And then again, we can do that. Click it once, click it twice. Get it over here. And I would probably do it this way, actually. Better idea is to, because it's trying to connect to the other pipe, if you want the pipes to run really close together, you want to go in and use your pipeline support. So you would just go in and do this, and make another one there. Then put your pipeline support here. Look, I'm showing you all my gamer secrets, everybody. Look at that. Look how much nicer that is. Then you do this, and you connect that to this one. Connect that to that one. There you go. And then, okay, now you got your pipes running under there. And then you go back to your foundations, and then you get your other one, wherever it went, down here, and then you got your inverted pipe. Sometimes really awkward. Hold down Control so it snaps up on the top. Get it to turn the right way. There we go. Now you got your pipes running through there. And again, you can also stack them on top of each other. That looks really cool. It looks like something you would see in real life, right? Where they have all the pipes running underground and whatnot, or under whatever facilities it is. And again, you can just do the just as easy. You can take this out and say, okay, I'm going to run my pipes on the sides. And then right here, I'm going to go ahead and run my transport and say run my hypertube. Up here. I don't like to have it at the lower level myself. I like to have it above. That's because of the fact that you're like in third person when you're going through the hypertube. Makes it really awkward. But you could put that at the ground level just like we did, right? I like to put it up like that. But you can do the same exact thing. Hypertube support. Great way of lining these up is to do the support ones first. Because it's not going to try to reconnect or connect back to the other thing. And then, there we go. So now you're running pipes, you're running hypertubes, you're doing all your stuff, having a great time doing it. Now, how can we do this and also have a road through here, right? So road, pipes, trains, right? So we're going to stack them. So what we would do is just basically the same thing, and we'll just take all these out here, hit Control, take all those out, and we'll go hypertube support. We'll just bring that hypertube support up a little bit, right? Up on top. Now, of course, I would put it even higher up, more like this. Kind of stacked a bit up there. Then on the other side, up a bit. And run your hypertube. Top one. Take this back out. Now you got that run up high. Now the same thing here with your pipes. Go ahead and use your logistics. Pipeline support. That up real high. Take this one out. Middle mouse button, that one. Those up high. Remember, you can just put it in temporarily and then modify it later on. Just like this. Just like this. Then you're like, hey, I want to have a road through here. So you take these out. And then you go into your foundations here. And there are half foundations like this that are awesome. Get them to snap in there. Come on. Satisfactory has some of the greatest snapping in any game ever. It is awesome. Also, by the way, we could connect these to the side of this. You can see now we got that lifted up, and again, we can attach stuff to that. We can go ahead and say, oh, okay, we have this attached over here to the wall. I'll just take this one out so you guys can see that, or you just attach it to the side wall here. And then once you have that side, you can take this side out, and then just run this side like that if you want to. So many options in this game. Then you have the ability, of course, now you're down here. If you got a vehicle that's low enough, of course, the very large vehicle would run into it, so you'd want to put it up higher. But, again, you can do all sorts of fun stuff. Same thing with our hypertube here. We could go in and say wall support, and we could just put it right here at the top. Like so. That'll give you the ability to run that right down the center. And that's how I would run that, everybody. I would run it where it's actually attached to the wall. I feel like the side attachments and all this stuff they added is awesome. Really can do a lot of great things. So, remember, we're making a blueprint here, too. So, that means that we could just make one of these. And then this would just make these over and over. And they would auto-connect to each other. So, that means all this pipe running that you used to have to do manually, and you'd make this, and you have to connect that, and then you put that blueprint down, and you have to connect the next one, and the next one, and the next one. You don't have to do that. You just do that, put it together, along with your tracks on the top, up here, and then this would just, on my tracks here, there we go. And then this would just auto-connect across there. From one to the next to the next. I'm just going to make it real small just to give you an idea. And again, it would connect from one to the next to the next, and you can keep that going as far and as long as you want. Again, making that that complexity pretty awesome. Now me, I prefer something a lot more simple and elegant solution, which I call the single pole. In real life, they use the single pole method for a reason. It takes less resources. I mean, it's not because they wouldn't want to make some big, cool archway thing. They would do it because it's efficient. And it costs less dollar bills. And everything in life is all based on, do you have enough dollar bills to make that thing? So, of course, one of the most efficient ways to do it would be a pillar support, like I showed you earlier. And then having that pillar support kind of set the standard of where the baseline is, like this. We make a pillar support, and that would be the center. Now, one of the cool things you can do now, which was very tricky before, I can hit H for the hologram mode, and I can actually split it like that. And then, now it's holding both foundations in the center. Right, so I hit H, and then I used the arrows, moved it over, so it's half split, and now it looks like it's holding up both sides of the track, right, at the same time. Now, I used to actually use the larger ones, the 2-meter foundations. I feel like those were pretty industrial strength. Again, hit H, nudge it over with the arrow, and then do that, and take the smaller one out. Because that's pretty beefy, that's pretty legit, and then you just say, okay, look, we've got it screwed in here, we got it bolted in on this side to hold it down so it doesn't do it, plus it's space metal, so, you know, it's good. And again, do that kind of stuff. Well, maybe you want to do something like, you know, maybe you want to do like an arch or something in there, right? Like this. You hit H. Have a little arch in there. Again, sky's the limit, everybody. Sky's the limit of what you can do. You can mix and match shapes. Everything's about combining shapes, everybody. When you're doing like 3D animation or 3D modeling, and when you're doing building. Buildings are a combination of various shapes and sizes, and whether they're being beveled or you know, they're spheres, or if they're rectangular shape or cubes or whatever it is. Every part of a building is some other type of shape. It's also, when you're an artist, every person is made up of shapes, right? Like my hand is an oval, and then all the little parts of my hands are small little circles. If you've ever done any type of drawing or anything like that, you know that the person's head is not a circle, it's actually an oval. And so on. And then you can see all those, once you start seeing those shapes about it, you can't stop seeing them. You start seeing triangles and stuff, you start seeing circles, you start seeing spheres, you start seeing cubes, and all of that stuff. It's pretty amazing. The whole world can be deconstructed that way. And that's how artists work. They work on first starting with the basic shapes, and then they start filling in the detail, and so on and so forth, on how it goes. And that's the way it should be when you're building too. You should be thinking in terms of shapes, like what kind of shapes you want to do. Let's check out this ramp corner here. Nope. Maybe something like this. Again, I'd suggest to experiment and figure out what you want. No, don't really like that one. See, it'd be cool if I could combine these angles off the side of the thing. So this is a double ramp. Right, so it's a ramp going one way and a ramp going the other way. By the way, you can also vertical nudge like this now, which is pretty awesome. And you can infinite nudge, by the way. I can nudge this way off into the sky if I want. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. And then just hit escape and it will not actually show up there. So these are pretty cool. Now, of course, I'd love to have rounded shapes as well. And one of my favorite ones also is this, this kind of, speaking of rounded, this quarter pipe one right down here. So we could use quarter pipe. So we can do this and then this. Take this out. And then get this. Now, I might just use this because this is actually one of my favorite shapes in here. I think it just turns out amazing. Gives you that rounded feel to it. Like that. Then what you need is the ability to make the rest of this rounded, right? So you'd want to use something like your outside corners here. You hold down Control to get it to go up to the top, and hopefully it snaps. There we go. If it's not snapping right, just hold down Control and then and then let go of Control so it can get up to that height, and then it kind of gets an idea of what you want. And there we go. Okay, now if we want to put a foundation in the middle of there, right, we want to have a foundation, hold down Control, so let's snap it to the top like that. Or we can go like this again, hold down Control, hit H, and then nudge it to the side, and then zoop it, default it. And there we go. Now we got this really cool rounded foundation. Now, what if I wanted to make that foundation taller or shorter? Then I would need to go in and basically extend it. And so I would just leave the top and the bottom. I'd probably take the bottom part off and just extend this down, zoop that down. And again, once you already have the shape, you can just middle mouse button it and then zoop, 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 and you're good, right? So you have to do some of the work yourself. And you're trying to eliminate as much work as you can. That's pretty cool, though. That's pretty cool. So we'll fool around with that. Let's see what else we're filling. Maybe like a ramp here, like a double ramp thing over here. It's got to come out of there. Let's do a half foundation with double ramp. Double ramps are awesome, by the way. I used to use double ramps all the time because what they do before they had the zooping, you could do ramps much easier with the double ramp. And I used to do foundations one at a time. One down, and then you do another one, and another one times 10,000 foundations. Yeah, old school Satisfactory there, before they had the awesome zooping they have now. So also another double ramp here that we could use. And again, it just gives it that more like industrial feel. Again, most of what we're doing now is just cosmetic stuff. And you want to take your time. You don't want to be in too big of a hurry. Figure out what you want, because again, this is just going to be replicated over and over again. So we got some good stuff in there. We also have some different wall stuff we can use, different hex frames that you could use like a center pillar, like this. Like that, or you could go ahead and put it on the sides. I suggest try it out, see what you like. Start with a whole bunch of different shapes, sizes, angles, whatever you feel like doing. Get that going on. Kind of like these half blocks as well. And a lot of this stuff is all about layering too, but you're layering stuff on top of each other. That over. Again, you want it to be more blocky, you want it to be more rounded, you want it to be more like industrial style. There's a lot of industrial style stuff in here. I don't know if I have all of the stuff unlocked. I might want to go look at that. So it gives us all the capabilities. Yeah, let's go see what we have not unlocked yet. We're down in awesome. Oh, in the water. What have I not unlocked? Let's go see. I unlocked all of that. Basic shelf unit. I don't typically unlock those. We'll do it in this one at some point. We unlocked all of this stuff. Materials. Unlocked all of our foundations. All of our walls. Alright, so our industrial walkways. Our frame pillar sets, which are really great for trains. Our industrial cables, which is cool for suspension bridges and stuff like that. We have structural frames that we can use. So we definitely want to get some more of this stuff unlocked. Corner road barrier. That's cool. And again, oh, is this great H-beams? Round. There's that round concrete thing I was talking about. Having a round one that you can use as well. But we need to go get some tickets. And get this out of the water too, because that's going to bug me. Get that out of the water. So let's get some tickets. Now to get some tickets, we're going to need our awesome sink. Okay, we're going to need to run that in there and see if we got any tickets in here. We got 15. All right, we'll take it. We'll take it. And then we'll see how many tickets we currently have in the Dimensional Depot here. Ticket? None. Really? No tickets? Ah, we have no tickets. All right, well, that's going to make it a little tougher. All right, let's make some choices here. Let's definitely get the I-beam. Braided cable. That one's 10. And some of these I've never even used. I like the braided cable one. An I-beam one. I think that's as much as we're going to get I-beam. That's 8. We have 15. I don't use the catwalks as much, but catwalks look cool. They really don't serve any purpose because you can just float over it. Alright, we'll get this one. That'll put us at 10. That leaves us with 5. For now. I'm interested to see what this corner road barrier is all about. Really want these steel frames. We could save up and get these steel frames. Which one would I use the least? Probably this one. Did I put that one in there? No. Oh, I didn't actually put it in there. So, braided cable. I would definitely use the H-beam. Let's take the braided one out for now. And let's get these structural frames. So that'll put us at 14, and then we can just let that run and then get more tickets later on. Let's get those. We'll come back to this. This is more, like I would use that for like a suspension bridge, stuff like that. Yeah. So it's got, really like to see how those beam connectors work. We'll get that going. Let's try some round concrete beams. Let's see how I like that. How big is the round concrete beam? I've never even used it. Ah, it's very, very tiny. Oh, it's so cute. I thought it was going to be way bigger than that. Okay. Totally legit, though. How big are our H-beams? All right, so... could put this here. Like that. Oh, it actually takes it out. It's all one piece when you put it in. You can't actually take out the segments. That's interesting. Same thing with these. Yeah, those all come out as one. You can't take out the actual individual segments itself. Right, we learned that. And then again here, H. Nudge that to halfway. All about creativity, everybody. What you want to do. And the thing is also to do layering, right? So you can do this, and then you can say, hey, I want to have some fluorescent stuff on here. You can just take yourself a nice little sign, say right there. And then now you have a sign. You're like, okay, it's just a sign. No, it's actually more than that. You can go in and turn the emission strength up. We can turn the color to, let's say, like a purple or something. Get very kind of bright purple. We can also change the layout, just be blank, and then when we do it, oh, it didn't actually do the light, it's doing the back color. Sorry, my bad. Thing in that range. Yeah, good enough. There we go. Now it acts as a light going along there, right? So you can have it along the side of your tracks and all that kind of stuff. Really enjoyable to just go in and just try out a bunch of different shapes. And I suggest to just put all the shapes down to get an idea of the shapes you want to use. Here's a frame foundation. So if we want to just keep this simple and run it up like this. Imagine we could zoop these. Yeah, I've never bothered to use these. Vertical zooping. And pick up our foundations. And nudge them. That looks very train-esque. See, the thing about these, you can't rotate them the other way, too. That would be nice if you could rotate them vertically as well. Rotate them around. Glass foundation. Foundation. That's cool. Maybe we want it all to be glass. Shelf beam. It's weird. I click it up there, but then it goes down into the thing. You do it this way, it sinks down into it, but you do it that way, it goes up. And you do this, and then attach this to the side. Yeah, weird. It's weird how it sinks down in there like that. I mean, I understand why, because it's actually sinking down in the foundation. You want those to run along the edge, but be more like this. Like the edge of the foundation. It's just kind of weird how it sinks in the middle there. There's no way to get it to not do that. I mean, there is a way. You can always. There's always a workaround for something to get it to work. All right, keeps making me fall down here. All right. What other shapes do we want to try? How are we doing on time? Oh my god, 2 hours have gone by already. All right, beam support, very tiny. And again, we just have beam support there. And then have a little rounded beam. Aim at the top, hit H. Yeah. I think I would have... Where's the architecture? Something like that. So it looked like it had a truss connected to it. So the truss is holding it up. I'll probably go more like... Why can I not put it down here? By the way, if you didn't know, you can actually nudge walls too. Because of the distance of the one I did before. Yeah, let's start from the ground. Like this. Then... you had these ones lined up. What the heck? Why is it offsetting that? That's weird. Oh, you gotta rotate it. You gotta rotate it to get the line up. I know it's instantly... I know instantly whether I like it or not. And you gotta find the right spot for that, too. Aiming down there. And you have... truss there. Kinda liking that. This will go down into the trussing. And then you have like a side truss. Very cool. Again, if you want to put stuff along the edge, you'd go get your sign things here. Say 4 meter here, here. And did we take that one? Oh, we put it back in there. Again, we go to layout, set text here. Back to element settings, take that out. Take this. And then make the emission streak up. You can make it glossy if you want. And then you got this. Now, they made it where you can just copy this and paste it now. Where it'll pick up all the parameters. Also, if you take it and you middle mouse button it and try to put it somewhere else, it will actually pick up the parameters of the one that was already done and move that over. Same thing with your constructors and stuff. If you're making something in that constructor and you want to make another one, middle mouse button it, it'll actually make, say you're making iron plates, bam, now the new one will make iron plates too. Very cool update to the feature there. Another thing is, hey, maybe we don't want it to be in the middle. Maybe we want it to be at the top. Again, we hit H and then page up, page down. We'll kind of move it up and down. You can see it doesn't line up here. That's a huge jump. I'd want it to be like a half jump from that. So we kind of line the top. So we would go something like that. Aim at the edge of this. These out. Oops. Got the foundation there. And have that up at the top edge. Run that along. Then get a little bit more creative here. Maybe some I-beams. We'd want this to go the other way. Yeah. We would want that to go lower. Yeah. The cool thing about this is when you connected it to the other one, it would just extend the I-beam into the next one. We do down here. You could do this all day, everybody. You could get into some serious creative modes here. Real trick is learning how to make stuff snap to each other. That kind of X-frame. There's different types of framing, everybody. When you're doing framing, there's like an A-frame, which is like this. An X-frame, which is obviously like this. And they have different structural properties that help you support those loads that you're putting on it. And they're there for a reason. Very important. Hey, that's Mr. Onion. Thank you for that raid as well. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out on the channel. We're just experimenting around with what we want to do with our trains. And again, the thing that's going to take the longest is for me to decide what I want. That's what's going to take the longest. The doing it's going to be real fast because we can just do it. And do it. Yeah. Really liking this rounded one over here. I just thought of something. You could just put these four together in a blueprint and then tell it to auto connect and then attach it to the top and see if it would connect these together. Let's go see. I'll put that down. And then, oh, I need to make a blueprint out of it. Yeah, take two blueprints that were together like that. That was just the base of it like this. And then a separate one, which was this. And see if you could just put it up there. And if you could make it where it stretches all four of those as well. If you guys are liking this, put a 1 in the chat. Again, showing you some of my gamer secrets over here. And remember, this is all up to you. Whatever you feel like is appropriate for what you're doing. We could build some overhangs for like where it stops. You know, where you're getting off of it, so it has overhangs for when it's raining. Things like that. You could build little stations and things. Oh man, down the rabbit hole we go. And again, we have our big pillar. See, now efficiency-wise, everybody, the big pillar is the way to go because it's just so easy, right? You just put that in. You can even zoom it to whatever height you want it to be. That's a super efficient support. Time-wise and whatnot. Yeah. I wonder if I can cut this. See, these come out in segments, which is cool. And then you can kind of embellish it a little bit, right? So it's not just a square thing. Changing the way that the shapes work, obviously give it a different feel, right? So if I said do this, and I did every other one like this, this is going to take some work here, but just middle mouse button, middle mouse button. See the difference in the feel of that? So you really want to go, when you're designing something, you really want to go on the feeling. How does it make you feel? Does it feel more industrial? Does it feel like it's going to fall down? Because that's the impression I get. Probably not that industrial strength. But also, you got to think that the metal bar in real life would be going all the way through. And then these outer parts here are just embellishments that are going around the outside. I'd really like this round concrete to be way bigger. That would be awesome. That round concrete was the same size as this. I would put that round concrete right there at the top here. And use that for a support. But it's just this tiny little thing. And that's a bummer. Again, we have small metal pillars. Let's put some of this stuff in here so we can take a look at it. We have concrete pillars. I also want to think about the coloring of it as well. We can go in and say we want to give it a copper finish here, and then middle ones that maybe we want to be bluish. Or like a cerium. Some of those don't color in based on the type of item you put down. So these are concrete pillars. These are metal pillars, and this is concrete pillar. So take this out, put our concrete pillar in, and then try to put color on it. Yeah, see, our concrete pillar is going to be much easier than our metal pillar because we're going to be able to change and make variation of color. So you want to variate the shapes, you want to variate your color, and all of that stuff to give it its own unique feel. I actually really like that. Much less boring than just straight pillar, right? A lot of times when they're adding stuff to a pillar, it is actually not for structural integrity. They're adding it for embellishment of that particular thing. Like, you can also combine shapes. Just like you can combine symbols, you can combine shapes. So you can put a round shape where a square shape is. Hopefully, we'll see here. Like that. Again, now we're changing the shape. So it's not just square all the way up. And then say go in, give it a... Oh, I can't give it a different finish. Make it blue. Nope. Not change the finish of it. But there you go. So now we're using two different shapes: circles and circles and squares, or circles and cubes in this way. Cylinders and cubes is actually what this would be considered. This is the cylinder. These are the cubes. You get the idea. What about we stick some I-beams in there? What about multiple I-beams? What about I-beams on the corners? Something like that. Let your creativity go, everybody. When you know it, you'll know it. Yeah. You'll know it when you see it. And then this is definitely where I would put some coloring in there. Just grab the one we have over here somewhere, or we'll put that over here. Copy this. Oops, that's pasted. Copy. Variate your colors. And then maybe behind it, we'll do like a darker purple. Isn't creativity great, everybody? Look at that. Oh, man, I really like that now. It's coming along. Yeah, I like the purple glowing there. Now, of course, at nighttime it's going to give off light, so it's going to shine that purple light on all of the objects that is nearby, and shine that onto the ground as well. It also takes no power, by the way, for these signs. These signs are lit by ambient power, so you can do a lot of ambient stuff like that. Now, I don't use any mods, so everything that I'm doing, everybody, you guys can do as well. All right, that's pretty awesome. We're making some progress. Again, trying out that different stuff. Yeah, very fun. Again, giving it a kind of, that gives it like an otherworldly feel there as well. Now, we can also do some other stuff in here. Let's see if we can do some shift beams. I would probably put these center. Black finish. See, we're accenting, right? We're accenting all the stuff. Beam connector in the corner, maybe. Like a radar tower. Keep embellishing it. Maybe point edges here. Again, I'm using those beam connectors as the starting point to run those down the side. like a lightning rod or something. And again, see how you can just add stuff and you just keep stacking and stacking. I feel like that's the way to really embellish stuff. Is just to kind of keep stacking until it gets to a point where you're like, okay, that's looking pretty good. Kind of thing. Also, we could add an access ladder. Say the people working on the thing. You know, ladder there, or we put it on the outside. So every one of these pillars would have an access ladder to get up to the top. Yeah. Take this out, take that out, move this down. At first, it seems like you have a lot of shapes, and then you start really getting into it, and you see that, you don't have that many. I really feel like they could add a tremendous amount of more shapes. I only now control, by the way, to slide this up in here. See what happens if I put that there. We don't know what it's for. It's for to look cool. That's why it's there. Yeah, I don't like the, see the clipping of the texture? The flashing? Yeah. Don't like it. You can, there's ways of hiding it, and you can also move it further out so it's not clipping through that foundation. But one of my favorite ones in the game, by the way, is this painted beam. And the reason why is you have different modes of this painted beam. So you can see here you've got like your 90-degree painted beam. But you can go diagonal. So we can kind of go diagonal here. And then go to this side. Diagonal there. And put some connectors at the end. Again. Looks like little arms. Yeah, it looks like... It looks like little arms, and then here's the body, and then that top part is the head. Oh, you know what I can do is I can put some eyes in there. Oh, you got freeform right there. There we go. Isn't that fun? We have a good time, everybody. We have a good time. And it's like looking off that way. I put it on the, I offset it on purpose, so it's looking off to the side. All about being creative, everybody. So we're gonna go ahead and call that creative. There we go. All right, now's a good time to take a little break, though. We're gonna go ahead and bring up some words on stream for all of you to play. While I go ahead and take a little break, stretch my legs, try to be better today, but I went way too long yesterday. Stretch my legs a little bit, and then I shall be back. All right, enjoy. Back in a bit. Everybody, I'm back. Let's get back to it. Let's go ahead and get this going here. Making M's do all the work there, I see. But that's okay. I'm going to give you a bunch of kiss caps in there. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. And we're going to get back to some Satisfactory. I didn't know I was going to make a little man there when I started that off, but kind of funny. In the end, we ended up a little guy there. That's pretty funny. Again, sometimes you just see stuff. Kind of reminds me of a chef. He's got like a chef hat on. I don't know. That's what I see. Anyway. All right. What do we want to do here? We got to make some choices. I really feel like I might want to do this here. Let's take these out. And really get serious on making ourselves some supports for our train here. That was a fun little exercise there. All these little things. All right. Let's see what we can do here. There we go. It's using the limiter so I can get rid of that without getting rid of the thing. I really think they need to function everything but. Everything but the foundations, everything but your blueprint designer. Actually, you should be able to go to your blueprint designer and lock it where you can't, you know, like a little lock up here in the corner so you don't accidentally take out your blueprinter while you're taking stuff out. That would be super useful. Now, speaking of doing colors and stuff, I wonder what happens if we go in, we try to put this over here. Yeah, see, you try to line that edge. You can try to put it on the side, like this, and then edge it upward. Yeah, there we go. Something like that. It doesn't just let you put it right there, so you got to put it down lower and then hit H and then nudge it where you want it to go. Like that. Alright, so that gives it the sides there. What if we wanted to use some of this framing, but inside here? So we hit H, nudge that in. I think the nudging feature is another one of the things that I think they added the most. That are one of the most useful things in the game. Incredibly useful what we're doing. So now you can see we're combining techniques from what we did over there to do this. And again, you're clipping objects through each other, but you're just going to say, hey, I went in and I drilled a hole there or whatever to make that happen. Again, so that's creating that. Now, really what you're creating is the top part. Yeah, so it's up high enough to where we do it. Now, I'd actually probably bring it up one more. All right, one more, or do we like it there? Let's put the stuff on top. Foundation's on top here. See how we like that. All right, I gotta take all this out too. Get this out of the way. Pressing and releasing control to get rid of all those individually. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like the way that that's getting started there. I wonder if we can color these different things. We color these outside ones. No, we can't color the outside ones, but we can color these. I'm just going to give it another color so we can see what's going on. And these would be red up here for trains. And what if we wanted to do more like a carbon finish? With a shiny... Yeah, I like that Caterium. It's not too bright, but it does give it a bit of a shine to it. I want it to look gold or maybe more of a chrome style. See, it's up when it's in shadow, it's going to be darker. And when it's out in the sun, it's going to be lighter. Giving that kind of two-tone color effect, even though it's the same color. Very cool. Unpainted. That looks more chrome than the chrome does. And my notes, I have it in the back, by the way. The reason why I have it like that is because this is going to bridge to the next one. And so you'd want to do something like this, where it's going to bridge to that next one over there. Now this actually doesn't sit all the way back either, so it's in the middle of the offset. So that's going to make it a little awkward when you're trying to line that up. So we might want to go ahead and offset this kind of halfway, so it lines up with the blueprint. Maybe something like that. So the support is actually between 4 different ones. Like that. And then it will line up all the way across, so it ends up at the end properly there. When you pair them, you'll have one back here, and then when you do the next one, you would flip it the other way, and then you would have you'd have a support here and a support here, and you have a big long span in between. Depends on how long you want the span to be and how many of these you think you need to make it look legit in there. I can also make a blueprint where it's flipped the other way, and you go back between them, but I just rotate them around the other way as well. What do we want to do for edges here? Yeah, I really feel like I need those small walls here, yeah. Out of crystals. Just feels like it's too low to me. Yeah, it feels too low. Like by default, you'd want it to be a little bit higher. If it needs to be smaller or larger, we can adjust it when we go, but by default, feel like a little bit higher. Awkward. Came out orange. Yeah, because of the emissions. There we go. Again, we'd have to nudge it into position. Yeah, now it doesn't want to go in that same spot. Awkward. So you do something like that. Then nudge it upward. And now it won't line up the way the other one lined up. Ah. Always something. Try to line it up off the top of that other one. There we go. I like it how it's behind the two things there. Get this side to do that same thing. It's just behind those inner parts, like that's what's holding it on there. Like that. Yeah, that's not doing that. And now I gotta remember how I did this side. Definitely in a little bit. That's in a little too far. Yeah, see how you're trying to replicate something and you can't replicate it across? That's tough. It's double tough. What if I did it like this and then turned it? No, I can't rotate it to face the other direction. If I did that and then I nudged it all the way over to this side. I'm going to line up the same on the other side because it's the reverse direction. But if I put that one there, can I then snap this one? Yeah, it's so awkward. Awkward. Yeah, we'll just keep at it. What's up, Agent? Thank you, Ems and Rebel Hatter. Let me know everything's working. Appreciate it. There's 1,000 kids caps for you for letting me know. And again, everybody, we're just experimenting with what we feel like we want to do here with our train. And I feel like right there is where you can control the distance and thus maybe snap back just a little bit. So again, you'd think if you nudged it, it would end up the same way, but you can't. I can't rotate it around the other way. I can rotate it this way, but it won't rotate the other way. So if I move this out and hit H and bring that up, it's too far. Either too far or too close. Trick to it is not to give up. All right, let's just start with a basic sign. goes to there, so a little bit further out. That makes it like that. The furthest out we can do is there. That's not working. Let's take this out. And then we'll go in and see if we can get this to go. I'm going to cut that in there. So so that it looks like it's going through the edge of this. See how perfectly that's right on the edge of that other object? And it don't want to do that again. Apparently. Go there, it's going to go there, it's going to go there. Don't remember how I did that other side. I guess I go back on the stream and look. Tricky, tricky. We'll get her going. Again, we're just trying to add lights to the side. This does not want to do what I want it to do. It wants to do all sorts of weird stuff. You can spend endless hours doing this, everybody, trying to figure out how to make it work. Now, if I do it long enough, I will definitely figure it out. But do we really want to spend the time? Say there. And we'll use this one as a template to rotate it the other way. It won't let me rotate it. Rotate it like that. Doesn't rotate over the other way. And so just trying to do it sideways and not vertically like we did over on the other one, because the ones at the bottom, oh look, that one's behind there too. The ones at the bottom were going vertically. So again, I don't know how I got that in there in the first place. How did I get that to go like that? Oh, right there. In the transition of those two. I get it to go up and down though. I have to start it at the bottom. That. Man, this thing is all over the place. You think the smart thing is to move it out and then you just tuck it back, but I think it's just snapping itself inside. Oh, do it off to the side and then nudge it up and over. Close. Yeah, it's on the edge of the side. That's how I did that. Hey, look at me go, learning stuff. Yeah, now it's tucked a little too far. Oops. Wrong piece. Hey, we're learning new stuff. That's what we're trying to do here. All right, so you use the edge of the side so you can adjust to offset how far out that way it's going. So what I did is just magically, by complete accident, put it over here, then hit H, then lined it up in the center, and then moved it up like that. And then it should be, oh, well, that's a little too far back again. But hey, we're learning how to control the, how far it is in the depth here. We're learning some stuff and some things now. No, not far enough. Kind of hard to see because you got all the white lines in your way too. All right, let's try that. Over, up. Oh yeah, look, we offset it too. Oh, that's interesting. Now we offset it so we could, in theory, put a whole bunch of these in there. Put this one in. Yeah, just doesn't seem to want to go completely behind that thing. We'll keep trying. So this goes there. Over. Up. Up. Come on, we got this. This takes time. No, too far again. Man, you get too much or not enough. Real trick is figuring out where the exact outset of that is. Just hard to see. Like right there. Over, up, nope, up, up, up. $5,000 tries later. I'm the type of person I'll do this for like 4 hours, everybody. I will do it until it is right. Some of you know. Some of you will know. I will get it the way I want it to go, and that'll just be the way it'll be. Just keep at it, everybody. That's the real trick. Ah, so close. So close. What I want to do is be behind that edge. So you got to keep working it around the round part of it here. Again, I just discovered this. Just keep that going. And again, it's either too far back or too far forward. Once we get it, we'll have it. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Haven't found that magic spot yet. But we'll keep looking for it. Again, it's funny how I just randomly found it on that other side. It definitely looks like out too far. Trying to look at that edge, but it's kind of fooling me into thinking that that's working. It's definitely not. And when I put it forward, it doesn't Definitely doesn't look like that's where it's going to go. See, that looks like it's going to go back behind there. Then, oh, there it is. All right. Never give up, never surrender, chat. There it is. Let's see some GGs, everybody. We figured that out. If it's possible on one side, everybody, then you know it's possible on this side. And so you just like, once you know something is possible, then it's unlimited in what you can do. All right, all that work just to put a little lights on the side, everybody. Very nice. Okay, so we got that over there. Probably should have done this down the center, too, now that I think about it. I kind of feel like maybe we want glass there. Glass foundations. Right here. We see those glass frame foundations. Maybe something fancy. Overlapping the designer. Ugh, this thing's all over the place. Oh, this is offset. This one here is offset. Hold down control, hit H. Nudge it out, nudge it this way. A little bit more, center it there. There we go. Once you get the one in place, you can use that one for alignment of all the other ones. Okay, maybe a little glass stuff there. Can we tint that glass to red? No. Can't tint the glass. Maybe just do bottom of this in a red. Again, see how we have the contrasting colors, so it's red at the bottom and then it contrasted just the lights on the side. Okay. I kind of feel like trying that. Okay, and then we're just going to take this. Oh, and there's a beam in there. There's a beam in there, so you'd want to have your beam direction be the same. Like that. It's also the same thing with like wood grains and things like that. You would want those wood grains to all be in the same direction. Otherwise, it's going to look off. Same orientation of which way the poles are going. That's good. See, now imagine those all throughout the whole entire world, where you have that just running along there. Very cool. I really feel like I need some edge stuff there. Let's take all this stuff over here where we're just fooling around. And take all this stuff off. And again, I can build just simple foundations with those other things, but, you know, I want to embellish it a bit. And design it the way I want it to be, right? It doesn't matter which way everybody else wants your stuff to be, everybody. It only matters the way you want it. The way you like it, it's your game. You play it however you want. And you put it the way you want. You think, oh man, I like that. That's what I want to see with my train foundations. Like that. And again, it's going to be, and then you have your span, right? How far is it going to be between the supports themselves? And I like that. That's a good start. We got to go over here and see what else we got in the awesome shop. I definitely need to add more shapes. I think this is where I need this small pillar frame right here. I need two more tickets. Oh, I got them right here. Yay! All right. While we were busy doing all of that, it made me more tickets. All right, let's get it. I want to get these steel frames here too. See how big those are. I bet those are really small. Just like those other ones are small. Again, I feel like they could scale some of this up, and it would be good also.
Shopping is an essential human experience, enriching both the economy and human lives since the invention of society. Congratulations, you live in a society.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, see, I want these railings too. Yeah, I need two more tickets. How many more until I get another ticket? Quite a while. I could take some really high-level items and run it in there, too. What do I got that's a high-level item? Need them tickets up. Let's just run some stuff into the awesome sink. What we got? Maybe some of these. If that speeds it up. Oh, yeah. There it goes. Again, if you got a lot of high-level items, you can just run them in there and get that going. What about the smart plating? We can get that in there. Not as good as that other stuff. What is that? Fix it. Fix it. What about trigons? Let's throw some trigons in there. I'm making crazy tons of trigons. Yeah, look at that. All right, them trigons going really fast. Got one ticket. Let's print it. I can always make more trigons. All right, and later on, everybody, I will have all of this stuff going into the awesome sink to the tune of an insane amount. So industrial railing or modern railing? Let's go with the modern railing. I think I've used that before. Again, we need some railing or something along the side here to just give this a little something. And again, now you have the ability to move stuff inside other stuff. So, yeah, that's it right there. Yeah. 100%. 100% what I'm looking for right there. A little modern railing. Give that a little edge. That's when we want to go red here. Yeah. So, since we can't color the bottom part in red, and I'm using red for my trains, just color in these edges. Very nice. This is what design's all about, everybody. Just going with, you know, your gut, going with the flow of what you enjoy. Oh, wrong thing. And then I kind of feel like I want to put these in the middle. Oops, in the middle of these. I mean, it's really easy to put it at the bottom, but putting it in the middle of these is probably going to be pretty tough. Yeah, because it doesn't line up vertically. Something like that. Yeah. Not lining up how that should be. How can I get that to go vertically? Let's try the old painted beam. Nope. I don't mind it that much offset down. Yeah, that's not going to go there either. We need like another half offset. So we need to go down. This. That on there. Nudge that up. Nope, still not. Still not offset well. Nope, don't like it. I don't mind that hanging down there. Hanging down a little bit, because that's actually how they would do it in real life, is they would kind of hang it down just a bit. Oh, out of quartz crystal. Alright. Let me just make some. Probably using it all up over there somewhere. Or it's not going to the dimensional depot. Oh, plastic wasn't going in the dimensional depot either. That was the other thing we needed to work on. Plastic in the dimensional depot and quartz crystal. All right, we'll go back. We'll fix this real quick. And let's get on the train. Sure, there's no train coming. It's coming or going? I think this is coming. That's going the wrong way. It's going the wrong way. Yeah, I better wait for my train. I forget which way is the coming and going of the train. think that's... This is going that way, and this is the return. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm just going to run right into my train on the way back. Just get on the right side of the train track. Again, that's why I like dual lines. And again, you can end up doing 10, 20, 50 lines if you wanted to. And trains are, I think, the fastest way to get around. I mean, you can also make a hypertube cannon and fire you across at like warp speed if you want to. I feel like it kind of breaks the game for me, so I don't really do that. But good, we're on the right side of the tracks. We got to go put some stuff down. Do we have... can't get to my inventory. We need some MRSA spheres. I think we had some extras. Oops. Meant to switch the track. A lot of tracks going on over here. The world's largest train set. I think it's faster if I just would have flew over here than just drove that train just now. Alright, plastic into the awesome sink. And something else. Plastic. There's a bunch of plastic going there. Right here. Can we make another one of these? Oh, we got 14 of them. Oh, look at us go. Yeah, we'll put plastic back into the awesome sink. Right there. That thing's full, sure is. That'll auto put that in there. Man, what was the other thing? Quartz crystal. Oh my god, I remembered. Oh, it's a miracle, chat! I remembered something! I remembered the thing! It's a miracle. You've just witnessed a miracle on the stream. Holy mackerel, there's a ton over here. Yeah, rock quartz going in here. Making that quartz crystal. Alright, let's run it out to a box first. Where can we run this to? Over here. I feel like this is very... very underutilized right now. Run that into there. Make a bunch of extra quartz crystal. And then take that and run that into the depot. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I forget what we were using. We were making. It requires quartz crystal. Something. There's our pillars that we need. Oh, our signs is what we need a quartz crystal for. Alright. We got on that train. The other train stopped and waiting for those trains to come through. It's cool. Too cool. Alright, train. Or wait, we can just take a hypertube. Let's just stick it a hypertube. Take the hypertube. Now I'm going to try to integrate a hypertube into the train as well. So if we don't feel like actually taking the train, we're going to have a hypertube attached to it that will automatically attach to it. If we just want to jump in a hypertube and then AFK, we can. So we're going to integrate that into the train lines. And then every train line will have a hypertube built in. Now again, you're going to need a lot of resources to make all this happen. Alright. Right out the side there. Okay. We're over here working. Over here deciding what we want to do. Hope you guys are digging this. I'm having a great time playing some Satisfactory, building out our train supports. Trying to decide what I really want to do is always the thing that takes the longest of everything. So we were running some signs along here. Just give this, it's going to especially look cool at nighttime. Line these up to each other by aiming it at the side. Yeah. Oh, it's outside the designer. Ah, we gotta move all that over. I knew there was gonna be a reason why I had to move that over. All right. Actually, I'm gonna move this up too. So, put it in the center, like this. Then it'll be in the center of every other one. If we put it like this, it'll be a much longer bridge. See, wherever we offset it is going to be the distance of that offset. Maybe something more like this. So we have a longer offset between the two. So let's redesign it. I never mind redoing stuff, everybody. Again, that's all part of the process. When you're working on stuff is to figure out what you want, right? That's really what we're doing more than anything else. Figuring out what we want and then going from there. Like that. Okay, so we're going to move that forward. And then we're going to take this. We're going to line that up to the grid. That. This hits on all four edges. Sure, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I could actually leave this railing, but I'm going to take it off anyway, just to make sure that it does snap to that. And this one, take these off all the way down. It's actually snapping to the outside one and not the inside one. Then we want to have these in here, so it looks like it's legitly supporting them in that spot. Make sure it's proper. Kind of like that yellow too. Kind of like the yellow of the highlighting as an actual color of these. I don't think we can color those yellow. Kind of like that yellow. Adds a little bit of shum to it. Yeah, we can't color those yellow. Be nice if you could color those support beams. All right, probably don't need these lights down here either. We'll just have the lights up here. So maybe just have this all red down here. There a hint of color. Buys this. The reason why I had to move it is because I can't put in the railing on the other side. So that works pretty good. Okay. And railing. Alright, let's go see if we got that other railing. Let's see what the difference are in the railings. Not quite enough yet. What are those called? Fix it. Trigons. Let's throw some more trigons in there. Oh yeah, cranking out. Cranking out. Again, the higher level item that you have, the faster that goes. So right now I have mainly quick wire in there, and it's already done a bunch of coupons. So it's already done thousands of coupons. And so you can also put a bunch of DNA items in there too, as you can see, the next one 1,000. So actually it'd be smarter for me to put DNA in there because it's going to take less of the items to go to the next ticket. So I can unlock a whole bunch of tickets. We're going to do that later. But for right now, we just need what we need, if you know what I mean. And another thing I've never done is unlock all of the trophies because I've been waiting until we mega play all of this. So this is industrial railing. Let's add that, and we need 4 more tickets for that over there. A little tempted to go over there and put my Trigons in
All
there.
Fix-It Awesome Shop purchases are purely intended for professional Fix-It employee business.
Okay. Thanks for letting us know there, Ada. Like, it was going to be, like, random thing? I don't know. All right, industrial railings. How do we feel about these? Or more like modern railings? What about a mixture? Like when it goes to the support, it has this railing. This is around the support area. And then these railings like this. Oh, stuff left over down here. Should we get rid of all that stuff or it'll end up in your blueprint? That's for sure. Oh, you guys get in the middle. Out of there. That should give me an idea. What about railings down the middle? And these on the outside. This is all about your personal taste at this point. This is what I consider mega building, everybody, when you're just in here fooling around. Let's see how these middle ones look in red. Yeah, like it, like it. Like these ones in red. Mouse. Mouse going crazy. Again, see, it very much now is similar to our red tiles here, but it's more of an accent than being the primary color of the foundations. We also put glass foundations in here, so when you are riding on the train and you're going against different terrain, you'll end up on there like that. I kind of feel like we want a light or something in the center there, but now I haven't unlocked lights as well. We should save. Again, we're going to call it creative again. Save for what we got. Head back over here and take the hypertube back and get our Trigons going into the awesome sink. I can always make more Trigons. Can't go in there. That's not an entrance. Decisions, decisions. Now we can also run power on the train tracks, but the actual track itself is already powered, so there's really no point in doing that unless you might want to put a power connector there so that at any point you can run power off of it, right? Like, so if you're running through an area and you want to run that power off to another extractor or something, you could definitely do that. And no matter how much you do, there's going to be a point in which you're using it, you'll realize, wait a minute, I should have done insert name of thing here. always when you're doing design. And that's what we're doing right now, everybody. We're designing kind of our mega train lines. We're going to make them legit so they're actually on the ground and whatnot. And again, I'll have to adjust all of that along the way. We want to go over here. And I got all the way over here, and now I forgot what I was over here doing. Trigons. Trigons into the awesome sink so we get more tickets. And we have some other stuff up here we could throw in there too. Let's go up here and check our trigons. How many trigons do we have over here? So many that the belt has stopped. That means that all of these boxes in here are getting full of trigons. Oh yeah, we got a couple boxes. Alrighty, we're just gonna go ahead and utilize a few of these trigons to get us some sweet tickets here. Sneak this up here somewhere. Probably can. Just hit H. Nudge that in there. Oh, I have it backwards. Get it going the right way first. H. Again, with H, you can just float it in the middle of nowhere if you really wanted to. Alright, splitter. Let's put a vertical splitter here. Run it that way. Dragons into the awesome sink it is. Alright, we're going to go ahead and power line there. Just run that. One of these. Wow, really? All of our connections are taken? Oh, there we go. Okay, let's see how... Oh, we're at a coupon already. I think we need 4 coupons. Yeah, look at it go. Look at it go. Sacrificing our trigons for tickets. Again, we can always make more trigons. We'll get to it. Being creative today. Can't wait to come back, clean up all this spaghetti later on. That's the kind of stuff that makes me look forward to logging in. It's coming back and changing all that stuff. And then fitting it to the terrain as we go is going to be crazy. That's going to be the tough part. That's what we want to build into our blueprints, the ability to move it up and down and angle it and all that stuff as well. Where are we working? Over this way. Totally forgot where my thing was. Slide along the zip line. Okay. So, we run the trigons so we can unlock more stuff from the awesome shop. Oh, I was going to try these things out. See if I like those along the edge. Again, most of the stuff is just embellishment, right? You're just embellishing the thing. Big pillar frame. And then, see, the small frame is probably a good thing to snap in this direction. Yeah, see, it's going that way, but how do I get it to go the other way? Snap it like that. Why the heck did it do that? That was weird. That was a weird way for that to put that in there. Yeah. Gonna do that. You might as well just do the whole thing at an angle. Yeah. That wasn't quite in there nicely. All right. That's where we want to put our little angled. Yeah, it's not going to do the same angle. Hold down Control for a little bit more precise rotation, but it's still not going to be perfect. The angle is unique. So yeah, I don't like that. Don't think it really needs a side support, but you know, again, you want to experiment around while I'm waiting for my coupons. Coupons! Alright, that didn't work out as much as I really wanted it to be. Let's see if we can get a nice industrial beam, because what you want to do is kind of fancy up these edges, everybody. That's what you're doing. Kind of like when you're, you know, working on your kitchen or something, or your house, and you're putting crown molding is. That's what this is. It's just crown molding. It's fancying it up. Do you need the crown molding? Not really. Do you need the baseboard around the bottom of your wall? Not really. Does it make it look better? Sometimes. Depends on what it looks like. And the same thing with this, right? You're just trying to sexy up the edges, you know? That. Again, the whole thing is a layering process. You're layering it over and over again. I like that. Wish there was a way of just making one long light. Like you can just go hit this and it's all the way across. You can't zoop these. You gotta do them one at a time. That would be much nicer to just make one long light. What else can we use along the edge here? Oh, we gotta figure out our... how are we gonna do our... hypertube? Start here. See if that bridges that thing or not. Do it in the center. No, we had it offset just a little bit like that. Let's figure out our hypertube here. See if we can get it to not touch the stuff. Oh, awesome. Pretty good. Kind of feel like it needs to go out just one more, though. Just so it's even more not touching the thing. It's touching it just a little bit. I feel like if it was out just a little more. That's going to be a wild ride. However you're riding that, remember, we're going to have this going up and down all sorts of terrain, so it's going to do a thing. Again, I could put pipes and... conveyor belts and all sorts of stuff along the sides. Another cool thing that you can do is you can use the sides of this like hanging supports for your belts, right? So you can go in and work your belts out where you were running your belts right underneath here. Crosses up to the top. Man, I wish it should just down just a little bit. But again, you could run your belts underneath there as well if you wanted to do that. Yeah, I just want to have a hypertube in there. Have a gap front and back. And let's go in here and name this base. Actually, I'm gonna do train support basic. Used for train supports and adjusts height manually to fit terrain. All right. Tracks. Track. Really? What the heck do they call those? Right here. They call it railway. Railway. Oh, I think we're doing the mega stuff in purple. Transport mega. And this should be MK3. Transport mega. Actually put the MK3 at the end. Alright, let's save it because we just did a lot of work. Did a lot of work on that. Alright, so we'll have the hypertube on this side. Now we're going to actually put the tracks on there. Again, I'm just going to put the track here and then leave a gap for it to auto-connect between the two. Nice straight tracks down the center. Alright, I'm digging it. I'm feeling it. And do we want to have that light on the side? These are good questions. What other materials can we use here? Gonna affect these. I don't think it affects those. Change the color of the tracks. I don't think I've ever tried that. Green tracks. Nope. Not change the color of the tracks. Never bothered to try it. Okay. So this is all. This is where I would want to like change the materials of this part here. Let's save it. Again, you go down this rabbit hole for 5, 10, 20 hours. Just designing one piece, everybody. Again, depends on, you know, how much embellishment you want to do. Now, I kind of feel like I want to have a little centerpiece right here. I'm going to take that out temporarily. I'll add that back in a second. A little centerpiece which tells you where the thing is. Kind of a little attempt to put my block signals in too. Kind of like to adjust those later. I don't like to really build those in. What do we feel like putting here in the center? Maybe like a beam support, then a concrete in here. I wish I could color that. Not color that thing. No matter how many cool things they have, you always want something else. That one's not working. I gotta use this beam support. Put that in there. There we go. And then these in the middle of that. And red, red. Oh yeah, like that. Like that, and then make this green. Kind of like a warning switch. Yeah. Let's change it to this or this. Oh, right. Got to make the color darker so that when it lightens it up, it's the color we want it to be. Yeah. Kind of a little far down though. Like it needs to be a little bit taller. Needs to be a little bit taller, and it needs to be a bit of a baller. Take that out. Then we'll go in, make that a little taller. So we can cap on that. Outside. See, look, it did it again. See, where we could put that somewhere, and this one we could not. And that's because it was a different height before. I actually kind of like it up higher. Kind of like it up a little higher. A little easier for the train conductor to see. Okay. Actually, maybe like a color, like a blue. Sometimes I can't make up my mind. I like the black. Maybe a little bit more silver. See, what that's going to do when you're doing that, what that does is going to give you that effect of the lights going by, like you're in a subway, right? If you're in like a underground train, there's lights on the side of the thing, and you're going to have that effect when you're riding the train as you go past these. Now, I can put them on the side and get that effect as well, but I'm using this as a center pole for where this is at. And then I'll be able to tell where they are, where those supports are as I go. So I like that. It's pretty good. It's interesting that this is not exactly centered. It's actually a little bit off-center. But I'm digging it. I'm digging it. All right, how many tickets do we have over here now that we've burnt up all of our Trigons? And again, we're just trying out all of stuff. Whoa, 13 tickets. All right. That ought to get us there. Okay. Those are our other stuff we wanted to do. Our structural cable, that's what it was. And we could get our walkways. Catwalks or industrial walkways? Probably say catwalks. Kind of like those a little better. And then let's get this one here, which is only one. That should be enough. Again, some of these I've never even tried because they came out and I just never got around to them. But we're gonna try them out. All right, let's try out some more stuff. How big is this cable thing? Get that to go the other way. Yeah, right there. Yeah, see, that's kind of cool where you could do something like that, and then have the cable alternate? Can you color this cable? No. I like the cabling better. See, but you'd want to have something to make that pop behind it. Yeah, see, I'd want to split the difference right there. How can I do that? Do this. Get, again, you'd really want to have a, an in-between, right? An in-between nudge, a smaller nudge. I'm sure there's a mod for that. But their thing is really extreme. You hold down control, then you'll get a little bit of a less extreme nudge in there. But it's still not as much as you want, because it goes every half block as opposed to going every quarter block. But I really like that. I think that's cool. I don't like the fact that we can't really see it there, though. It's way too big. Gotta be some way to get that to go. Usually, if you're trying to do unique stuff, you gotta use your stuff there. Maybe every time it comes together, there. There. We'll color those. Yellow. Yeah, that's going to give that same effect. See, when you're going along, you'll just see those going as you're going along. Might be hard to see though with the train on there. Yeah, you'll have that same kind of effect of feeling the motion going by. I kind of feel like they should be like yellow or something. Yellow is a better option. Kind of like little safety things. Then we'll mirror it on this side. Zooming off. Whatever we do on that side, we can mirror it on this side, or you can not, by the way. You don't have to mirror it. Do whatever the heck you want. Really want that to be a different color, though, so this pops out a bit better. I got this beam there. Take that beam out. I like the cabling better, because it looks like we're running wiring along the edge. These are like transformers along here that is carrying this power. I think this is my new favorite part right here. Yeah, so it's like those are connecting into there, which are powering the thing. Tell everything's getting very, very embellished. It just takes a little bit, everybody. It takes a little bit to do the thing. I'm wondering how much of this will connect to each other. And whatnot. Will these things connect to each other? Will the other thing or not? Will the foundations? Is it just the train tracks that are going to connect? Is it all the stuff that's going to connect together? That's what I'm interested in seeing in the auto connection. What is going to connect and what's not going to connect? I would imagine it'd be at least the hypertubes, the foundations, and the actual train thing itself. So we'll see when we put it together. And again, I left 2 sides here, so it would have a connection spot, so it would auto-connect. You want to at least leave 1 on each side so that it has enough room to connect. Otherwise, the train track won't be long enough. Really, the train track's 1.5 foundations is the minimum. All right, I kind of like what we got there. What other toys do we have in here to mess around with? We looked at that. We got our road barriers, which I find mostly useless. Yeah. So railing, modern railing. Oh, we have our catwalk stuff. So, go and buy a support. Do we want to make this a little wider? Or even just cut this in where it does something like this. If I use the railing, it'll go into the thing, which I don't want it to do. Totally not where I wanted that to go. And there's like a little bump out here where it is, it's doing the shape of the foundation here. I kind of feel like if I was going to do this, I'd probably just do it down the center. Right, yeah, like that. That, with this going like it's got a mind of its own. Something like that. This, and then this is the little thing. So if I wanted to jump off the train, I could jump off the train and end up right here. It's kind of like a little bump out in case the train's coming and you're standing right here. Because that'd be dangerous, man. If you're standing right here, you're going to die. No matter where you're standing in here, you're going to get wrecked. We can do a central pedestrian path, too, in there. Or like a little room for our little car to go down the center. We could definitely do that. We could widen that out and put a little car thing down the center of the train track. But it's like, how often do you think you're really going to drive the car instead of just driving the train? So, yeah. I'm seeing what I want to do with these catwalks here. I don't know. Probably want to make that out further than what we got there. Maybe just do this. Have that in. Decisions, chat. It's not easy. Not easy making choices. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. Also thinking maybe I could put a ramp up there and you can climb up onto the train from down below. But it doesn't matter because I can float up and down there. But if I was really thinking pedestrian-wise, you might want to have this just so people can get in and out of the train. Like that. And then you have your stairs. Man, those are some steep stairs, bro. And they don't hit the bottom well. Got our ramp. Yikes. Yeah, see, it doesn't hit the ground very well. It's offset because this here is lifted up just a little extra, and that does not hit the ground. So that means I would want to reverse engineer that, where I start with that on the ground, work it up, and then lower this to match that if I was going to do something like that. But it is also off the ground, which I actually like, because then the animals aren't going to run up in there as often. We could also replace this with our ones with the appropriate railings. So you're walking up and trying to catch a train. And you can do that on both sides. And then you would have that, you'd have so many of those. You'd have an absolute ton of those. This would be what I call an embellishment. I would come back and add those like every 5th one or something like that. Or in certain locations. Definitely not adding those though. 'Cause otherwise I'd just have an absolute ton of those things unnecessarily. Okay. Let's go back and save this again. I don't even know if I saved it in that configuration, but let's just save it. Alright, well, let's take it for a test run, and we'll think about whatever else we want to add to it. Alright, Fred's over here waiting to see the test of this, see how it works out. I'm going to go out here in its own little spot, test it out. Alright. Oh, where is it? Basic. Where did we save it to? So, train spiral. Train support. Mega. Alright, we'll turn it this way. Click that one. And then toggle auto connect. See what happens. Can't auto connect and snap at the same time, apparently. It is on the ground and not on foundation, so see if it's doing the hypertube. Yeah, it's doing the hypertube. It's doing the train tracks. Yeah, cool. All right, let's try it on some foundations here. That's gonna make that easier. Foundations. Hold down Control to get the world grid. Bunch of foundations down. Okay. Now, we'll try this again. Put this down on these foundations. Awesome. It did not auto-connect the hypertube. Again, you don't want to build 500. It did do the part here. The hypertube, I think, needs to be 1 block away. So, we need to adjust that. See, these are the things we're testing. That looks really cool, though. And again, we can see the offset that we have. Now, again, I can flip it around the other way. I should try it flipped the other way here. To get a longer span between the supports. Let's try that. Yeah, much longer span. And the problem is, see how the hypertube's on different sides? So you'd have one that's flipped and one that's close. And then you have to get a vibe. Do you like that span? Is it because I can make it further by moving it backwards. Now give me a further span. And then I could take that one and take it, flip it on the blueprinter, put it down on the blueprinter, and then put the hypertube on the other side. Of course, I could make it where it's connecting across, and when you're going down the thing, it's just zigzagging back and forth. Yeah, that would cause some serious vertigo for me, everybody. Zigzagging the whole time you're doing your hypertube instead of just going straight. Yeah, and then make it where it's like looping in there the whole time. Loop-de-loop-de-loop-de-loop. You could totally do that. There's nothing stopping you. What's up, Fred, my buddy? Figuring out some things. Yeah, I feel like I want that to be much further of a span. I think it's way too close. We're going to move that support back. And we're going to move the hypertube all the way back as well. So let's move this back to here. Hardest part is getting my fingers to cooperate. Yeah, see the hologram plus the nudging is awesome. Okay, put that support further back, like that. And then this has to come all the way to the end. That. So we get that to auto connect. Now we know the train is 2 distance, and the hypertube is a 1 foundation distance. Now, it isn't going to automatically fix it over there when we save it, but we can just take it out and put it back down again and test it some more. All right. How's it going, Fred? You watching over my stuff for me? Get that out. Again, we'll figure out the flipping of it later. Like it's not quite centered. There we go. Okay, auto connecting. Yeah, much better. Much better on the spanning. Okay, now we've got to make a reversed one that does the hypertube. Kind of sucks though because So I'll have to keep doing that. Forward, backwards, forward, backwards, forward, backwards. And using 2 separate ones the whole time. I could put hypertubes on both sides, and then it wouldn't matter if I flipped it. But we'd have to have different offsets on both sides so that it would auto-connect. Yeah. There's no point in having 2 hypertubes anyway. Yeah, that's gonna be cool driving along there with this thing. Yeah, just go by as you're zipping down on the train. I'm gonna like that, and then all these little yellow things here are gonna be zipping along too. Give you that real feeling of motion. Trying to think of what I want to do here. Could put the hypertube above the train line, down the center. That's what these things could be for. Holding the hypertube up on top. Let's go take a look at that. I actually prefer the hypertube on top above things. We're going to need to look at the size of the train, though. So we would want to put a train down first. An idea of the size of the train. Train's there. And then we would want to get our hypertube stuff. Use that, or we can get our tube support. Oh my god, like it was made for that. It was like it was made for that thing. Surface is too uneven. If I take that out, put that in, yeah. Wow. It's like it was purposely made for that or something. Okay, so we're gonna need to put one back here. Make it the same height. Line that up. Put that there. Take this out, take that out. Take this. Try something more like that. It's going to be a little easier for us to flip them back and forth as we go. We can use the one blueprint as opposed to using multiple. I mean, we can still do multiple, but that's just more work for me. Take that out. Try the updated one. I don't think I took the one out underneath, and that's okay. We'll deal with it later. This. This way. I think we might have a winner here. I think we might have a winner. Ah. Out of it right when I had it. Right when I had it. Looking good. Do it. Winner, chicken dinner. Awesome. Real trick to this, though, is that, Oh, and that thing's not in the right spot anymore either. Move that back. Is it going to work is the question. Let's get over here and see what happens if we put a hypertube entrance on it. You just put it on the end of a pipe, by the way, if you didn't know that. You absolutely can. Oh, it works! Alright! Cool. Again, we'll take this one out down below here in a second. We're just testing. We're testing the usability of our stuff. I feel like we want to put it back here. This one would be here, and the other one would be on the other side. Yeah, let's go try that. Take these out. Always tinkering and testing. Take all that out down there. And then this wants to be right there. Showing us the center of the support. And that out. This off of there. That there. That from there. These. There. There. It's all about build order, everybody. You want to build stuff in a certain order so it lets you do it. And then a beam holder up there. Because it's not going to let me put that thing on top of the beam thing here, the beam connector. But if I take it out, put it down, and then put the beam connector down, then it lets me do it. Okay. So we want to do that, and then we want to do... Maybe we just do this all the way to the end. Like this. That would make that easier. Because then you would just have a single gap back here with that. Now you don't want to put this here, otherwise there'll be another beam right here, and that'll throw that off. We can do that, and then it will connect the end of those together. And we'll take this out and this out, so it'll just be the one beam. Goes all the way to the end, and then it will end up right here, and then connect to the back of that. Yeah, let's try that. Save again. Again, iterate, 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 until you're ready. Because remember, you're going to make like 100 of these suckers. And when you're off making 100 of them, you definitely don't want them to be messed up, because then you got to go back and fix 100 of them. And you don't want to have to do that later. Best to tinker with it now until you get it the way you want it. Again, this is when you're getting into the mega building. And I know a lot of really great builders. They spend a lot of time doing this, everybody. This is what they do. They spend a lot of time trying to figure out what they want first. Right? And I highly suggest it. When you get into the bigger building in the game, you want to do this. You want to spend a good amount of time saying, okay, how can I make this work? And instead of 15 different pieces I got to use, I can use the one piece and then flip it back and forth like that. That's pretty awesome. Oh, I added this. This shouldn't be there. And there we go. And if we extended this on that way. But these things are going to be at the ground level. Should have maybe put it up on foundations. Put it up on a foundation so I could use this foundation to snap it so that it ends up basically like this, where it's doing something like this off the ground. Like that. Or we could have used it like an angled foundation. That corner. Yeah, we got a corner or 4-meter corner. Yeah, and create some sort of embellishment on it too. Where's our other inverted corner? Something like that. It's kind of like it's dug into the ground. See, it's like resting in the ground. So kind of like, you know, it's like it was set down there. Which is pretty cool. But we want to see what happens when we run this other one over here. And we'll check our hypertube entrance. Works great. All right. Always test that stuff. Yeah, I really like the way that this looks. That inverse deal there. What about an upside down one here where it's more kind of inverted? Like that. Oh, that's cool. You're getting this kind of star. See, it's a rotated thing, and it gives it like a certain look to it too. Or you could do something like this, like a direction indicator. Fun with color. I kind of feel like this bottom part should be like unpainted. Yeah, maybe not. Serum doesn't seem to change it. Felt like a nice dark black. You know what that reminds me of? Simon Says. Reminds me of that nice Simon Says deal. And again, if you're at the right angle, the red is shining off of that as well. So you're getting a little hints of red out of there. Being creative, everybody. Creativity costs you your most precious resource, time. Missing the piece that I really want. That would just do this edge and make it into like a into an arrow as a half block. It would have to be a half foundation, and it would have to be pointed like this. And I could still use these. That. This. Is it really necessary to have the arrows? like any of that. Don't like it. You're better just in deep black. Yeah, I need something to set that on so when I'm connecting it across there, I can align it to the world grid. And this way, as I'm going along and I want to adjust it, or maybe I want to put a curve in or something like that, it's going to need a way of connecting to the world grid. I'm just trying to figure out what I want there in the bottom. That's the tough part. Again, I could do the reverse. Won't know until you try. That's the thing. Stallbot didn't send the live memo to Discord. Nah, well, it might be broken. Let's see. Sure did. It's already in there. I can see it. It's in announcements. It's in there. Do I want it like that? It'd actually be up higher because it would actually be sitting on the foundations themselves or connected to like this, or actually sitting lower. No, it actually would sit right there. That's the height of the world grid. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, so back away for a minute and look at it. Here's what you do. You put one side like that, then you put the other side, do it upwards. Then you say, do you like A or do you like B? Alright, that's the real question. Do you like A or do you like B? I like them both, but not making it easy to choose though. What else we got up here? Oh, yeah, there we go. Down angle ramp. What you're trying to do is use contrasting shapes, right? You're more interested in the shape than the thing. Now, of course, you know, everybody would probably do it like that, where you have the inverse, because that's easy. But what you're trying to do is do contrasting shapes so it has a good vibe. Can I get that edge? Let me just get this from up here. So up corner. Give me something like this. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. And then this could be green. 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 And yeah, see, it's giving you the direction of which way the train is going. Cool. Very cool. It also is going to help you when you're placing it, so you know which way that you're actually placing it as well. Yeah, I like that. Though we could also just put some out here. Like this. And just color these ones like a carbon steel. Just to give a feel like it is actually holding the thing. Very cool. And then we'd probably do the rest of this in carbon steel. And then you'd have, those would really stand out. Very alien-esque. Okay, I'm digging it. I'm digging it. Down ramp corner, up corner ramp. Any other things we want to try here before we get on there? Yeah, I think we'll go with that. Down corner ramp. All right, now we gotta go over here and we gotta rebuild this whole thing again. You're like, ah, Kismet. I know, that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Okay, so we're gonna take this out. I'm gonna bring this up. Like I saw. And we're gonna do the down corner ramp. Like that. We can't do the arrow because again it's too far that way, so we'd have to move it closer. That's going to be an issue. But we can just do the sides. Have these pointing outwards. Oops. We'd always add those as well, or have those as another blueprint that we could just snap those in there. Then our carbon steel finish. Cool. Yeah, that's cool looking. I like that. Very cool. And again, thanks everybody for hanging out. We're having some fun building out some unique train blueprints. As you can see here, I wanted to kind of embellish that landing a little bit more there. And now here's the real trick, is we're going to go out and we're going to remove the foundations. And if I just set it on the ground, let's see what happens. Blueprint mode. Take all that out. Take all these things out. Now, of course, we'll be running it along a pre-existing already track, so what do we got going? I really like that kind of star foundation there. It's pretty cool. Very cool. All right, now, oh, more stuff here. Now we're going to take the blueprint, we're going to hold down Control to snap it to the world grid. I was snapping to that. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not going to snap to the world grid. Okay, so we would need to use something like this. Snap that to the world grid. Then take our blueprint and try to snap it to this. Yikes. Yeah, like that. Could then do another one reversed. It's really hard to see. How do you get those to snap together at the ground level? That would be hard to do because you can see they're actually at different elevations. I mean, I can nudge it down, but it's gonna, because of the way that the foundation sits on the ground, these are not lining up. I can line them up via blueprint, but then it's not going to... it's not going to auto-connect. What if I can change it to auto-connect after I use blueprint mode? I just learned that. You can use the blueprint mode to line it up and then switch to auto-connect, and then it will auto-connect. That's cool. All right, I like it. Very cool. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. I'm liking it. What do you think, chat? You guys digging this? I hope you guys are enjoying this. This is a lot of work. There's a lot of work just to embellish our train tracks. That's cool. Again, you can go blueprint, the two blueprints snap elevation-wise, and then you switch to auto-connect, and then it connects all the lines. Very, very cool. Yeah, I'm liking that. I'm liking that. I'm feeling the vibes from it. Let's try it again back here. We take the blueprint, we rotate it this way, go into blueprint mode. So that snaps, and then auto connect mode, click the thing, and it connects right in. And no matter the terrain, it's going to just cut down in the terrain, and so it'll automatically adjust the height of it. So as I'm going further up a hill here, I can keep it at the same level until I'm ready to go up, and the actual foundation will start to sink into the ground. That's the problem I'm solving there. And that is awesome. A very, very awesome deal. Why is that way up like that? Why is that up there? Get out of there. Yeah, so I'm solving that problem right now. So, oh, the auto-connect lined up that time. Oh, this is super cool. And that should just sink into the side of the hill. Yep. So close to this thing. Explosive rebar for the win. Get all these trees out of your stuff. This is why you spend so much time on the blueprint. That's freaking cool. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. That is cool. So it auto is adjusting the height because I have it up so high, and auto connecting all the stuff. So we can run that nice and straight until it gets to a point where obviously it would be going into the actual terrain as we went along, and then we would have to adjust the height. Actually, that's not too bad, man. That is lining up right off the bottom. That's just straight luck there, everybody. That's just luck. But that is literally hitting the terrain perfect. But there's a whole bunch of blocks underground right now, which I don't really like. But we could take that part off if we wanted to and just have one that didn't actually have the underground part and just the top track part. For those kind of situations. And you're like, well, Kismet, it's down on the ground. How are you going to get it out of there? Well, that's use your auto, you use your blueprint removal. I mean, I couldn't have got that better than even if I tried. I mean, that's just right on, brother. Right on, right on. And then as you're riding on the thing, the trains are going down the thing. So cool. Oh, look out. So cool. All right, loving it. All right, let's see what happens when we take it out. Does it automatically take out the auto join stuff? It sure does. It sure does. All right. So cool. So cool. We're learning all sorts of cool stuff today, everybody. Look at us. See how it took all the stuff out from underground there? So that stuff doesn't end up down in there. And again, I don't like wasting materials, even though I have crazy tons of it. If you can't see it, everybody, you should not be building it unless it makes you feel better. I think, personally. So that was pretty cool. The way that came in there. So now we actually want to build the thing and make it go where we want it to go. And we still have it over here somewhere. Yeah, I can see it right there. So we want this track to go down into there and run that across. Now, it worked great that way. But I have a feeling we're going to have a height problem. We are definitely going to have a height issue. So let's just go over here and see what this puts us. And that puts us down below there. We could put this up higher and just extend this down. And vertically put that down. Hits the edge of the terrain there. Vertical nudging is awesome. Definitely gonna have to do some support work. All right, let's see how this goes. Oh, can't see my my mode there. There we go. Why is it doing that? That's weird. Yeah, it's remembering our orientation too as we're going. Oh man, look how that connects there. It's going right through that node though. That was just a sweet guess right there. What we should do is go to the end and work our way back. But that's cool. And then, see, the thing is, I could go in and decide, hey, wait, I don't want to, oh, I'm not flipping these back and forth. Yeah, I did. This one. These are all going the same direction. Oh, once you do the first one, then all the other ones would be flipping them back and forth, wouldn't they? Like this one would be the other way. Yeah, I have these backwards. Because you want the span to be further apart. Yeah, it wasn't flipping them back and forth. I was so excited about it actually working. Okay. Another thing we might want to do while we're doing this is to connect the first one as well. So we'll go in and just manually connect the first track. Over here somewhere. Best way to to make a break in there is to put a block signal in. And even if you're not going to use the block signal, it'll cut the track right there, kind of like scissors. And then you can take the track and try to run it this way. It definitely is going to need to be further out, further back. You do that. Aiming right at it. Took out the wrong thing. Alright. There we go. Okay. I don't like the way that transitions, but again, we're just testing. So, we'll pick up this. We'll go blueprint. Flip it, yeah. Flip it like that. Then auto connect. And as we go to connect these, we'll be able to use the power that's running down the train tracks along the way. And that one. Yeah, see, the problem is the span. The span there is not going to be the same when we do the next one. We're going to have two close together. Like this, to get them far apart. So we will end up needing two of them anyway. How can we get that to work? That one's that way. Yeah, it'd have to be like this. Not letting me connect. What the heck? Took a second to kick in. And then I would get that span, but then two of those would be together. Yeah, we're gonna have to solve that issue. That's gonna be a problem. Yeah, how would you solve that? You would need a middle gap. You would need this one and then flip it, then a middle gap to make up for the next section. But you'd want this distance apart. So you'd want this part here to go to here. Then put this other one down and so on. So you basically want to take one of these and remove the bottom part. Remove this part here. And have another blueprint anyway to fix that middle gap. So this would have a longer gap to there. So every other one you would want to take out. Now I could also just go in and take them out. Or we could just have one that just doesn't have a foundation. Yeah, it just doesn't have a foundation, and you just do it without the... You do the ones in between without the foundation, and you do it you do the ones with the foundation every other one. So basically you're just putting in one with no foundation, and then you're putting one with the thing, and then flipping around the other way. Then you got your two foundations, and then you're doing one without foundation. You'll still end up with two different pieces. Otherwise, you'll have those up next to each other like that, and I'm not going to like that. And then I'll definitely want to take this and readjust it. Actually, a smart thing to do is to line this up, and then... I can't zoop those? Okay, apparently not. Apparently cannot zoop those. Take this out. Take this and put it on top of this. This would be a lot. This is going to be a lot of work fixing these foundations how I want them to be. Now you don't want to do a lot of these foundations until you're really you should really like what you got going. Oh, it's right in the middle of a node. Yeah, node's in the way. So bad place for a foundation there. We'll have to offset that out of there. And then we're also hitting a node up here. Again, I'll probably reverse engineer it on the way back, but I'm just trying to problem solve what's going to happen with these foundations. If I start running this all across, and again, I run 500 of them, and then I realize, oh god, they're all wrong. But I really like that, though. That's going to look cool when we fill in the underparts. But this is going to hit this node right here, too, and hitting all of those nodes. So better I bring it over where it's not being impacted by the nodes. Let's just slide over this way. Check out what's going on. Also, it'll be an easier transition because it comes down instead of being at an angle. It comes down and it's flat. Make an easier transition onto our foundations there. We're just going to slide along this here. But he's getting angry. Oh, those guys down below. Got to get that to come through here, through all of this, over these water lines. Oh boy, we got some work ahead of us. I'll try to dip this through the forest, or I can bring it up over. Up down there, mobs. Wind it. I gotta wind it through the stuff here. Sorry for me back there. This is why I always build way above stuff. There is a road here that we can use. Utilize that road. Then we're gonna have to come down. Man, this is gonna be some work here. It's gonna be awesome when it's done, but it's gonna be some serious work. That is for sure. Somebody else trying to get me. Trying to get out here to the oil fields. Toss some rocks at me. Oh, wrong line. Might even be able to put it in the water, have it run across the top of the water. Somewhere here, apparently there's some oil. Where's our oil? Oh, right there. These two, I think, are in caves in here. Oh, they're right there. Okay. Cool. All right, so we could bring that across. Have that end up in the low part here by the water. Extract all this oil and bring it to here. And run it across that way. Up and over. Good question. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool if it was right here by the water edge. I can see the oil extraction right there. So maybe right here. Let's get a square block. Assign it to the world grid. Yeah, we're gonna put our tower right in the way. Alright, awesome. That tower back there. And that tower to that one. Take this tower out so we still have our power so we can float around up here. Alright, world grid control. Let's say right here. And we'll take our blueprint. I'll try to get that to line up to that foundation. H, there we go. Yeah, you instantly can't build when you're in soup mode, even if you're floating. Can't really see. down too far. Yeah, that's cool because it looks like it's sitting in the water. Very cool. All right, that's a lot of work to be done, especially working on all these things. It'd be cool if you just stretch it out the bottom part. I don't think it auto connects that way. How can we get that to work? Could just take the bottom part and make that a separate thing and then just work the middle and then attach the bottom part to it. So that would go a bit faster. So we're going to need a third blueprint for the stuff. The rest of this stuff is easy because you can just take all this part out. And all this part. And then just run this down. Zooping vertically. Oh, that doesn't actually line up. Actually, this part would be this. That does not line up. Again, if it was all one piece, we could just throw it in there as one piece and wouldn't have to keep rebuilding it every single time. After you've done like 500 of these, you'd be like, nah, I should have made a blueprint. Still not right. Still offset. Heck, there we go. These right first. I could probably take that out, and then I could add the embellishment I wanted to add before with the arrows going in all directions. Wow. Oh. Oh. Better idea. Yeah. You just have the span, and then you have the supports separate. Yeah. That's what you do. Because when you connect them together, they'll always be in that distance. Oh no, the end poles will still have that problem. Unless you put it in the center. Then it won't be in the center of both of them. It'll still have to flip. Yeah. It's kind of like you want to put these support poles separate. And then it's like a little segment in between the other segments that you're putting down. And you just have the hypertube, and then this is more like cosmetic. This actually is not where the hypertube is connected. It just happens to go through there when you put that part down in the in-between segment. But the actual hypertube itself is there. Now the problems with these though is that this has it would have a 2 thing gap, and so that would make it tough for the hypertube to span 2 because it only spans 1, it looks like. You can't have a 2 gap there. So I would need to move. I would need to move it where the foundation is in the middle of one of these. So you move this part here in the middle, move that support forward, and then you would literally just have 2 things, and you would have the part in the middle, and then you have the other one, part in the middle, part in the middle. This way you would always have whatever distance you want of the supports, and you wouldn't have to flip back and forth. You wouldn't have to do all that stuff. Again, troubleshooting for the win. All right. Yeah, otherwise that's going to be a tremendous amount of work. All right, let's just take this out, and we'll go back and we'll test all of this. We'll test this theory of mine. And that would make this part here easier too. When you got to extend the bottom of it, we would have a separate thing just for extending the bottom. Or you could just have the top part and a separate one for the bottom part. So that would be 4 different things. 3 different things. You'd have the span, you'd have the support, just the top part with the circle at the bottom, and then you would have the under part, and you would just extend that circle part down and then attach the under part at the bottom like that. That's exactly what you would do. That's exactly what you do, and then you could just do that over and over, and you would be not limited by switching it back and forth, and offsetting, have a separate span, all that other stuff that I was talking about earlier. Again, troubleshooting is important. Now, we're going to make these trains run all over the world. So we definitely want to spend as much time troubleshooting it now before we get to the part where, you know, we got 800 of these all everywhere, and we're going, uh-oh, we should have done this. And it'll still happen anyway. It'll still happen where we'll get to a certain point and go, oh, man, we should have done it like this way. Well, let's go back and try that. So I could just do it out here. Actually, what am I doing? Yeah, I could just do it out here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I could just do it out here. There we go. I was in between the 2 towers, so I didn't have any electricity for my little hover thing. We could just do it out here. And then just work our way back. We need to make ourselves a little blueprint station. And just go right off of there. And then wherever that takes us, that way, up over that thing. Man, where's that going to take me? It's going to take me across here. And we're going to hit that way lower. Right across here. There's some nodes right there, too. Oh, man, there's a huge cluster of nodes. And we're going to go right into them. We were hitting these nodes going this way. One here, which is a geyser. We want to try to miss these nodes if we can through the middle here. Maybe start right here. Start right here in this middle area. Let's put another exclamation point there. I like that. Back over that way. Alright, we want to start back that way. So that, because we can always adjust it on this side to have it bend to where we want it to go. But we don't want to end up blocking some nodes that we might want to actually put on the same train track and then use that those resources or that train track to run those resources back. So we're going to go ahead and just head back. The fireball shooting off way over there. Something? Oh, there's a mob up there on the top. The rest of it just hadn't spawned. It looked like it was a fireball going across, but it was one of those little slug guys up there. Go see what this is all about over here. All to make it fit on the ground. A couple of these guys down here. What's up, home slices? Ah, retweets are good, huh? Well, all right, we'll check it here in a second. We'll take a look. Let's get up here and take a look what we got. All right, there's all those nodes. Okay. I wonder if I can blow these things up. I don't think I've tried. Blow those things up? No. Can we blow up the foundation of them? Yes. Oh! I don't think I've ever tried that. Bye-bye. Well, that's cool. Little ones you can't take care of. Yeah, those ones are just floating away. That's cool. Okay, can't take those out, so we're gonna have to work our way around those. Man. Yeah, I feel like we want to come right through the middle of this. Right through here. Oh, there's something right there. How many we got left? 52. A little guy there, but I just feel like blowing everything up. This explosive rebar is awesome, everybody. Get it as quick as you can in this game. It is very, very fun. And also very effective, as you can see. Higher. There we go. Got like a little drop where it drops down. You gotta, oh, I wasn't even close. You gotta kind of bring it up a little bit. There we go. That was way too many of those for that. But yeah, now we know we can get rid of these things. Cool. I had no idea. I had no idea. Apparently you can't get rid of those plants, though. Again, we'll have to come right through here. Which way is the world grid in here? Oh boy. So up this way. And then probably have to turn. This thing's going to be in the way. Here and here. I'm just putting down a bunch of blocks in the orientation of the world grid so that we can keep ourselves kind of oriented to the world grid. But that's going to go straight across there and end up right down there where I want to be. So that's good. And we won't be overlapping our nodes here. So if we do start to overlap nodes, we're going to have to go around those nodes, and I have to build little bends or turns and things in. And I can manually do it, or I can create some blueprints for those. But let's go ahead and try to put one down here and see what happens. All right, so we put that one down, and then yeah, it's gonna go right into the mountain. What if I just put this on the ground? Huh. Too bad you couldn't tell it to be auto connect further away. Yeah, like I'd want that to auto connect there and then fill in that kind of curve. Or I could just do it myself. Yeah, two different elevations. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of that kind of jury rigging it in there kind of stuff. We can go in and use our magic, which is to use our angled stuff here. Where is it? Right here. Catwalks. So we can go in and hold down control, and you can. I usually can. You can rotate it. Can I rotate it over here? Not letting me rotate it there. Yeah, we'd have to work it from that other side. Because it's not really turning that corner very well. Get out of here, spider. Crazy spider, you. Where's some mob trying to get me? Yeah, we got to figure out what we're doing here. So... go 2, and then hold down control, and then you have like a pivot point where you can rotate like this, and then you would want to do side. Inside edge like that. The trick to this is getting this actually on the outside like this. So you're doing the edge. That's what we want to be doing. Like this. So it's basically tipping inward toward the previous one. Like this. And then you're attaching it to this part here. There we go. And then you're creating that edge. The problem is you got this kind of flashing stuff. Yeah, there. You got this flashing things that happen. So I would go in and just make a proper foundation out of them. And the way you get rid of that is you go in and use your asphalt. Because then you can't really see that overlapping. And then you do this, and then this one here. And now you got yourself the start of a bend there. And then same thing here. You can try to rotate it. The problem is this thing won't let you rotate how it should rotate. Again, I think there should be a foundations tool that automatically does the curve for you, right? So if you had a foundations tool, just like the track tool, you could just fix that curve with one move, like you can with the track tool. So I think that would be the most amazing thing they ever added into the game. Because then you could make round, circular areas. You could fill in all the other parts without having to do this whole, you know, kind of workaround that we're doing here as well. And again, you just keep rotating it. And it depends on how big your foundations are. If your foundations are too wide, well, then you'd want to, again, keep curving that around at a distance of 2. Keep bringing that edge around. And then you would just pull it out like this. There you go. You got yourself the start of a nice curve. See? Now you got a curve going around the thing. And we can make it more steep if we want. If we rotate it even more at the end, say here. We'll take these out. We can make it even more of a quick turn. Now, if you do it too much, you're going to start to see the angle poke out like that. But that's okay because you still got that rounded walkway, and actually that worked pretty good. Now you can just go straight from there, and then straight across. This. Showing you all my best stuff, everybody. Cool. Pretty cool. Again, we can just curve that around. And then, again, we'll have to fill in all the transitional areas for the train. Also, the tough part is getting the curves in as well. But this one is straight, so if you could use the straight one to run it to the edge of the curve. Actually, like this. Straight one here, and then you run that to the edge of the curve and it will solve the curve for you like that. It's not perfect, but it's better than doing it yourself, that's for sure. But you can go in and try to work the curve yourself just by doing something like this, and then you're working that curve edge and you're bringing it in straight. And then what I would have to do also is go in and try to add these in. Now, when you add these in, though, it's going to be real obvious that all of your stuff is, like, at weird angles as well. See, all your little gates and things are going to, like, run up against each other and whatnot. And that's when we find creative ways of making that look good. That one out. It'd be nice if it snapped. Oh, it does. Yeah, if you could hold down control and then control the angle of that would be great. But we just leave it open in the corners like that. Just leave it open in the corners like we meant to do that. And then over here, leave it open in the corners. Yeah. But there you go. Now that's how you do a curve there, everybody. All right, we got a lot of work to do. We got to split these up though into separate sections because we have a problem when we're flipping it back and forth that the two things will be next to each other, and we want to have it where the centerpiece can be just added. Can just be added in. Yeah. So we'll put the hypertube on both sides. Then we'll put the centerpiece in. Then when we add the other side, because it's only a one gap, it will then auto connect it through that thing. But that thing is only there as a cosmetic thing. It's actually not connecting to that. It's actually just connecting to the other side of the thing. Other side of the hypertube stuff there. Okay, well, we're going to need a place to work here. And let's go ahead and zoop. Let's go over here. And go vertical. Okay, get some foundations out here so we can get some work done. Vertical nudging for the win. Got an extra one there. Nope, that was just one. Go to blueprints thinking I'm looking for the blueprinter, but I'm not. Straighten that out just a little bit. Okay, and we want to go ahead and pull back up our thing here, our track support. Yeah, we're going to need to cut this into 3 separate things. The bottom part was one thing, that top support, that should be kind of centered on just a single track, and then the upper track. Yeah, and this upper track needs to, so annoying when the power is in all over the place in here. You should be able to run the power to the blueprinter so you can just float around without having to run power everywhere. Run the power around the side here so I don't keep falling down. Okay, so we're going to need that to span all the way across. So from here. Solving problems. Like I put it a little bit higher than I had it before. I actually kind of like it. A little higher. Oh. We're gonna have to build that. We're gonna have to put that down on the ground. We can take that bottom part out then make it into another blueprint, and then put it down so that it's on the flat part of the foundation. If it's up like that, then it'll be offset when you're trying to line it up, and it'll be all like weird. So yeah, that part needs to come down. So we'll take that out. It'll come up like that. We can kind of nudge it down as a blueprint onto the blueprinter, and have it back down to that lower level. Do I want that up a little higher? I kind of feel like I do. About 5 up. Something like that. Take this out, take that out. Oh, and the same thing with the tracks. We'll have to take the tracks and extend the tracks to the edge, so that they can span all the way across, right? Because we're going to have a gap in between on both sides, or on one side? No, on one side. We're going to flip these back and forth. We'll need an offset. Oh boy. This gets complex really quickly. So we'll have that gap. You're going to need that gap. So yeah, no, if I leave it the way it is and I put that gap in, it'll only be a 2 gap. No, it'll be a 3 gap because there'll be a thing in between. We might need 2 of these. So I'm trying to build it where I can just use it repetitively. And see this right here, that I can just use over and over again. And I can just use it the way it is, right? I don't have to keep flipping it back and forth, and then readjusting the support down here. All right, let's go with that. Let's take all this stuff out. And we still have it in the blueprint. As long as we don't accidentally save over it. That would suck. That's a lot of work. But we know how we did it, so that's the important part. If it would be like if you came back later and then tried to do it, that'd be rough. All right, so there's the track part. So we're just going to call this train support, train track. Train track. Temp. Save that. Then we're going to clear the designer. And then we're going to actually put the blueprint on the designer. So this is temp. And then we put this down. Yes. Put this down on the thing since there's nothing underneath it. And then we want to put it in the center. So when we set it down, it will set down on top of the other stuff. Yeah, perfect. That's why I called that other one temp. That one's just a temp. It's up high, which we don't want. We want it to be down on the bottom level of the blueprinter for us to fix later. Okay, there we go. Now, we'll call this one, whatever the heck we called that other one, train track. Yeah, train track mega MK3 is the blueprinter. Just the track section with no support. CPUs over and over. Okay, and this is called railway. Railway here. And then purple for mega. Pinkish purple. Why can't I save it? Why can't I save the thing? Oh, directory undefined. Add blueprint here. What the heck? My directory is undefined. Okay. It should have went in there. Why can we not save it? Add blueprint here. Something's screwed up. All right, something's screwed up there. Hold on. Good railroad. Something screwed up there. I can't see the director of where my stuff's supposed to go. All right, let's go to the main menu. It's always something. Imagine if you did that too much and they floated up and hit the space station and damaged it. I don't think you can really damage the space station. All right, let me check these retweets here while we're starting the game again. Figure out why it suddenly can't see my blueprint location. Oh, wow, we actually got to 10 retweets. Here we go. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps for getting 5 retweets. And then 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 caps for getting those 10 retweets. There you go. Give yourself a hand in the chat, everybody. Good job. Good job. And you can keep those retweets going, everybody. It just keeps getting more and more and more. The more you go out and hit that like button, hit that retweet button, follow that link right there in the chat. Appreciate everybody who does. All right. So now we're making some progress over here. And the second I start making progress is the second the blueprinter thing starts acting funky. All right, let's do it. I can't name it and I can't save it. I was gonna call it now. It's totally throwing me off. See, I could save it there, and then all of a sudden it says now. I mean, it's undefined. It should go into here, but I think it's having a problem with the actual directory thing. So train track mega M3. So train track mega M3. Test. I can always change that later. Railway. Purple. Blueprint here. Yeah, see, it won't let me save the blueprint. No buildings in blueprint. There are no buildings in the blueprint designer. Oh, it doesn't think that's in the designer itself. Oh, crap. Yeah, because we sunk it down so it thinks it's down below. It's always something. All right, let's take this blueprint, put it over here. Over here. Well, now we see a limitation of the blueprinter. Stick it over there. just use it as a template. That's why it's not doing it, because it doesn't think there's anything on the designer itself. Because it thinks that this is down below. I've never seen it do that before. But that's okay. We know what to do. We'll just go over here, and we'll just copy what we've got over here and rebuild it. We have the technology. We can do it. Oh, this is going the wrong way, though. It's always trying to trip me up, this game, I swear. Always trying to trip you up in such a way. Now, again, watch how fast I can build it. Now I know exactly what I want. So knowing what you want is the hardest part. Again, the great thing about having the template there is it's also going to do all the coloring, too. So I don't have to redo all the coloring and all of that. Very quick and easy over here. And then we have the center rail. All the way down. And then we have the side embellishment here. Awkward. Stop that. It makes it look like those things are little junction boxes. This cable is running like the electricity through those junction boxes. Pretty cool. And then you're going to actually have a double span there. I just thought of that. You got a double span and then a single span, so this one should go. And then you have a double span and a double span. Hey, look, we're improving upon the design. This way, this looks consistent, right? So, because this will be a double span when it connects to that side. Look at me improving upon my design. This one here, and then this one here. And then it will be a consistent double span all the way down. All right, we got that going. And then this. Again, look how easy it is to build, right? It's pretty easy when you already know what you want. And then this one, again, we'll just use this one as the base of all the other ones. And then we can always, you know, adjust and make more if we need to. Okay, so this is our base one here. Now we should be able to save it. Yeah, there's our save blueprint. All right, cool. It wasn't the actual directory thing. It was the fact that it didn't think it was on the blueprinter. Forgot the name of it again. Train track. Train track Mega MK3. Main part of train track to be used over and over with auto connect. Awesome. Railway. Purple. Yeah, close enough to purple. There we go. And then save. All right, there we go. Now we got that working. So now we'll want to clear that. We can take this old blueprint out now. And we can clear the designer. And we're going to load our other original one here. So we'll want to readjust. We have this one. Again, I hope you guys are learning all sorts of cool techniques here. I'm learning stuff too. Again, when you haven't done this in a while, you know, rediscovering it is super fun. Let's take out all the cable here. All these railings. I don't think I need any of those blocks. Okay, so this needs to be a single span as opposed to being 4 of them. It needs to be a single one. So we're going to need to move all of this stuff over. And the reason why is that has to do with the auto connect function. So I can only have a single span gap between the 2 ends. So if I have longer than a single span gap for the hypertubes, they will not connect. So I need to adjust that so that applies to that. Okay. And this needs to be higher too. Went up just a little bit higher than this one. So we're going to take all this back out. And then in our architecture here, higher. There. And then the transport. Okay, so this will now go more like that, but not that way. This and like that. Okay. Oh, okay. Or just feel like don't put it down if you don't want to. Oh my God! All right, come on. What are you doing? Making my job more difficult. Don't do that. Put that down. Okay, and then this. Take this out. Take the center rail. We'll take. Oh, we should have left the center rail, so I could have put another center rail in, but that's okay. We'll make another one. Center rail was industrial railing. Like that, and we'll color it in with red. And then we can take this out. And this. Put this across here. See, now we can put the support wherever we want the support. And that's going to be, that's going to make it a lot easier. I kind of feel like we'll take this out and we'll let there be a longer gap through here. And I think we're going to need to put in the cabling, the braided cable here. So it'll look like the braided cable is going down the side of this as well. Okay. Well, this time we'll call this one just support temp. Just support temp. And again, we'll get rid of all these temp ones later. Then we'll clear this. And then we're going to take the just support temp and put it right here in the front. Our blueprint is not in the back. Center it. Okay. Now this is what... Oh, wait. I don't need to do that. No, I don't need to do that. I can go ahead and do the support I wanted to do before. So I can go in and do this here. And then take these, make it like in a big diamond shape. I think it's going to look awesome. This will have the direction of the train. Cool. All right. That's cool. All right. So this is going to be full support. And again, this will be railway, even though it's not actually the railway. It's just for the train, but you get the idea. Full support section. And also use upper and lower support sections for easier alignment. And then purple. Full support, mega. Okay, 3. Save that. Okay. And then we will take out the bottom part. Like this. Probably just leave that up there because we can use the foundations to line that up to the thing. Even if it's offset like that, we can still align it up at the top. Or we can bring it down. Yeah, we might want to bring it down so that when we're connecting the bottom part, that'll make it easier. A lot of advanced engineering going on here. This would be the upper support temp. I'll just copy that so I don't have to do that again. Save. Then we're going to clear the blueprint designer. Then we're going to... Oh, no, we can't sync it below there. Yeah, we can't sync it below there. So we're going to have to rebuild it. Alright, we'll do what we got to do. We learned that earlier, that you can't just sync that in there. This should be like that, so this should be... that. Hurt my brain. Like that. And that. Not like that. Thank you for changing it right at the last second when I clicked the mouse. Okay, like that. And then this. It'll all pay off in the end, everybody. Again, when you have this all squared away, you'll see, just like all the other modular stuff that I'm doing, you can just do it over and over and over again, and it should all line up very easily. That's what we're setting up right now, the ability to line this up really, really easy without having to fix a lot of stuff. You don't want to have to keep fixing stuff over and over again, otherwise you just might as well build it yourself. There's no point in doing it over and over. Even doing the blueprints if you're going to have to fix it every 5 seconds. Then center. How many blocks up is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again, we're cutting it into segments so that so it makes it easier again to connect all this stuff together. You'll see. Okay, and then this is a blueprint. We can just take it out. All right, there it is, rebuilt there. It kind of feels like Lego sometimes, doesn't it? All right, and then we have the name we saved, upper support. Over here, and then we'll take the word temp out. Upper support aga. This is the in between support, in between top upper support, upper support, in between upper support of the track. Train track blueprints. All right. Railway. Yeah, we'll just all put them as a railway for now. And then more purple. Maybe I should have put the temp ones in a different color. That would have been smart. Upper support Mega MK3. All right, saved. Cool. Now we're going to load our other one, our original full support one. Yeah, there's the full support. And then we just take off the top. Using the limiter just to get what I'm trying to get rid of here. Be real careful. You take the blueprinter itself out, which is kind of annoying. I think it shouldn't highlight. Should be a way to lock that so it doesn't even highlight. All right, now this will be the lower support. Lower supports. This is the lower support to the lower supports. Trying to think of what I want to say. This is a lower support that allows you to adjust the height of the overall upper support down to it. There we go. All right. Good enough. Now, there we go. We got it all together. Now let's see if it works. Let's just send it off the side of this one. All right. So first, we're gonna do the train track mega here, and we're gonna try our auto connect. Yeah, there we go. And now we can just keep auto-connecting all day long. I do blueprint first and then say auto-connect. The blueprint will allow it to just snap at the end. Snap at the end. And then you say auto-connect. It snaps it in place and then you auto-connect it. Alright. Where is the hypertube? Did we forget to put the hypertube back in? Apparently I did. Okay. I might have. Yeah, I think I forgot to put the hypertube itself in. My bad, my bad. Alright. Well, let's fix it. And we gotta remember this is 7 up. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Put our hypertube support on the top. That's a really good hypertube support. And we're going to put our hypertube in across here. Then we're going to take all this back out again. This. That. Okay, so how are we going to do this? Since that's really close, and whenever we put an extra one down, let's just save that. figure it out down here. Save. Take all these out. Try that again. Okay. Then check Mega. Blueprint. Yeah, the first one, because this other one's an older one, so do that first. And then we can do blueprint. Blueprint mode. The wires in my way. Come on. It worked before. There we go. Okay, auto connect. Yeah, okay, there's our hyper tube. Okay, so there's support back there. Now we can take this one out. And take this and this auto connect out. Take this out. Take our upper support. See if we can get that to connect. It's going to be difficult. Gonna have to use our vertical nudge. See if that works out. Nope. It does not seem to be lining up. Have to figure a way of fixing that upper support so it snaps better. Maybe just do that and then nudge it down. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we have our upper support. Like that. And then we're going to take one of these and connect it over here. Auto connect. That should connect right through that. Like that. And then we have our support run. Okay, and then we should be able to take our lower support. Somehow get it to snap in there. Yeah, there we go. We got to get down low. And just do that. Awesome. Okay. That did not go across. See that? It didn't auto connect that part across. I can do it manually, but probably have to bring one side to a half. Are both sides to a half? So, because again, we want it to auto connect and do it all for us. That worked pretty well. I'm going to test out the support one. I think the support will work fine because I can just take this and just put these down. All right. So, where would I want to put another support? So I got one there, and then I do a 1-2 span, and then another support. So we would pick up that blueprint, try to snap it to the end here. Awkwardly have to move this around. That not seem the right deal. Yeah. just put it on top and then nudge it out and over. Yeah, there we go. Nudge it out, up and over. Yeah, see, the problem is now we have a 3 gap there when we're doing it. I thought that was going to happen. When we're doing the next train track. And so when we go to kind of auto connect that, that's when we have issues. So the hypertube is going to connect. You can see it right there. It says it's going to connect, but the train tracks do not. Try that hypertube out and just shoot me right into the right in the thing. So we might want to just put the tracks on the edge and maybe they'll just connect anyway. Let's go try that. So we got the blueprint right here, right? This is the one we're working on. Train track mega, yeah. All right, let's just do this. It does look like, even though those are going edge to edge and they're still connecting, so we'll go ahead and do it with the train tracks as well. Go edge to edge. Like that. That should cure that problem. Save. Of having that gap in between. So we'll go ahead and take this out. So, and then this part, take out the manual thing that we did here. Take all this stuff out, get this out of the way. And take all these out. There we go. Okay, we did this right. We should be able to take the train track and put it like this. Maybe it's because the two of them are not right next to each other. Maybe it can't auto-connect over another blueprint. Let's take out this here. Let's try to auto-connect in the back there. Alright, train track here. That thing's on one side or another. So do this, we got to go this way. Yeah. Just one little thing so that the center one lines up. Okay, so now we did that. And weirdly, it brought that out. Oh, there we go. Now it fixed itself. Okay, now take the train track. And, oh, no, it does work. Oh, okay. Oh, look at this. We learned some stuff. We learned some stuff and some things. So it does work across there, but the railroad thing is too short. So we just need to back it up so that it thinks it's 1.5. So on each side. But if we put 2 of these ones when we span them together, then we'll have to have 2 versions. We'll have to have 2 versions again. This is tough. Because if we bring that back by a half, it'll work here, right? Because it'll have a 2 span. Because it'll be a half on one side, half on the other side. But if we were to take the 2 of them without the thing here, which we're going to do in the middle, then it's going to be 1 block across. It's going to be a half and a half at the end, and then that'll make it 1, and that'll have the same problem I'm having right now. Again, this is like 4-dimensional chess right here. 4-dimensional chess that you got to figure out. So you'll have to have 2 variations. You'll have to have, or you have one side Yeah, you have one side that is the side that is for the support, which is further back, and then you have the other side, which is right up against, which is a bigger distance, I guess. But if you put that one on that side, then you're still going to have that problem. You have to flip it around. Yeah, what if I want back up just one side of it a half? Let's see. Problem solving for the win. Okay, one side's going to be back by half, and the other side's going to be right up against, like this. I'm going to make it the front side, the arrow side. Because wherever this little thing is here, that's the arrow side, and that's the side in which it's oriented itself. All right, again, I knew I was going to do a whole bunch of work on this part. Okay, so we'll just ignore that part over there, though, and we'll just do this part. Okay. So, or actually, we'll have to take this out because we're going to have to test it with that. So we're going to do this on this side. Turn the arrow this way. And that'll be a half. There. Then we'll take this and put it on this side. Nudge that there. And then now that will connect. Like that. Then when we go to connect this one, that's going to be too close unless we rotate it around the other way, which will also be too close. Yeah. What if I take the train track this way? And have the half section this way, like that. And then take this. Jeez, come on. All these power lines are in the way. And then oh, come on. Hard enough, just get the thing to line up. All right, there we go. Nope. And auto connect. I just hit H first. Okay, see those two sides are touching each other and they're actually right up against each other and it's still saying connect and we don't have a gap. So whenever I do this part, I'll want, oh, I forgot one of the little edges. I'll want to have the half and the half side like this, button up against this, and that would be two distance, which would make that work. So yeah, we would definitely want to have that. And then whenever you're doing the other one, you would want the one that's right up against the edge, or the two edges touching each other, and then it will automatically connect those. So that one piece will work over and over again depending on which way we orient it. That's tricky. That's next level stuff. Again, trying to see, better than trying to make something more optimized, everybody, is the eliminating part of the process. If you can have less pieces that do the same thing, and it just requires you to, rotate them in the correct direction, that's much better. A much better way of going about it. So if we did this right, we should be able to go to the one down here. And take this one out. And then use this new one to do blueprint. Or no, not blueprint, just regular. There we go. And then spin it around so it's the half edge. Then change it to auto connect. I'm not in the way. Yep. then it should auto-connect in between there. Then we take the same one, because we want to do a double span before we put another one in. And we'll go blueprints. And we'll want the one that has the two sides together. Man, I'm good at what I do. It took a while, but we got her done. Now, the trick is does it work? That's the real trick. We got train stations up here, what we need. All right, now if I want to put some foundations down, let's say a nice little 5x5. Let's get to here. And what do we want to do? Say something like this. We got to actually get our 6x6s going too. Yeah, we got to get our 6x6 foundations down here. Then we want to put a train station down. And let's say over here. Like this. Connect that over there. Take this and connect it down to... Nope. Take this. Here so we have power. Now we want to check and make sure that the train tracks themselves are actually working, and that when we get to the part where they're connected, that something doesn't get screwed up. No power. Just ran power to it. Should have power. No power. Oh, this side's not connected. D. D. Too sharp. Okay. Just trying to set up something temporarily. We got to do a whole lot of stuff because the arcs of these can only be so much. Yeah, I don't really care about how it looks. I'm just trying to get it to work. Just trying to get it to connect to this one. There we go. And that's going to send power in the other direction. All right, now we can test it. Dangling over the top of the cliff here. I want to see if it stops when we go in between each one. No. No power. Doesn't have any power. No power this way. Did I connect it at the end? I thought I did. Yeah, these things are going to be flipped too when I flip it different ways. Tried it this way. Ram those trains into each other. That was fun. Alright, well, it was weird, like it wasn't saying any power there. It seems to be working now. Ghost ride it. They can fall off the tracks now, which is real fun. Alright, so that seems to be working. And again, we'll probably have to fine-tune it and whatnot. But that's all good. All right, now if we wanted to do this support over here all the way to the ground, we could go ahead and grab this and vertically zoop it. That. Again, working on supports is massively time consuming, as you can see. But the more effort you put into it, the more awesome it's going to look in the long run, I think. Okay, how are we looking? Down a little fast. Actually, that looks pretty close. Lower support. One more. Nope. Perfect. Yeah, better to just attach that lower support right there. See, and then we just easily adjust the height of it. Again, if it was just one pole, it'd be even easier, but I think it looks cool like that. What do you guys think? What do you guys think in the chat? Put some GGs in there if you guys are digging this more elaborate train stuff I'm doing right here. Very cool. And see, also we can angle it down, and we could, you know, fill in all the angled parts of it as well. And we can build just like a 2-section or a 4-section or whatever, how many ever sections we need to bring that down. Because that's what I would do right about here, is I would start to bring this downward, down into the thing as well. And you would try to not have it going down while it's going through the supports, because then it would make the supports really awkward. So maybe bring it all the way out to here and then have it go down for a couple span and then go straight. I think that's awesome. Again, we're building a modular system for our train stations. That's what we're doing. So our train tracks. And you build out that modular system, and then it's just like Legos, you're just snapping them together. And it's all good. Okay, I did see another thing that we need to fix. Right over here, our upper support here. We needed to put this one in right over there. And then fix that. And we save. All right, showing you my advanced modular building, everybody. Very cool. I really dig that. It's going to look amazing. Imagine that just running all over the place, everybody. And we're dipping around places and we're going down, making curves and other things like that. Oh, man, it's going to be awesome. Awesome sauce. We can even round out. We can even round out the edge of those curves as well for this kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna build that station, but that station will be way over there by where the oil is. And you definitely want to have enough room where we can do it. Now we can also just run this straight out and then have a little spiral that goes down and picks it up, and then it comes back up the spiral and do that. There's just so many options we could do. But that is really cool. I think that that was worth all that work. Man, how much time we spent on that? It was a while. But we got it figured out. That's the most important part. We only have 3 pieces that we need to use. Yeah, the biggest problem is when I'm flipping it back and forth, the center span is offset. See this? This is offset one or the other. And so it makes me want to make another one so that they don't end up one way or another. So basically make the same thing we have, but reversed. So let's go do that while I'm thinking about it. Okay, and we need to clean up our blueprints in here. Let's do that first. Let's clean up our blueprints. All right, now the temp ones, you want to go in and take those out because those are just going to make it more confusing, especially you come back later. Just support temp. This is a temp. Okay. Train track. Upper and lower. This is the original one that we had. All right, let's add another category or subcategory. Subcategory. We're gonna call this backup, and we're gonna put these down here, and full thing here, and these are all out of there. This way we have the 3 that we're working with up here. Apply changes. That'll help us get less confused as we're working through these here. You can also put like A, B, and C, that kind of thing, right? So or this is number 1, this is number 2, this is number 3. So you know what order you're using them in. But we're going to go ahead and bring up the train track. We're going to bring the train track back up over here. And we're going to create a one that's like this, and then one that is reversed the other way, meaning that the train track itself has the gap on the other side. So we're going to do this so that the center lines here are not getting messed up. They're all consistently the same way. It's a small thing, but if you're gonna spend this much effort in doing all of this, you definitely want to take the extra second here to do this. And then this would be something I would call reversed. So I just take the same exact name, train track, and then I put REV for reversed, and then save. Reversed, should put it in here, reversed version of train track to keep middle, what is that called? Railing aligned. All right, let's put all that in there. Cool thing about the blueprints is you can change this description part just fine, but if you change the name, it'll think you want to make a new blueprint. But you can change the description all day long. Okay, now we're going to test that. Let's go over here and take this back out. And this part. That part. This part. Okay, so we've got the main train track. We're going to put that in here, and we're going to turn it, the arrow going this way. Now, does that offset it? Yes. So we turn it that way. It's offset where the middle things do not line up. Okay, so we want to take the arrow and, in this case, and aim the arrow away from here. There we go. And then those things should line up. Nice. Then when we go to do the next one, we'll want to keep the arrow going in the same direction. Like that. And then go to auto connect. And then that should connect. Then we go here. And this is where we'll need the reverse one. Here. Where'd you go? Reverse. No. No, because this is not right. Yeah, this is the reverse one. Using the wrong one. Okay, my bad. Okay, train track. Going this way. That's going to be the wrong way. All right, train track. Going that way. That's going to line up that way. And then train track in the same way, so the middle thing lines up. Wrong button. Then auto connect. Then we use the regular train track. Line it up via blueprints. Oh, this part right here sucks. This thing's in the way. We line it up like this. This way. No. Oh yeah, we got to use the reverse. Yeah, reverse. There. So that will get us to there. Okay, that worked. Okay, so basically the center railing now is all lined up. Because it's either on one foundation or the other foundation, it's actually not going directly through the center. Because, you know, the two foundation edges are either on one side or on the other side. So it's not the dead center. So you can't just put it in this, expecting it to be in the center. Which sucks, but, you know, you do what you got to do. So that looks like it works. Okay, so we just have to be diligent about making sure we're watching that middle rail and that it is auto-connecting and all of that stuff as well. So super cool. Super cool. I say we save because that was a lot of work. Creative rail. Creative rail fun. There we go. All right, good time to just let it run for a little bit. I'm going to go up real high in case the mobs decide to show up. Want to get rowdy. Get way up here out of their range and sight. And we're going to go ahead and bring up some words on stream for all of you guys to enjoy while I go ahead and take a break. Because, man, we went for a whole lot of time before I took another break here. Like 4 more hours. Let's go ahead and take a little break. We're going to walk around a little bit, and then I should be back. Now, just don't make M's do it all, everybody. Work together in the chat. Earn yourself some kids caps when I come back in just a bit. You are the queen, Ems. Look at that. Holy mackerel. You got 5 out of 5 words there. Sadly, I came back a little too late. I would have helped you. You got some skills. I'll give you some skills. In fact, I'm going to give you the whole chat a bunch of Kismets because Ems is so good. So there you go, everybody. You can thank Ems for getting a bunch of Kismets. At least she's in there trying to get it done. One more person and they would have got it done there, Ems, but that's how it goes. Not everybody's into that, and that's okay. All right, we're going to get back to some Satisfactory. We have finally figured out our modular rail system over here. And now I think we're ready to work our way back and across here to where we want to go. Now, I just set up this train station up here temporarily. While we are doing our thing here, we're going to take that out. And just grab this and grab this as a foundation. There we go. And zoop our way out there a little bit. So we can dismantle all of this. Take all of that out. Take as much as we can. Because I'm a man with a plan. There we go. All right. Got that taken care of. Okay, like I said, at this point, I would probably make this where it went down right here. There we go. Where it went down, right? So it started to angle downward. So now the next thing we need to think about is our down angle. Now I like to use the minimum down angle as possible, like this. So what we can do is try to figure out maybe some way of doing that on the blueprinter. And then be able to connect them all together and then keep them going. I wonder if I can put these on. Oh, look at that. It automatically adjusts to it. Oh, I never bothered to try that. It automatically adjusted the down angle. Cool. Oh, I like that a lot. All right, that's cool. Do we have a down angle? Where do we get this roof from? Here. So we have a glass frame foundation. That's what we're using. So they don't have an angled frame, do they? That's a little steep there. I don't think they do. So we'll transition to this. So we'll go to the blueprinter and we will try to make that very similar to what we've got. Okay. So we'll take this out. Like so. I actually want to make it easier. We could just load that up. And then just take it out over here. Like this. Take it out. And then what we can do is we can use the name of this one on the thing there. Of course, I kind of feel like this might take longer to take it out than it would be just to copy and paste the name, but we're already committed to it now. Let's go for it. Again, I'm using the filter, which allows me to grab just the stuff I'm looking for and not accidentally get the blueprinter or anything off in the distance. All right, seemed like a lot of effort just for that, but there we go. Okay, now we want to go ahead and build ourselves a double angled ramp foundation. Like this. It's a 6-span. Like so. Then over here. And we probably want to color those red because it's the train line. And then we'll use these cool things we just learned that actually auto-adjust to the down-angled ramp thing there. Very cool. And we can just zoop those all the way down. And then on this side, zoop those all the way down. Wonder if the other ones do the same. Let's find out. They sure do. Cool. Just like that. And then we're connecting these. We'll want to make sure again that we have our full double distance here so that they'll connect. Again, I wonder if I just put it at the end, both ends, will it just auto connect at the ends? Let's try it with the auto connect at the ends and see what happens. And there we go. Okay, so we want to have like every other one have these little corner connector thingies. We had those off the side with the thing. See, now we got to continue the beaded cable. So this is where things get really tricky, and we have to go and try to get this angle that we had before, and then angle this. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm going to end up just doing a little bit of connecting there. And you can see that that does not line up well there. I feel like I'm just going to put the last two in there myself. Yeah, let's do that again where it's all one piece. We get to here. I kind of feel like we want to go right to there. See how that looks. Okay, not bad. And last two here. And then see how that lines up to the top. And then this part, I'd probably just connect to the back of that part over there. And this is 6-band too, so this might be too much, you know, when we get toward the end. But at least it has the same theme of what we already have as well. And again, it'd be nice if we could have glass ones that go down at an angle. We could use our roof tiles, because I don't think it cares now that we've put all this in. We could go architecture roof 1 meter. See if we can get away with we'll have to take this out for a second while we try to make that work. Kind of sits a little bit higher than the foundation. Oh, not bad. I think I can get away with that. All right. Take all these foundations out. And then we're going to take this. It's hard to see this, but these railings are in my way. Jeez. There we go. Definitely want to zoop that once you have that in position. And then here. Oh. Like that. Kind of going down into the blue printer. All right, then we can add this back in. Actually, it lines up a bit better now. Say right there, this line here. Make a little note there. Okay. Yeah, now we got the glass stuff going down there, and might have trouble matching up to the top part properly, but we'll see what happens. We'll see. Then we want to go ahead and call this angled, 1 meter angled track, used for down and down, up, angled train track. All right, now let's go try it out. Here we go. Oh, actually, that works. Wow. Okay, that actually works really well. And it automatically did that angle. Pretty decent angle, too. Oh, I forgot to color these red. Oh, my bad. My bad. Take that out. Go fix that problem. A bit of a dead zone in between there. Some power down there. There we go. Forgot to color this in like the other ones. Okay, better. See how this works out, too. So awesome that that just works. That just works out. All right. Up just a little bit. Okay, and then blueprint. Oh. There, and then hit H and then bring that down. Yeah, there we go. And then auto connect. I think that's right. Yeah, it looks good. All right, and then we should go in, grab this. Yeah. Weirdly, it doesn't go that way. But going this way, it does work. I go whichever way it wants me to go. I don't care. Whichever way works is good enough for me. Yeah, look at that. That is so cool looking. And we'll come back and do the supports as well. We're definitely going to need some more power out here while we're working. And so it does work if you have it from edge to edge. So we learned that now from that particular thing. And again, even if I put this on blueprint, it's going to be elevated up on top. And so you just get it lined up like this, hit H, page down, page down, page down. And then we get that lined up. And then now we know we want to go from the bottom side here to the top side. Get that to work. Bottom side to top side. Now we got that cabling running down the side. I was going to put those little blocks there, but I don't think it really needs those blocks on the down angle. We'll just go without it for now. And we're just going to build out some power down here. It's going to help us do this kind of stuff. All right, so we have like a 2-span. So this is 1, this is 2. So we should have a gap right here, but what we're going to do, so it doesn't flatten out, is just try to do the support down 1 and then make it work. So we are going to, we're going to try to square this like that. And then upper supports. Maybe we just do something like put this in the center of this. Actually, it worked there for a second. It was down in the thing. Yeah, there we go. Put that there. Then up. Up. All right. Let's push it out this way and then take a look at it first. Push it out that way and put it down, and then see if I can figure this out. Then take this out. Or I could just rebuild it. They kind of feel like you want to just rebuild that, but have an angle block at the top instead of having a flat block. Yeah, that's what we want to do. Have another one of those in the way we want it to be. All right, let's go do that, and then we'll just do a double run, then a support, double run support, just like we were doing on the flat ones. Up we go. Okay. Maybe I do want to put these in. Maybe I do. Hold on. Let's go take a look at what we got. Where'd they go? Right here. So we'll do one here. And then back this one up here, which would be a 2-span. And then this one here. So you have a 2-span, a 2-span, and then a 2-span from the one behind. Just like we do with the other ones. One there, and back from here. And then this one here in the middle. Alright, let's put those in. Then resave that. We'll redo those again here in a bit. Then we'll load the upper support. And then we're just going to replace this with our ceiling roof 1 meter like this. Yeah. that. Now we want to take this out and this out. And then just put that like that. Same thing with this. I remember them fixing this a while ago. Not what I wanted to do. Just put one over those over there. And I can try to grab one, and it's going to try to snap to the bottom of that. So let's snap this to the top. Now, and then we can take this out. Then we can snap this. Actually, oh, it's still gonna be. It's not adjusting its angle to the item that it's on, so it's still gonna be like that anyway. Okay. And this to here. Take this out. Oh, that's not far enough. Yeah, we're gonna have to work that a bit. Down angle part is really the part you're gonna have to rework. What color did I? Oh, I left these as orange. Yeah, I leave those as orange. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with that. Little down angle supports. Okay. Upper angled. This is the upper support, the train track blueprints that are going down at an angle. Okay. And we'll save that. Angled. There we go. Got the G in there. Angled support. Now we just did two of them, so now we got to go and take the other one out. The one that is misspelled. Angled angle here. Blueprint. Apply changes. Okay, so upward angle support. Angled thing here. And the lower support, we can use that one over and over again because this one is still going to be straight when we put it in there. Again, we have the 1, we have the 2, and then the third one we're going to take out. And we're going to put in the upper angled support. Like this, and then we're going to hit H. And we're going to go page down, page down, page down. And that looks amazing. All right, awesome. Yeah, so now we have the same span across there. And then we're going to just take this. Let's zoom it vertically down until it hits something. Do I want to run it through this is the question. Do I want to run it through this all the way to the ground, or do I want to treat that as the ground? I feel like I want to just do that all the way through. We just say we cut that out, and then lower support. That is a thing of beauty right there, everybody. Nice. That is so freaking cool. All right. Love it. All right. Digging it, digging it. Okay. And then we change these ones here. So we'll have to re-put those in. And then take these cables out and re-put those in. And this one. And so redo the 1 meter angled. And you have to kind of nudge them vertically down so that they fit. And now they're going to have these little things on the side too. And we're also going to have a gap right here. We're going to need to fix this little gap. There we go, on both sides. Woo. No power. And we didn't replace this, but we'll just put that one in. And then I kind of feel like you want to go on the side you're going to, and then back. That seems to connect better than anything else. So there we go. Got those in. We got our little side things in. We got our angles in. We do not have our hypertube in there. Ah. That's the thing I didn't add to this angle, is the hypertube. See, sometimes you're just tempted to do it yourself, because if I do it myself, I can just literally just do that if it's not too long. But we should add it to the down angle too, so it just does it for us. Let's go take care of business. Right over here. Clear that, and so we got the angled. And we'll just take care of business here. Beam support. Let's see where the front of this is. So there. And then we'll take this. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. There we go. And then we will do our tube support. Yeah, I never knew those poles were so great for hypertubes supports there. Pretty awesome. And here in the back, actually think I want to bring that in. Is that going off the blue printer? I kind of feel like it is. Yeah, this one's got to be fixed. Because when I run the hypertube, it'll be off the blue printer itself. We are doing beam support. Let's just back that up just a little bit. Now, see, I don't need to color those in because the support is actually going to be the middle part. And so this is just here to connect between there, just like the other one. The other one does not actually have the pole. The pole is in the support. And it actually is just kind of not even using it. It's just kind of passing through it. But it looks like it's holding it up, and that's what's important. It's more cosmetic than actual functional. And that's what you do with some parts. Some parts are more cosmetic. You're just kind of getting a general idea of what you're doing. Okay, so we got that done. And see, we're over here auto-connecting our stuff here, but we're not auto-connecting our hypertube, which is what we definitely want to do. Turn this around, hit H. Yeah, you see it's auto-connecting now. Whoa, whoa. Whoa! And then down. And then connect. And now our hypertube is connecting all the way down. Yes. Awesome. Man, we are really going next level up in here. Alright, next one. And then one track angled. We put it here. We rotate it. H. Page down, page down, page down. Until it's lined up. And then... No, it doesn't look like it's trying to auto-connect our hypertube. Let's see if it does. Nope. Huh. Did it up there when we have the gap, but this might not be a far enough gap. So the front side of that is going to have a problem. So I do kind of have to move that forward a little bit. All right. Iterate, iterate, iterate. We'll keep working on it. So I moved it back thinking that it was going to be too far to the edge, but now we found that it's actually not true. It's not allowing it to connect. So we'll just build it again. Many times as it takes. Right there. And by the way, you don't have to actually count this. I'm old school, so I can count it. Or you can just look at how many meters it is, and that would be 7 meters up. That works as well. I thought of that on that last one I did. I thought, man, why am I counting it? I could just look at the numbers that are right there in front of my face. I know, crazy, right? And again, these are just temporary in here. This one. 7 meters. Put this on the top. Let's see if we can get these to connect together next time. And those are all just temporary, so we can connect those together. Save it again. Keep doing it till it comes out right. That's why I have the blueprinter here and not running all the way back to my base every time I need to make a change. That would be a lot of work. All right, we're going to take these back out. Like so. And once again, put these down in here. And H, nudge it down. Okay, getting hypertube and the tracks. And then one angled. Here. Rotate it. H. Sucks when you hit the wrong key. Just when I had gotten it the way I wanted it to go. Alright, and then page down, page down, page down. And one more, and then there. Nope, still not connecting it. That is going to be a problem. Is the problem that I'm too close, or is the problem that I'm not close enough, kind of thing? Maybe it's the top side one. Top side one maybe needs to be moved back. Let's go try that. Remember, we're going to be making a lot of these, so definitely worth your time to get this right before you make too many of these. Okay, so there. It's definitely not connecting when we're at an angle here. feel like I just want to make this little stand thing just so I can use that as a blueprint and put that down in my blueprints. Architecture. Or no. Logistics. Transport. There we go. One of these. So we got that one hanging off the side over there. So we're going to try to get this one and have it hang off the side just a little bit like that too. So that when we run the line, it should maybe be closer and then it should connect. We'll see. Transport, hypertube support. Connect them. See how that does. We might have to, you know, overcome any shortcomings by just manually fixing some of these. Remember, it's there to do most of the work for you, but not all of the work. It still relies on you to do a bunch of the work as well. There we go. One just in case. Oh, thank you, There's a couple thousand Kismets for having my back without me even asking. I greatly appreciate it. All right, here we go again. We'll keep doing it until we get it right, and we definitely want it to auto-connect as much as it can so we can do less work, though it takes a lot of work to get these blueprints squared away. Now remember, if you are one of my patrons, I'm going to give you these blueprints if you are a Patreon supporter. And you can try them out yourself. You can get use out of my, who knows how many hours I've been doing this for, 7 hours and 46 minutes of epic train track setup here. Now the cool thing is, by the way, is you can also use this in other playthroughs as well. Okay, but it doesn't have the little connector thing there, so I'm going to assume that that actually is not working. I say we give it a try and see what happens. I connect this to here. And put this on here. Some power in it. Let's see what happens. Just as I thought it was going to. It kicked me out of it. Yeah, it's actually not connected. So the down angle, we're probably going to have to do this ourselves. We're going to have to kind of fix this transition. That's a little far for it to go. Yeah. We might need to build one ourselves. Okay, where's the transition? Right here. Because the down angle doesn't always... Okay, now you're messing me up again. Where was it? Right here. The down angle doesn't always line up when you're running your stuff. So when you're running your beams here or whatever you're doing, it's going to be a bit off. Same thing with your whatever those things are called, conveyor belts. Your conveyor belts will have the same problem. Sometimes we'll just have to manually fix it, like this. Probably better off anyway, because now it's actually connected to the connector. Get that entrance off, because I know that's going to work for sure. All right, we got that looking sexy now. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep this going. Hopefully we can just do the rest of it now, and we'll see how this works out. This away. Then hit H. Page down. What's the problem? Railway is too short. Oh, because this side is like that. So we can just fix it, or we can make another blueprint. We can make a reverse blueprint out of it. I'm just going to fix it where I bring it down to a half here. Sometimes faster for you just to modify a portion of the blueprint to accommodate the next section here. Okay, I like how the second I moved, that's the second it decided to hit the H there. H, there we go. Down, down. Hypertube connecting in there a little weirdly, but it's doing its thing. Alright, connected the tracks, so we're going to do one, and then we're going to do another one. And we're going to go ahead and just do this now, because we know we're going to want to do this anyway. Just going to go in and build these. I should probably, again, make these into a separate blueprint. Realize I forgot to put the cap on this one as well. Yeah, I don't think I have the cap on that center one either. I gotta go fix those caps too. I got to fix the caps. So this, and then this, and then this center one here. I should just take this out. And then put the cap here. Take this out and just run that ourselves. Okay. And then we have another one here. It's angled. Why did it put it down there when I hit H? Won't do that. H. There we go. And all the way down. It's going to connect all of that stuff. Very nice. Okay, and then I think on both of these, I don't have an angled support for it. God, how many I've done? 1, 2, and then angled support. So, upper angled support right here. Well, this one does have a cap. It's good. Might have like a vertical problem here. Let's use one of these larger towers. Where'd they go? Those towers allow you to go up higher. Okay, we got this. We're definitely gonna have to just fix. Not want to do that. Definitely gonna have to fix the hypertube. I had it on blueprint mode, and it took the whole thing out. Now I got to do it again. Yeah, we've got a problem when you're going down at an angle, but we do what we gotta do. I don't even know if I'm gonna make it all the way down there in time. Guess we'll find out, won't we? So that one has a cap on it. Some of these other ones did not. These ones look like they did. Find out when we go to do the next one. Now you can go back and take these all out again and fix the caps and all of that stuff. But I would just fix it on the future ones. Once you get about this far, I would not just keep erasing this over and over and over again. I would just fix whatever needs to be fixed and then keep going on. just like we're about to do with the next one. Okay, so angled this way. H down. Oh, this is where it has the trouble doing this. And so I'm going to bring it down to the half mark. First, and then put in the angled track. Yeah, we should just go make a. We should make a blueprint for that that pole by itself, so that we can just keep putting that down instead of rebuilding that every single time. Let's go make a pole for that. Upper angle support. Just take all this out. Okay. And this will move forward to the front and center. You know, this is 7. Oh, not sure it's going to let me do the front. It will. Okay. That there. That back there. This on the top. The cap. Should look good. Again, you want to bring it down so you don't have all that extra, vertical space. It's going to make using the blueprint really awkward. So you definitely want to rebuild it. I mean, you built it once. Should be able to build it again. Now just bring it down to the proper size. There we go. This will be the hypertube. Used to fill in angled hyper tube supports that don't quite line up. There we go. Okay, now we don't got to do that. We can just do this. Hit H. Edge it back. That. That's rotated. You little crazy thingy. Arrow this way. Yeah, there we go. And back. There. Take this out. You. Oh, man. Oh, keep screwing it up. Ain't nobody to blame but myself. Keep screwing it up, everybody. Page down, page down. All right. Well, I'm going to get really good at putting these in. It's because I was in blueprint mode again, and I took the whole blueprint out. Sometimes it doesn't help. Sometimes it does. All right, this to here. Almost tempted just to take that top part out and just do it all manually. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's what we should do. Let's take that out of the blueprint. Take the hypertube out, because we're just going to manually add that later anyway. Yeah. I guess we could add it to the end. Could add it to the end, so we already have it, and then we'll just manually put the thing in. Maybe that'd be a smarter idea. Let's try that. Let's clear this. Let's load this again. Then we're just gonna take out the upper, this part. And then use the blueprint we just made to put that in there. Yeah, it's not gonna let me hang that over. If I put it down, it would let me hang it over, but I think that's good enough. I like that. I kind of like that better. All right. And then now that is going to be what we're going to do. And then we'll save that. And that'll just save us some grief of fooling around with all of that. Because that hypertube is doing weird stuff, and we want it to be nice and straight and clean. As opposed to it being super awkward and doing all that weird stuff, which I would come back and fix anyway. And these hypertube supports are much closer than they were before. Oh, and we'll have to take it out when we get to the next support. Yes. So this is 1 support, 2, 1. And then we'll do 2, and then the next one we'll have to take it back out again. All right. Well, we do what we got to do. Then H. And the reason why we'll take it back out is because the middle section where it has the supports are going to be there. Speaking of, let's not get too far here without going back and embellishing all of this stuff right here. Of course, I magically put that right in the way. It's magic. Sometimes it actually figures out the direction if you aim at the one up above it. Okay, and then we'll go down, and then we'll kind of go back up 2 like this. I'll accommodate our put down there. And we are really building industrial strength now. And then under support. Oh, that's not it. Lower support, actually, is what it's named. Bingo. Looks like it's floating a little bit. No, thank you. Aim at the underside, so it will push that down, and now it sits in the actual ground. Nice. All right, I like it. Man, this is some serious supports we got going here. And again, I don't like to do it really steep, because if you do it really steep, I'm moving out of camera. If you do it really steep, then what happens is that oh, I just realized the arrows are aiming in the wrong direction too. Yeah, those arrows are aiming the wrong way. I think I have to rotate it. Lower support. And rotate this. Yeah. The lower supports are not... the green arrow is supposed to point in the direction in which the trains are going. So I can see over here I did the same thing. And so let's fix it while we're thinking about it. All right. And again, if you aim under here, it'll line it up vertically to sit right under there. Very nice. And then same thing over here. I feel like we could probably go down on this one, another one too. Let's go ahead and do that. Might want to swing around here and make sure that one's not turned around the wrong way. All right, and then lower support. Rotate it. Ah, not want to put it down. I was still trying to adjust it. There it is. Yeah, much better. Much better. It's sitting down in the terrain. All right. See how I'm showing you all this cool stuff? Wow, it looks amazing. All right. Definitely one of my favorite train builds. Again, I haven't gotten this elaborate yet in the game, everybody, and there's a reason. I just have never gotten around to it. But now we are finally getting to it. Let's put some more of these guys underneath here so we can utilize them. Power. I'm putting that right under my support, I bet. No, okay. At least it's not right under this port. Oh, we're going to have some problem with that right there, but we'll do what we got to do. Okay, so upper angled support. All right. Again, this vertical nudging is helping me a massive amount right now in doing this. Now, see, this is the problem. See, now I've got two of them there, and I got to take them out. So it might have been better just to leave it out and put it in manually when I needed it. Yeah, let's go back, take it back out again, and you know how it goes, everybody. Switching it back and forth. Switching it back and forth. It's just easier to put that thing down, the small little blueprint of just the thing, than it is to have it at the end and then have to take it out every time. In the long run, it's actually going to cause me more work if I leave it in. So we'll take it out, and we took the hypertube out of the top too. Again, that's just going to cause us more time to take it back out again. So let's make it as efficient as we possibly can. Like that. There we go. Then resave this when we use the blueprint next time. And as you can see, everybody, I'm working out all the kinks here for all of you so that when you go to use it, you're just like easy mode. And if you need to have a reference of how you do it, well, hey, you got the stream right here. Oh yeah, Tab, I'm gonna come back for those cables. I'm gonna come back and do the detail, the bigger detail at the end as well. But thanks for the reminder. I appreciate it. I did remember, actually, weirdly. I actually remembered that. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and get our angled support again. H. Oh, we gotta back this off again. Again, we could create a B, an A, and a B version. So we wouldn't have to do that. Oh, the A version could have the pipe, and then the B version be backed up. Oh, that's the way to do that. Back to the blueprinter. Bring the blueprinter down here and now. I should bring it down this way, but hopefully we're getting to a point here where we won't have to keep doing that. But we'll keep her going. This is really fun, by the way. Really fun to really get this down. Then we'll be making trains everywhere. This is really going to unlock all the trains. All right, so this would be the... What version? This would be the main version. So the main version, I'm just going to build it again. All right, so the main version is going to be the one with the actual beam support built in. And go up 7. We got a color this because that's actually going to be there. And then transport. Built it so many times now, it's like second nature. And then it is here. And this is actually how you get better at building, by the way, is just to do repetitive building like this. And you'll just get better and better and better at it over time. Okay, so this is the angled right here. Confirm. Okay. Then the other one we called, which is reverse, right? So we put REV on it. So we want to keep that consistent throughout all the stuff. And so the reverse one is the one without it. So we're going to take this out. And we're going to go ahead and back the track up out of there. So that the track ends at halfway into that one. And then is all the way back on this. So we don't have to keep redoing the track over and over and over every time we do an angled one. Again, this is why we have multiple blueprints for different things. There we go. So that'll be the second part of that. And we'll just say angled and put rev in there for reverse. User angled track. Track is moved back to be able to bridge support beam area to, not bridge, to auto connect through support beam area. There we go. Much better way to explain that. And save. And when you save your blueprints like this, by the way, it saves all of that description info in there. And I try to put description in there info for you, for everybody who uses it on Patreon. Because you just download my blueprints, put them in your playthrough, and boom, off you go. And you can download blueprints for a whole bunch of peeps. And just try out those blueprints and see which ones you like best. And then, of course, improve upon them even more so and make them even better. All right, so that's a reverse version. All right, that'll save us. We just go back and forth like we're going to do for the other ones. And we don't have to keep putting that center pole in there as well. All right, let's go down here and try it on this last leg. What we're doing. We're going to get down here and if we make it all the way to the ground, awesome. If we don't, then I'll just build a train station over here at the end or at the top or somewhere, wherever we get close enough where I feel like it's train station time. All right, that we're just going to manually bring down. And I've already walked this one back, so I'm not going to bother to take that one out, put it back in again. So we're going to do the angled one here. Like this. H, page down, page down. Oop, that actually is a little bit forward. There we go. And then connect. There we go. And then that one should automatically have the one there. So we can just go ahead and go like this. Then we're going to, apparently almost fall to our doom. All right, hold on. Put the power down there. And then we'll come back, take all that power out because we won't need it anymore because of the train tracks. But right now, we're not running any power to the train tracks because I haven't built it all the way back to the base yet. I'm just kind of building this part. I always like to work with the hardest part first because this is the hardest part. Is making this work so it goes directly to where it's at and then works its way through the canyon here, right? That's going to be the most difficult part is we're going to turn that around and we're going to be going down angles and over all sorts of stuff. And then filling in all of our supports along the way as well. So yeah, we got that. And then we're going to do our alternate one. So, let's see, upper. So angle track reverse right here. Yes. There we go. Hit H, page down, page down, page down. And then move it back. And then it should auto connect. Like that. And then when we put in our angled support. Hit H, bring that down. Should be good. All right, yeah, that's working out. Okay, again, just keep iterating on your stuff. I don't mind just putting the hypertube thing in there. I feel like it does it good. All right, and we got to do work on our other support here, which looks like it's going to go into the train here. I want to do the back one first here, this one. And zoom vertically. Okay, and I'm bringing it down to the ground level. And then I'm kind of backing it up by 2 because I know that my support is about too high. Uh-oh. What's up, guys? See, I'm trying to get some work done over here. Trying to get some work done. Bacon. That's actually what that's called, everybody. Bacon. You've never played the game, everybody. It really is. It's funny. It resembles bacon, apparently, in somebody's head. All right. Lower support. Bingo. Put the arrow in the right way. Nope. Wrong way again. Lower supports. And this way. Done. All right. Barely see it. It's underground there, but it is working. Kind of feel like if I bring it up anymore, it may not. Might be a little floating, but let's see how it looks. Bring it up just a little bit. I mean, really not that many people are going to see it anyway, but trying to make it cool. That's the most important part, is that it's cool. Oh yeah, no, that's sitting on the ground. That's fine. All right, very nice. Oh, that is really cool. All right, very cool. Now this one's going to go in the water. Let's see how this happens. Let's see how this works out. That right in my way again. So good at putting those things in my way. Over there. Again, we could build those too. I kind of feel like it would be a waste to build those out and try to snap them under there, because you wouldn't know what the distances are, and then the distances would get shorter and shorter, so you would have to have ones that were like 4 and some of them that are 6 and so on. I feel like it's just easier to zoop those in. All right, and then we want to get down in the water 1, 2 up there. Keep forgetting to do the back ones first. Here and there. Then the tricky part is not getting in the water, but getting down enough so we can see that under part. And put this in here in the proper direction. Looks good to me. Line that up. And there we go. Oh, that is awesome. Okay. Amazing. Again, much better than just simple tracks, right? Looks pretty cool. I'm digging it. All right, let's keep moving it on to see where this ends up. I'm always interested to see where it's going to end up on that end, too. I find that fascinating. Okay. Down, down. A little bit in. And we're good. And we'll connect this. Down there. Another one of these over here so we can float around. And then we're going to use the reverse version. And we're going to bring that down. Oop, bring that down. Then back. There we go. And then our support, angled support here. Each page down, page down, page down. This would not be possible without the vertical nudging. The vertical nudging, as you can see, is a godsend at this point. It is really helping out a lot. And that is looking amazing. All right. I always seem to put that right in my own way, everybody. I think it's a gift or a curse. You guys can decide. It's one or the other. Okay, let's put this here, and then we can figure out how far we need to go down with this. 1, 2, there. Bingo. Cool. I think I've ever spent so much time on supports. I played a game where I did supports in the beginning, and they're just so much time. We got problems here. We got problems here. We might be able to get under it. Hopefully we don't run into the side there. We'll see how it goes. But we do what we got to do, right? If we got to just flatten it out right here, we will. But we'll try to get this in here first. That one. And then... oops, I think that was the reversed one. Is that reversed? No, that was the right one. Look at me go. Put the hypertube in. We're going to, again, come back for all those side cables later. Because that's a lot of detail work. We'll try to get going. I'm going to try not to put that in my way. And reversed. H, page down, page down, page down. Right arrow to get it closer. And then there. And yeah, it's going to go right under here. Awesome. That's just luck, everybody. That's just luck. But I'll take luck. Luck is good. We'll take it. I kind of measured it, but I didn't really know if it was going to work out or not. See, I'll tell you whether I did it on purpose or whether it was just luck. Not everybody will. Some people, it's tied to their ego, everybody. I'm not tied to my ego. I don't care. I don't care if you know I either did it or I made a mistake, right? If I made a mistake, well, hey, then I got something to learn from. Mistakes are just learning moments. Then if you're really smart, you have the ability to say, I don't know. Right? You have the ability to admit that you don't know, and then since you don't know, you now have the power to learn something new. Because all the know-it-alls are the ones who are usually the ones who don't know what the hell they're talking about. That's because they can't be wrong and they can't not know stuff, everybody. I think it's like a weakness. Everybody has a bunch of stuff they don't know. I know a lot of things about some things and nothing about other things. And that is my secret power, everybody, is that I'm not afraid to say I don't know. Zero fear of that. All right, man, this hypertube is going to be awesome. Zip all the way over here. This hypertube. Now, we can also put junctions along the way if we want to have it, go to certain nodes and stuff like that, too. So this is just going to be a central one, and then we can offshoot from the central thing. Again, something in 1.1 that they added is junctions. So I can come along and say, you know what, I want to go right instead of going over here to where my oil is. I want to go over to the other spot over there. And this is just crazy perfect, everybody. I don't think I could have, if I spent a lot of time fixing that, I don't think I could have done any better. I think over here is a great spot. Just kind of lift it up off the ground here. Then we'll pull in all of our oil into here. A perfect spot to flatten out right here. And then we'll just put some supports under it. So we need to go ahead and... did we get our 6x6 foundations in? I don't think we did. All right. Well, good time to test out this hypertube. Let's go. Whee! Yeah, check it out. I love how it's up above, too. And again, you'll see the trains going by on each side while you're enjoying it. Yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite builds now. Absolutely. And of course, when we're coming down, we'll be coming down at a much higher speed. We can also build in little like in-between points, especially where we have our supports, where when we come down, we can go into basically like a cyclone of hypertubes. And it will just spin you faster and faster and faster. And then boom, you'll be zipping out of there at like 900 miles an hour. And they can fire you completely over to the whole side of the other world and also kill you at the same time. Because if you are going too fast and you smack into something, you will die. I typically don't build hypertube cannons. They feel a little bit like they're, you know, not legit. But you do you, bro. You do you, whatever you want to do. I feel like that's a fast way to kill yourself as well. All right, that worked really, really well. Okay, now weirdly, I haven't done my 6x6 foundations. I could have sworn I had done those, but maybe I just I haven't found them yet. What did I do with those 6x6 foundations? This is a good question. Mark 1s. This is Mark 2s. I really didn't do any yet. I don't know. No, I really didn't. Okay. Huh. Well, we're gonna... Load failed. Oh, it's in the wrong thing. My bad. I actually don't want to do it there. I want to actually do it like this. 5x5 foundations. Right here. And why put them all in again when you already got a 5x5 one, right? Throw that in. Now you got most of the work done for you. Then you just got to fill in the edges. Okay, or we can go vertical if you want. Fill in those edges. And now we're replacing our 5x5s with our 6x6 foundation. Now I really only need 5x5, but when I do the turnaround is when I need a 6x6, because this way it gives me more space for that turnaround. All right, so this is a 6x6 foundations MK3 blueprint, and this is a mega MK3 6x6 train blueprints. And again, we'll do foundations. This is the 1 meter. And then we'll make it red, which represents my trains. So we know that's 6x6 foundations. 6x6 train foundations, maybe. Train foundations. There we go. Little easier to see in the thing. Save, and then we go into blueprints, and it should be right here. Awesome. Okay. Then we're also going to switch our thing that we were using here with our number 0. There we go. And now that's on the hot bar. It's on the hot bar. Let's get our resources back here. Go to the blueprinter. Grab all these sweet resources. Now, way off of my base, everybody, just diligently making me more and more resources. And every time I use a ton of resources, just filling it right back up again. Like when we're using these signs, filling it right back up again, over and over and over again. Pretty awesome. You forgot the lights on the hypertube support on the blueprint, did I? Which one? Oh, you're right, I did, right there. I see them. Good eyes, good eyes. Let's fix it. Let's just fix it on these. And then we're going to have to go back and get those lights going again. When we're on the train, we want to see these lights going by. So the lights are going to be like, no, it's going to be cool. Once we get this train station in here, we'll be able to test the lights as well. And way down here, like this. Good eyes. Let's go back up again and fix that. See, right now is a good time. When you're going up, that's when you do that hypertube cannon, boom, and it fires you up really, really fast. Because it actually is affected by the angle. So if it's an up angle, it's going to slow you down. The bottom angle is going to accelerate you, just like it would in real life. Though we don't have hypertubes in real life, and if we did, people would be dying left and right. You just know they would, because they'd be doing stupid crap. They'd be doing stupid crap. Because people are always doing stupid crap. All right. It's right there. Oh, on the main one. On the main one is where I didn't do it. Oh, that's the reversed one. This one. Yeah, it's on the main angled one when I redid that. Okay. Here's a great little trick. We're just going to put this one down that has it. And then outside the blueprint, and then use it to pick it up. So we don't have to redo all the signs and stuff. Oh. Uh-oh. Won't let me put it on the outside of that. Yeah, we're gonna have to back that up. Oh well, here we go again. Yeah, let's back that up just a little bit. Get that on there now. Yeah. All right. Very nice. And then save when we use any more. That'll be all fixed up. Okay, awesome. Back of this way we go. Slide jump. Slide jump. Yeah, it just worked out perfectly. It just perfectly ended up going underneath there. Sometimes it's good to be lucky. All right, let's see how these foundations work out. Okay, so... I just go this way. There's somebody somewhere getting rowdy. Maybe just one this way. Like that. Have that hang off the side. And then, which way are we coming, though? He's down there trying to shoot me. Which way is the train track coming? It's a good question. Oh, let's just put that down. And then we'll deal with that in a second. Which way... So it's going to come in, and then it's going to go down the track this way, and then turn back around that way. So we're going to need to have lots of space here. Looks like we're going to run right into the wall there. Because we're going to have a crazy ton of oil over here. Because there's a massive amount of oil here. Oh. Somebody's hit me. Oh, from over here.
Prepared for the future.
Where's he shooting me from? Oh, over here. Thank you for the biddies. Who's that? Smosey coming in. Hey, kids, chat. It's been a whole year since the zombie apocalypse. You're raiding a pantry. What's the holy grail of canned tin food? Spam. Spam is the holy grail. Get that spam. Get it and get it going on. So there you go. Thanks for the biddies. I appreciate that. Again, remember that goes toward the Vault Van Life Project. Every bit and donations are going toward that. And one day when we get that bar all the way across there, we're going to get that van and then we're going to build it out. It's going to be super fun. All right, so we're going to come in on this side and then end up going down here, loading up, turning around, and then going back up the track over there. So what we need to do is figure out how much extraction that we're doing as well. We're going to put our tickets away now. How many of this is extraction are we doing? That's the question. Got all these things all in here. I got to clean all these up later. For now, we'll just do this. Okay. Okay, so these nodes are normal nodes. Oh god, that's a pure node. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna need to keep that one separate. Okay. So what we want to figure out is how many train cars do we need? And I don't think this is gonna be enough space now that I think about it. We might have to have the train station come in and turn around and then come back and go up. No, I don't think you can make a train station be curved. Now that I think about it, like you have it, you pull in and then, you know, there's like a gap in between the corner. You would have to set up an empty platform, but then it would be a turned empty platform. And you would have to figure out the gap between the corner and put like a car or empty platform or something in there. Yeah. Something like that. Something along that nature. Okay. We definitely want to put a teleporter over here eventually. Let's just start with the extractor and go from there. Do we have our overclockers on us? We do. Our power shards. Oil extractor. Let's go. Okay, so that's 300 per minute max, and this one is 600 per minute. Now, for every 300, I suggest that you have a separate train car. So already, that's 3 train cars right there. And the reason why I do that is because you never hit that 600 limit. Now, there are ways of trying to maximize that 600 limit, but it's a complete and utter waste of your time. I feel like it's a better idea to just use a 300 limit. But still use the 600 pipes, but just break it down into 300, 300, 300 into each and every train car, because this way it's going to actually deliver more stuff because there's also going to end up with a backlog because my extraction is going to build up a backlog while I'm building the rest of the stuff. So there's 2 right there. We've got some more over where? Where are these at? These are to the right of me. Right here. Oh, down there. Ah, okay. I've never bothered to get these nodes over here. This will be the first time. But I never needed them, and I still don't need them, by the way. I could still finish the game right now. 21,000 power. Completely done. But let's have some fun in this one. Well, this is going to make that easy because this is just going to go straight out of here. Straight out of Compton. Right over here. And this one is it's an impure node. So we can actually combine that one with another one. And again, we'll just fire it up. We'll overclock it. We're going to come back and make it fancy here in a second. And we got 150. Okay, 150. So we've got 3 cars, 3.5 cars so far. We've got a normal node that is apparently hiding out here somewhere. Yeah, right there. Should have made a pole. Or I can make a big old thing, whatever. Whatever gets it done. And then over here, this one is going to be 300. Yeah. Oh, it automatically picked up the fact that I had overclocked it. So 300 there. So 4 cars, 4.5 cars. And then over here, this is a pure node, so that's 5, 6 cars. 7, 8 cars. I bet you there's a crazy ton of spiders in there. All right, let's ping it. All right, right. Oh yeah, I see them right there. I think I actually got some of these from underneath there. They revamped a lot of this since the last time I was really seriously over here. So there's another one way off in the distance. Oh, way over there. All right, so it's right in there, and you just know there's going to be some spiders in there for 100% chance. All right, I'll just go ahead and get the lower side here. Just run ourselves some power poles to keep up in the air a bit here, so when things go off the rails. Oh, no spiders, really. This guy. I can't believe there's not spiders in here. Seems awfully familiar. Oh, there he is! Shoot him a few more times just in case. I think he actually got electrocuted on the thing. I could just sometimes sense it, everybody. Again, I think I've been here before. And I think they added those other oil nodes. I remember them in a cave, but it might be somewhere else in the world that were in a cave. I do remember making an elaborate track system that ran all the way over here. I think I might have actually just ran the pipes themselves all the way back in a previous playthrough. I still don't trust it. I feel like more of them are going to jump out here in a minute. Not these guys in here, though. We're here. We might as well grab them. So I should have got that spider fighting that other guy. Let them duke it out. And then whoever the winner is dies. They're all going to die. Oh, summer sloop. Hold on. Where are you? I didn't know there was a spider in there, but there's always somebody hiding, guarding these things. You go running in to grab it, and that's the minute they get you. Because you're so focused on the loot. There's so many games that are like that, when you're super focused on the loot, and then all of a sudden, bam, they're all up in your business. All right, there's 2 pure nodes here, so this is going to be 2 more of its own cars. So this is 4, 5. Well, no. Yeah, this is 2 and 2. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and a half. So let's call it 9. 9-car train. Okay. I don't think we're fitting a 9-car train right there. But we might be able to fit one long ways that way. And then just have it circle back around and end up over there. I don't think we're having enough room for that. But let's see how many cars we can get in. Here we go. Down here. So we're gonna go, say like this, so we're not running into this thing. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, so close. All right, that is definitely not fitting there. Maybe we put it out over the water. Yeah, we have it turn, go into the station, and come down, turn, go into the station, turn back around, and come back this way. We got to go that way. There's no way we're getting 9 of them in there. There is no way. All right, we're taking this out, and we going this way. And we're going to go ahead and nudge this over. Get the most out of our foundations here. Maybe even more. Like that. Okay, so coming out, turning in. Probably want to figure out how we're doing this. Oh, we got to back these up. So they are like this, so we can get a good angled turn out of that. Nope, a little bit further. Say 2 back. Now. 1 back. Yeah, it's going to be a bit harsh of a turn for it. Kind of feel like we might want to just go down, square off there, then turn. Really? Okay, that's going to be a problem. Because the train's going to have to go way out. That's the return one, by the way. This is the incoming one, and then this is the return one. Oh, we got to fix this over here, too. So I usually go half foundation and then full foundation here. Just makes it easier. And then line those up nicely. All right, so there's our inputs and outputs there. And so we're going to have to end up going over this way, over here, or wherever we want to go with our train, and that's going to make our train thing longer. So maybe we should have our train. Yeah, we got to put it over here. Yeah, maybe we want this over further. Okay. So we're definitely going to need... Yeah, it's going to clip through there. I'm going to need this to go around the station. What the heck is it doing? Goes too high is what's going on with that. Just put it over there and then move it. All right. An end way up in the sky like that. Just putting it down so I can figure out how I'm going to get this to go around the side here. I don't think that's happening. That is not happening. Nope. Okie dokie. 4. Oh, we can't put that down until we put the station down. So this is going to have to go forward enough that it's not clipping the track. So there. Yeah, then we have the same problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same problem. So this is causing us even more difficulty. We just don't have enough space for this many trains. Should we bring this up higher and just make this whole bottom part the train station? About 10 different ways for me to do it, but which way is the way I want to do it is the real trick. We can also run this way. Run these out to curve out that way. Way further this way. And just have it curve back. I don't know why that doesn't work. That's plenty of plenty offset there. And how far does that have to be? How far does it have to be here? All right, now normally it's 2 blocks. And then this, and then 2 blocks. And then here. Normally you just do it like this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, which is kind of what I had over here. And then this is 2 blocks. And 2 blocks here. Oop. That's still too sharp. Really? It does not like that. Okay. I think this one's set back too far. Alright, let's fix this. Comes down half a block. This one comes out to a full block. Then that should be 1, 2. Oh, that's because that's right there. I see. That's actually in its position. This is 2. This is 2. And here. Go that way. It's there. That's like that. Okay. Don't like it though. I don't like it. There's just not enough room here in this kind of area to do a train of that size. So we could have it come down, go this way, and then turn back around and then end up going back up. I feel like that might be an option. Let's go explore that option. Again, this is a big train. This is a nine train car train gonna happen here. Blueprints. All right, now this way we got lots of room. And we're gonna build out supports underneath all of this as well. But before you build out supports, everybody, you want to make sure that you can actually build the thing that you're trying to build. I feel like that's going to be way better. All right, so this is going to be actually turning around and going this way as best it can. There. Look at that beautiful circle. All right, there we go. Now we got it. And again, this is the incoming line. That's the outgoing line. So the outgoing line needs to end up off to the side here where we can go ahead and re-bring that line back in, which is going to go back up. And then this is the straight line. And so we know we can start right about there. Okay. Now, can we get 9 of these in here? Let's find out. First, we're going to go ahead and put our train station down. I'll actually take this out. Train station, we'll just put right here for now. It's actually going to end up on the other end. But we're going to put it right there for now. Just so we can count how many of these we can do. We might even run out of room this way, too. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow. Okay, 9. All right, perfect. Now, what you want to do, and I haven't even bothered to do the orientation and all that stuff. We'll do that here in a minute. But I'll just take the train station, put it at the end, and then bring one of the other things to the front. It just allows me to line it up and count it out. So that's 9 that way. And we need to leave room for some of the engines that are going to be in the back when we do our signal, our block signal. Because we might have multiple trains come over here. You want at least 2 trains, because this is a long distance. And so one of the trains is going to be traveling that long distance, and then another train should be coming up and grabbing the resources. And then what I like to do is set up my block signals so that one is over in the other train station while this one is waiting for this one to finish. And when that one finishes, they go and they trade places, right? So they'll never be close to each other if you set up your block signals thing. And then you can also do a third train in there too if you want to and balance that out. Well, there's a Mercer sphere nearby over here somewhere. We'll deal with that later. Okay, so we got that. Now we need to fix the train station. Hide that thing. Grab this. And go over here. Okay. So this is going to go this way. And which way do we want to run our resources? Probably on the left side, because we got the return side here. Though I do sometimes do it on the return side. It's actually kind of fun. But we're going to just go ahead and have all of these be on the left side. We'll run all our pipes on that side. This one out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then train station. Make sure our train station is facing that way. So it's actually incoming on that side. And then the tricky part here is the turnaround. I think we have plenty of room. Wow, look at this. Cool. Very cool. All right, so where is it? It is foundations, and then 5 wide turnaround. Oh, it's auto-connecting too. Cool. Like I've ever bothered to do that. All right, awesome. And we'll just extend this out to accommodate our turnaround. And we can go ahead and give this some temporary power. We can do our job over here without having to be at the ground level. It's much easier to do all of this from floating around, I find. And then this, go like this, but really this is going to just cut in like this as soon as it can. Stay there. This is going to be a nice straight shot all the way back to there. We just electrified that rail all the way up, by the way. Now the rail, I no longer need these parts over here in the long run. Okay, this is, what do we want to call this? What area is this area? Good question. Yeah, we'll call it Oil Lake. How about that? Oil Lake Pickup. Okie dokie. Got all of these on the outside edge. Yes. We got a lot of oil to run. And we'll definitely want to extend this whole side out too. Let's just use our 5x5s for now, and then we will take some out if we need to. Or actually, those are 6x6s. Excuse me, 6x6s. Then this goes there. And we've got it going on. Let's just double check our number though. Double check what we got. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and a half, or 9. Yeah, 9 cars. That's going to be a big train. All right. Now, we're going to go ahead and put our train in. So we can get it going later on. And put in all of our cars. Now, notice I don't put it all the way at the end. I do that on purpose so that it will just go to the pickup. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. All right, and again, this is going to extract the maximum amount that it can extract, and then it'll be good. Spam with the overtake of chili near the end of the survey. Well, there you go. Top picks in this order: beans, peaches, spaghetti, corned beef, sardines. Cream of wheat, weird, highly. Spam, chili, fruit cocktail, tuna, cream mushroom, bread, haggis. If you ever had haggis, everybody, you better watch out. That stuff is rough. Dog food and pineapple. I always go for the spam because it lasts forever. Peaches will go bad pretty quick if you don't, like, can them. And stuff like that. Yeah, you're not going to have any cheeseburgers because your cheeseburgers are all going to be gone because they probably ate all the cows. Because, you know, zombies don't care. They're just all about, you know, chomping on everybody. All right, we got a lot of work to do there. We got a lot of extraction work to do. How are we doing on time? All right, we're doing okay on time. We're kicking butt. Getting it done. Actually, I gotta check something real quick here. Let's see. All right. All right, buttons. All right, there we go. Just making sure all my stuff's working. Okay, so we've got all that. We just need to run these lines. Now, we've got some mega builds for extractors right over here for our oil extractor. And you can see we've got a very cool oil extractor setup that we are going to do, the mega oil extractor. So we're going to go down here and see if we can get these to fit in here. They look like they'll fit. Yeah, they'll fit in there. Let's start with the pure node. Right over here. Yeah, it's pure node. All right. We also probably want to bring some power down here while we're doing all this. In case the mobs get crazy, we got to use our vertical power. It's actually easier to put this down and then go like this and then run that up than it is to try to get that one and run it down. I also saw some loot over here. Give me that loot. All power bars. Okay. So we want to go in and use my amazing lineup trick. Again, I've never seen anybody else do it other than me, but this is how you do it. You get yourself a nice metal beam. You rotate it using your mouse wheel. You try to get it nice and straight, like that. Then you left click. Now, if it goes this way, it's going the wrong way. So you want to hit escape, try it again, and go in, hold down control, rotate it, click it. Did it again. All right. Keep going until you get it. So we're going to rotate it the other way. And you're trying to get it basically snapped to the extractor right in the center. There we go. And you're trying to get it to come out from underneath, right? Now, the second it turns blue, then that's when you start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, let's try that and see if that's correct. I've done it in a while. Let's see if it works. Oh, looks pretty good. And then one more. Oh, my God, I'm good at what I do. All right. So what it did is it aligned itself to the orientation of the extractor itself. So the extractor is on its own grid, away from the world grid. Now, you don't necessarily have to do it this way. You can just put it on whatever the world grid is. Me, I like to align it like this. Now, I can also bring this up a little bit so it's not so right in the ground there. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it up by 1 meter here and just run this back. Actually, I can just go ahead and make these into 2 meters eventually. Let's take out this metal beam. Don't need that anymore. And then we can just go ahead, use our foundations, our 2 meters here. Run them back. And then we'll put the extractor there. Over here. And then all you have to do is kind of aim at the node itself. And you can see that that sits there pretty well. As well. And we can put stuff around there. Now, I kind of feel like it actually needs to go back by 1. So let's go ahead and try that again and see if we can get that a little more centered. Right over here. Roll extractor. Let's try it again. Again, you want the angles to be the same so that if you are combining those, they'll be pretty close to the same angle. Another thing that I will do is go ahead and put down a foundation, hold down control, and then try to get like the world grid angle. See right there? That's the world grid angle, and that's going to help you later on if you're running stuff and whatnot. But if I'm trying to run stuff and I have this at an angle and it's going to go right into the wall, that does not help me at all. But we'll go ahead and see what we can do on these. We'll go ahead and rotate them a little bit and see if I like it. If I don't like it, then I'm not using it. But we'll rotate it here along with the world grid. And the same thing over here. We'll put it at the same angle and see if we can work that and make that nice. All right, let's try this again. Rotate this way. Left click. Oh, it did it again. Went the wrong way. I don't need to go diagonal. Default. Just the way I want it to go, but I want it to go the way it's supposed to go, which is underneath here. There we go. Oh, feels like it's at an angle. What are you doing today? Yeah, it feels like it's at an angle. I'm going to do it again. Man, it is being feisty today. All right, let's rotate it this way. Aim at the thing so that it's in there. There we go. All right. 1, 2. Now, notice I backed it up by 1, even though it's yellow. Back it up by 1, then 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then we can go ahead, again, use our foundation to align there. Yeah, that's way better. Way better. See how it's perfectly in the foundations now? Both the back and the front are in the center of the foundation. It took me a long time to figure that out, by the way. I figured that out. I invented that. You're welcome. That's a one-stop alignment. So it's 5 for these, and it's 4 for the other extractors, so extracting like ore and things of that nature. All right, we got that figured out. Nice. And then we're going to do this. Like this, and then again put our extractor back up there, right up here, like so. Okay, looking good. Take this out, and then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna probably have to pick this loot up too. We're going to have to use a 1 meter because the blueprints, I believe, are using the 1 meter. So we're going to go ahead and do this and this. We'll deal with this one over here later on. And then we're going to take this out from underneath here because we have to have the extractor in first before we use the blueprint or it is not going to work. So we're going to go ahead and get our blueprint, our mega extractor. And, oh, not extractor, sorry, my bad. Mega oil, there we go, and turn this around this way. How do we have this before? I think we got to go forward by 1 more. Yeah, we got to go forward by a whole nother block. Like that. Seems like it's not quite aligned. Oh, it isn't aligned. It's off by 1 block there. And see how it's sitting inside there perfectly? Because we've already built out our extractor here, so I'm just going to let that run. Take this one out. This out, and this out. And there we go. So now we have the ability to go in multiple directions as well as to merge multiple of them in at the same time. Now what I'll do is run one line for this particular one and run it all the way over there. And then once I run it over there, I will then split it when it gets to the actual end part. This way you're only running one line over there. Now, if I need to merge it, well, cool, I got it. But if I don't, then I'm just going to take it out, and I don't need that excess part. And I don't need this part. I can just take that out, and I don't need this pipe. And then we'll actually take the pipe and run it out of here directly into there. There we go. And we got this painted with some cool carbon steel or something. Cool. All right, so we got that going. We also have a priority switch, which allows us to control all of our oil. Now, we only need one priority switch, so I'm just going to go ahead and utilize that. And we're going to take this out, and we're going to put this foundation in so it matches what we've got. Very nice. And again, we'll work on this one over here in a second. And then we need to do all of our power stuff. So we're going to connect our power up here to our actual extractor. Then this is our primary power here. And we just kind of run it over there for now. We'll see if this still has the overclocking. There we go. And is it full or is it just not starting up? Huh. Oh, because the thing is connected to the wrong line. Yeah, this actually goes to the A line. There we go. This should go like this. Again, we'll clean up how all this power is later. But this goes to this, and this priority switch is off, so we have to switch it on. Why is this not on? No power. Yeah, it's on now. There we go. So the A is the incoming power, and the B is the outgoing power. So if I turn this off, it will turn off the pump and the thing. So the pump's now off. I noticed that that line is actually not connected across there. I don't know if I took it out accidentally when I was taking those other pumps out. But that should now be running and be overclocked. There we go. It should be running. Sure. And we can also go in and just kind of flush the pipe to get it going. So see it running. Something seems a little wonky with it. Run it into here. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. And you can see the max flow rate is 600, but the flow rate is 599. And sometimes it's 600. Now notice how it has that little gap at the top. You don't want to see that, everybody. That's called sloshing. That's what it's doing right now. You don't want that sucker to slosh. You want it to be completely full through the pipes. You really don't want to see it in here. This you want to see completely full, right here. And so that is, which is great. And then this acts as a buffer, right? So if you have a bunch in here, it keeps the level of the ingoing and outgoing full in those pipes. Now this, again, this will fill up with a bunch of oil. Just making sure that that works. So this is 600 here. And that is extracting nicely. We got that going. So this, again, will run as a single pipe, and then we will... then we'll split that when we get that over here. So, how do we want to run these? Run the normal one in the first one and run the other one. Yeah, run the other one here. We got 2 down below we'll have to bring, and then the pure one from over there as well. So we got a lot of stuff to stack out here. Oh, I got a big major problem here, everybody. It just dawned on me. I got the wrong platforms. Duh. I thought I just took them all out. Apparently not. Can't dismantle it with the train on it. My bad. Now I gotta take my train back out again. All the freight cars. Okay, my bad. Totally zoned on it. We got this. And we're gonna use our fluid platforms. It's gonna be much easier to get the fluids in there if they actually have the right inputs and outputs. So that's how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And I would not trust this track back here. I would definitely take this track out and reattach the track like that. Okay, now we got some fluids over here. So we'll also want to, again, have some fluid buffers. Now, typically I have my fluid buffers up, so they always are going down and never backlogs its way back that way. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to make ourselves some nice little fluid buffer dealios here. So let's go into our foundations. I should make a blueprint out of these. And the round ones right here. Yeah, I should make a blueprint out of that. Purple guy over there. Let's just go ahead, make ourselves a little room for our blueprinter up here, and let's see if we get another blueprinter over here. Yeah, instead of building it, 10 times over there, I can just build it once over here and then do the thing. All right, kind of feel like I might want to go with one of these. And we'll go ahead and just start building it. And we'll just kind of keep reworking our blueprint until we get it the way we like it. All right, so like this. And then we'll do our lifters. Maybe I want to do it the other way. Yeah, maybe the other way. We're going to do the outer ones first. Yeah, we're probably going to leave some room so we can do some piping in the front too. We're going to use this later for other stuff that we're going to be doing as well. Let's make it cool. We're going to do that, and then we're going to use the top part. Hold down control so you can get it up to that other level. Get it straight at this point. Ah. Just when I was trying to hit H. Alright. Just do this. Alright. Get one in there, and then you can aim at the side of this one, and that'll help you get where you're trying to go. So I'm just kind of creating a 2-level thing. This is 8 meters up, so 4 meters at the bottom, 4 meters at the top. And this is a great pedestal for your industrial buffers. The other ones fits really like perfect. This one actually is kind of a little extra on the sides. And again, just want to make sure it's lined up on all sides. There we go. There we go. And again, if we want to do some piping or pumps or anything like that, we can. But we're going to have a pump on the extraction side. And so that should pump it directly into here. Now we can backlog it multiple high, where we actually pump it up into the top one and then let it come down into this. And if we were to do that, we want to figure that out ahead of time. So we want to go and say, okay, it's coming to this one, and then it's going to work its way down into the lower one, which is then going to work its way into the thing there. So I kind of feel like that's pretty good. Maybe we might want to do 3 high. Really get a sweet backlog going. Again, this way you're not pumping it upward here. You're actually pumping it into the first one, and then that one's using gravity to bring it down. I find that's always better, to bring the fluids up high and let them come down into the machines and even into the trains, than to actually do them at level. And the reason why is if you have it going in, and remember it's bi-directional, so if it fills up, it's actually going to start flowing back. It's going to backflow. But if you have it up, it's going to come down, and it's going to prevent that backflow from going back the opposite way, usually. Depends on, you know, your distance that you have it. Okay. I feel like that's good. We'll go ahead and start with that. And again, if we need to modify it, we can. 3 high stacked fluid buffers. How about a better way? Fluid buffer in the beginning. Fluid buffers, 3 high stacked. Used to connect to top to pump fluids to top and flow downwards and flow downwards. There we go. Up here, fluid buffer. And then this is the mega thing we're doing here. I forgot to put mega in there. Mega, oh wait, it's gonna MK3 is what we gotta put in there. 3 high. I think it's 3 high. I don't need the thing. MK3. So we know what blueprinter it is. And save. All right, let's go over here and give it a try. I'm going to offset it a little bit just so you can see what you're doing. And this is going to come down into there. And again, we want to input it right there. So that input, we might have wanted done this in the blueprint, where we had the input ready to go down here. Yeah, we'll want to work that out, like a horizontal vertical action, and then nudge that outward, something like that. Yeah. Should have accommodated holding that. What else kind of pieces do we got that we could use? Like a little half foundation sticking out of there. Like this. And like a little extension. Like that. I don't want to give this stuff a different feel. Maybe different materials, like an asphalt. That stuff will all blend together. Yeah, that's cool. And then again, horizontal, vertical, coming down. And then H, nudge that forward. Very nice. And we can always switch the different sides. Or we could just use a universal way. Just have it do this way. Then you can connect it from this side or the other side. That's going to go straight up into there. That's like 15 up, so this would be 4, 8, 16, maybe even higher, 20 up. 20 up for that 3 stack. So let's go fix it here in the blueprinter as well. Over here. Again, the asphalt is to hide the overlapping textures, usually. That's why a lot of people use asphalt to do that. What about coated? Color coded stuff. Like a blue. Oh, cool. Yeah. I like that, except for you can see the overlapping texture. I like the overall color of it's cool. Grip metal. Yeah, you can see it. It's not bad. Not great, but it's not bad. I'm just gonna stick with the asphalt. Makes the foundation stick out too much. We don't need to really see the foundation. Alright, then come down here. And now we'll make it fancy. Alright, what color do we want to put this? Maybe like a nice carbon steel or copper finish. Also gave that a bit of a copper finish. This is the hardest part, everybody, deciding what you want. Very, very difficult. Like, I don't really like any of those. Huh. So we do the pipes in the carbon steel. And then maybe chrome finish for this. Don't like any of it. Unpainted. Ah, can't make up my mind. It'd be like a white. Yeah, there we go. Yellow. Yeah, we'll go with yellow. All right. Doesn't have any effect on what you're doing other than the fact that you like it. Oh, we custom built all this, huh? Sworn that was part of the blueprint. Take all that out, take all this out. And we'll save. Don't remember if I saved over it, but we'll save it again just in case. Okay. Now we'll get this going. Not centered. Not centered. Okay, now centered. There we go. Okay, so in it goes. Carbon steel. All right, let's get this first one over here. Not sure I really like that. Trying to decide what I want. Huh. Yeah, we should bring all the stuff, all of this over here and bring that up to there. So, take these things out. I don't think we can. Oh, we can. Awesome. So, let's go ahead and figure out how to line these up. That's 9 pipelines right there. Nice. All right. I didn't like how that was running down there. I'm not doing that. We're going to go ahead and get this up here. And we're going to line this up right here. So we'll go ahead and actually bring this out here. Same thing. Take those all out. And we'll just bring this right around and connect it to the bottom of that one. Much better. All right. I like that way better. And then we're just going to go max distance. Just right here. Take out the excess later. There. Also going to bring up some power here so I'm not falling down over and over again. There we go. Yeah, let's go here. Okay, so I'm figuring out the angle of that so that when I put this down, I can just put it here and hit H. and then just nudge it into position so it's in the same position as this, of course, slightly higher up. So when this is going by, it'll just perfectly go up at an angle over there. So we'll go here, then this, just go perfectly up like that, and then still allow me to go this way on the next one, which is pretty awesome. And then we'll, again, line it up based on our towers here. First, we want to make sure that this is working. Okay, there we go. Now that we have it working, we want to go back here and see if this is too much of a head lift for our pump. Now, our pump can go up pretty far, but you can see that it's exceeding that maximum head lift level, which means that we're going to definitely need another pump over here. So I bet you it's about halfway up to this pipe or something. It'll usually tell you where the head lift is. There'll be like a little blue circle. It doesn't actually look like it's telling me, by the way. 'Cause normally it'll snap to it as well. Yeah. Where do I want to put it? Let's say here. Say there, and then we'll run this underneath like this, and this will allow us to run it under the foundations so we're not looking at it all the time. And we can run this along. I'm going to tie this back. To the thing here. Now, what we're going to do is actually cut that power first. No. Run that bottom part here, and then this is going to run up to there for now. Eventually, though, that the actual power is going to come through the train stations when I finish the other side of the train. But for right now, since we have already run the power over here, we're just going to use that just to help us work a bit easier. But we've got a bunch of power along the edge here. And we're going to rework how we have all of our power. All of the rest of the extractors are going to be extracting and be off this first node, right? So we can turn that off or on at any time. And we'll turn all the extractors off at the same time, which is awesome. Awesome. Now, I typically don't turn my train stations off, by the way, but I usually keep those on 24/7. Okay, so we should have some power now to our pumps over here. And this is 31 over there. When in doubt, everybody, just put a pump in there. Don't even bother. It doesn't use that much power. And the amount of power that we're about to produce from this is massive. All right, 25 there. So that's more than enough to pump that up there. And then this will pump its way down. And end up in here, and you can see it's already filling this up. So there's 2,400 there, 2,400, 2,400, 2,400. So plenty of that to come through. Now the next one is actually going to be this same one that we're doing here, because that is a pure node, right? So we're going to split the pure node in half, and we're going to first put our things down here, and we're going to get them nicely lined up like so. These are going to be right next to each other. Oh, perfection. Very nice. Very nice. All right, so we'll take this out. And we are going to go like this. And then get our horizontal vertical. We want to bring this forward again, just like we did before. Like this. And then 1, 2 this way usually. Nice and straight. Yep. And then bring this forward. Put it right there. Line that up. Okay, we're gonna have some trickiness here though, because we're gonna wanna do this here. Bring that up to there. Yeah, nice. Okay. Like it, like it. And then this one just going to go off of here and up into there. Same thing. So now we're going to split that input. And it should be able to pump that up both of those. Just check it. Oh, yeah. Up both of those. And that one pure node is going to fill up all 6 of those. And then we're going to go ahead. Same thing here. We're going to run down here. Now, another thing I suggest you do is double input. So we're going to go ahead and do this and double output, by the way. And then we're going to do that. And then we're going to do this. So connect to the top one and then also have it where it drops down and then also can go across over there. And it'll take a little bit for this to get all the way to the top and then work its way back down. We'll start to see this expand a bit and then we'll start to see all of this go. I like to be able to see these things here so we can see the crude oil going in. You want to see that that is expanding for sure. And again, putting the carbon steel in there just to make it look cool. Might want to do some carbon steel on all of these too. Give it that, hey, this is a bunch of oil feel. Yeah, very nice. All right, that's looking good. Like it, I like it. More carbon steel. I have a really fun candy cane one too, everybody, if you want to do that. That one's real fun. Okay, so we got that bottom one going. And more carbon steel here. All the way back. And we can take all this stuff out now. Just, that was a test. Now we have that extracting at 600, running down that 600 pipe and then splitting into 2. We just let that backlog for a while. Can we just go cerium on all of these? Yeah. Cerium on our lifters. If I did on the floor there. Go back to red. Okay, looking good. Looking good, pumping away. Like it, I like it. Now again, what you want to do is get this filled up so the pipe is completely filled, and then it will run much better. I could also take one pipe and run it all the way up and then just split it into both at the same time. But I decided just to run it on the low side so that when I run the next pipe, that next pipe can run over the top without that other one being totally in the way. Which is what will happen if I just take this and just go straight up with it. It'll be in the way of these. I can make it go out and then go straight up and then split on there. That's okay. We'll run 2 separate pipes. It works for me. Works for me. Keep it going. Yeah, interesting that that one's on the top side and this one's on the bottom side. Yeah, so when you T-junction it... four-way junction it's going to go this way on that side, and when you just elbow it here it puts it on the low side. I always find that stuff fascinating, how it chooses what it's doing. All right, more saving over here. Big time oil extraction. All right, we're gonna let that run for a little bit. Still cooking, yes, still going. We're about 10 hours in. We're gonna go ahead and take a little bit of a break though, and come back. We're gonna let that run for a little bit. We're gonna test and make sure that all that stuff is working. Now again, don't make M's do all the work, everybody. Work together to solve some puzzles, and I'll be back in just a bit. See you guys working together. Look at you guys go. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. I'm going to try to help you right now. Try to earn you some Kiss Caps. If I can get this to switch over here. There we go. Let's see what we can do. All right, everybody in chat, let's work together. Let's go. Wow, look at those big words there, Rotisserie G. Nice. Nitty. Can we just do nitty? Well, we got 50. We got faint. Feign is a word. There you go. Hey, I got a word. Amazing. Amazing. What else we got in here? Tiny. Is it proper names like Tina? Does that work? I don't know. We'll try it after I unlock here. Let's say. Tina, no. N-I-A-T. Nift. Nitty. Did we try that one? I think we already tried that one. F-I-F-T. Fife. What? Nifty. Yeah, you got nifty. Nice. Man. Faint. You already got faint. I'm thinking of all the words you already got. Anti. Good one. All right, 4 more. If we get all 4 of those, everybody, we give you guys 5,000 caps right now in the chat. Come on, you big brains. Let's go. I can't think of anything. I'm drawing a blank. N-A-I-T, T-I-N-A, F-I-F-E. I don't know. I'm just typing a whole bunch of letters and hoping it works out. I have no idea what those words are. I have no ideas, but you guys did a good job working together there. Let's go ahead and give you guys a bunch of love in the chat. Again, put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. Just make sure that everything is working. I see Zum did earlier there as well. There's 1,000 Kiss Caps for letting me know. Very nice. Very nice. All right, we're going to go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory and try to see how much we can get done here. Our time is winding down, but we're going to see if we can at least get our oil going here. Now, I've let it go here while I was on break, and we can see that it has filled up the crude oil. It has filled up this. It has filled up this one. And so on. So we want to just make sure that it fills all the way up so that the piping itself is full. I want to make sure that the actual pipes here are full and that they are going up into here and then working its way down. Now, all this oil here will never backlog that way because it's going to go down like this and end up in these lower storages. Also, this is full as well. And this is set to load. Now, all we need to do is do that same thing over and over and over. And basically just set up all these extractors so that they are running over this way. So let's get to that. Let's take out all this other stuff over here that was just temporary while we were doing all this other stuff. And then we want to go ahead and again get in here and use our little alignment trick. Right there. Bring that out. I'd say right there. Is that at an angle? Well, that feels like it's at an angle. Let's try it again. Sure this is nice and straight. And then it went the wrong way. Sometimes you rotate it one way, sometimes you rotate it another. It's got a mind of its own most of the time. There we go. Bring it out till just past the entrance, and then 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's really 7 meters. Then we take this out. Get that out. Then we're going to do some foundations here, and the snappy snap to the foundations. And then we're actually going to go 1 foundation forward as well. And then we're going to go up, back by 2. Take all this out, actually. Oops. Look out. And then take this, run that forward. Run this to the side so we can align our blueprint to that. Go ahead and get our extractor. Put that very nicely right on there. Perfectly centered. Very nice. Then we'll take all this out. Right over there. And we'll go ahead and use our mega extractor, oil extractor. blueprint here. And, oh, it's 2 forward. I keep forgetting. It's 2 forward. We're not going to be able to line that up there. So what we'll do is just get it like this, like we did the other one, and then hit H and then move it forward. So it is lined up on the sides and on the front there. Actually, like that. There we go. Very nice. And then we'll take this one out. Should leave us our other one here. I'll just take that one out too, and then just do that. Take this one out. Okay, now what we want to do is take this side of the power and run that over to this one over here. Because this side of the power is no longer going to be used because I'm not going to use that part there. So we got to kind of cross connect all of this. So this is getting power. That's going off over there, and maybe even upgrade this little wall outlet here. There we go. We can run that across and power anything we need on this side. We don't need any of this or any of that. Actually, we could have just ran it out of the side there. That would have been even smarter. That's okay. We'll run it out of the front. And we don't need this. That. Make one connection that makes it all happen like that. And then this is going to run back this way. And then we're going to run that right up to the second one if we can. There it goes. Try to get it where it's not touching or overlapping. And that's off and running. Okay. And then we want to go ahead and make sure we're overclocking this. I want to start this up right up there. And then, of course, color this in however we want it to look. In this case, we're using carbon steel. Okay, now we got another one up and running. Now we don't need this here on the top. That's usually when I'm stacking things above it, which I'm not going to do on this particular one. But that's 300 there, or 600 there, and this one's 300 here. So now we got that going. And then we just do the same thing. We'll just go ahead and run the second line down here. Another thing that we can do, by the way, while we're at it, just to make our lives a little easier later on, is we can go in here and we can label these on the side here. It's going to let me put it there. Let's see. What's a good workaround? Let's, we can just use wall. Give yourself a little bit of wall here. Hit H and then you can nudge it forward. And even nudge it upwards if we wanted to. And then we can go ahead and use our labels here. Very small label. Much bigger and better. Nudge this right over here. And then make another one up above here. And we can go in and say oil. This say, and then change the layout to, actually we'll just do the number. I like that even better. This will be 600. Wish you can adjust the font size, but you can't, so it sucks. And then this one up here is 300. That just gives an idea of the flow, and then we just go ahead and take these back out again. And then you can see it's actually on the side of where the pipe is. So that's why we did all that other stuff to work around it so we could put those things there. All right, let's go ahead and run this. I feel like if we get a couple of these going, we can let them backlog and do all the things. All right, next one. Again, we built this so it fits perfectly, perfectly out from the input. It's good all around. And to here. Oops. this and then do the horizontal vertical, and that allows you to get this really cool flat, and then it drops down, so you can then drop down the second one like that, which is really useful. And then we got the next one coming in here. We'll line it up. We're just going to do this the easy way. We'll line it up with the actual extractor there, and then just 1, 2 back, and you get the idea. And auto. This is horizontal vertical. Like that, and now it's going to start to fill that one up. Off it goes. Interesting, still got orange in the piping there. Okay, carbon steel, let's go. And that's purely cosmetic, is using the carbon steel. But it looks cool, so we're gonna go with it. Okay. 2 out of 6, ready to rock. And now I'm just gonna speed up. I think you got the gist of this, everybody. Get out of there. Blowing stuff up. Okay. Now this one we could turn toward the direction we want to go. Probably it'd be a good idea. Awkwardly ran out of power there. There we go. Okay, so let's just aim this one this way. We're not going to worry about the alignment to the world grid. Just going to get it in such a way it's going to make it easier for us. I don't know why you rotate it one way and it does it, one the other way and it doesn't. I don't know. Sometimes this game's a little funky. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Perfecto. Foundation in there. And again, this foundation's going to go forward by 2. Like that. So it's going to be kind of hard to line that up, but I think we'll just be able to get it on the edge there. So we'll take this out. That out a little bit. Get this here. Again, that's underground there, so we'll have to work that out. Oh, I need to go bring this up. That's what we should do. And this is forward by 2, and then the alignment would be there and there. All right, very nice. And then we want to bring this up just a bit, so it's kind of up out of the way. And then oil extractor. Aiming that way. Taking out the foundation so we can use our blueprint. Like that. And again, you can see how blueprints really speed this up. You got to have the extractor in first, though. Otherwise, it won't line up. So keep that in mind. And then turn the arrow so it's facing this way. And we're just going to nudge that right into position like that. Off it goes. Okay, then we don't longer need this. And we don't need this. I think we can just take all this out. Over here. This pipe out just to make sure that the pipe is connected directly to the thing. There we go. Then same thing on this side. Just gonna run it like this. Kind of like the curve one. A little curve action going around there. Let's see if we can get it going. Oh yeah, another curve up through there. Kind of wild. Probably don't want to do that though, because it's going to go through all the other stuff. Get a nice right along those other edges. Okie dokie. Then we'll want to chain this power from over here over to this side if we can reach. Oh, we sure can. Awesome. And then turn on our extractor. Overclock it. Double check I overclocked this one. Sure did. Okay. This one is 300. And again, this is just rinse and repeat at this point. You get the general idea. And this one is extracting at 300. So we get that going. Let's color this stuff in. Again, we're working on the aesthetics of stuff, not just the line runs. And then, by the way, once you have these, you can just stack these on top of each other. And then you don't have to, I'll do all that alignment stuff anymore because you already have the thing there. You can just align them to each other. It's going to be super helpful, as you can see. And we just kind of run our own lines here. Again, we could create a blueprint for this and whatnot, but by the time I get the blueprint done and put it out there and use it, I'd already be done with all the other stuff. So sometimes it's faster just to do it yourself. A lot of things actually are faster to just do it yourself than to build out a whole thing. Vertical. Down into the bottom one. And then this one coming through again. Right here. 1, 2 back. Pull the rest of those in. Be just the auto. Third one up. Yep. Horizontal, vertical, not really working because it's at level. Doesn't have enough drop distance there. All right, another one off and running. Now again, since this one's only 300, we are going to let it just have its own car. Now if it's a pure node, of course, we'll do 2 of those. But we're just getting all of these run over here. And now this is a great thing to just let run even before you get all your other stuff going. We're just going to let this run. We still got a whole bunch of track to do and a whole bunch of stuff to get it all the way back to the other side and tie into the processes that we already have. And then we'll need a big old station to drop it off, right? We're going to need a big station on the other side that has a slot for a 9 car location there. Okay, now over here, same thing. We're going to take that out. We're going to go ahead and aim it there. Aim it this way. Yeah, let's say that. Let me get this thing to cooperate. Nope. Really should change that to a different weapon. All right, there we go. This is all just for alignment. I hope you don't mind me speeding up. I think you guys got the general gist of what I'm doing now as well. This is just, now that we have it down to a science, we're just going to get it going as fast as we can here. There we go. Don't need this. And we don't need that, these, this. Probably could change this blueprint to so I don't have to keep taking this stuff out if I wanted to, but I'm sure there's a eventuality where we're going to need that. Now, in this particular case, I only have one course node. Normally, I would merge the course nodes together. That's why sometimes I'm running that in different directions. But at this point, I don't really need to. This one is just going to run and chain off of this one. Just like that. 300. And that one's going to be just 150, but that's okay. 150 is better than 0. Color that in while we're at it. And see, these pipes I'm just going to run on here because ain't nobody over here who really cares whether these pipes are really fancy or not. We just want to get them to their destination. Again, move this one a little forward so that it has enough room to get to this top one. And this one is 150. Good to label all of this so you don't have to run all the way back to the beginning and see which one is which. I can also label it on the thing over there. There we go. These things colored in on the way back. Okay, there we go. 300 more going in. I guess we could just go over here and do these ones. Where are they? Where did they go? There or up here? Up here, yeah. Forgot where they were. Oh, no power. Okie dokie. Feel like we get this done, we're really cooking. So let's say that way. Yeesh. That way on that one. And we'll just do these pure nodes since we're here as well, and then we'll just run all this stuff at the same time. If we can. Not want to rotate the right way. Come on, rotate straight. There we go. Basically, you want to make that 7 meters long. Take this out, raise this up. Take that out, put that back. Raise that up. Probably. These oil extractors up higher. Alright, there. And this is going to go forward by 2 more. Go like this, take this out. Then, oh, take that one out. Put in the blueprint. Make sure we got it aligned. So the extractor ends up inside there. Start with come on, door. Connecting that, getting this going. Something like that. Then we'll upgrade that. Connect that down there. Okay. And we can remove this. This, because now we have the power chaining back here. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Let's see what we can get done here. Yeah, just rinse and repeat. Same process each time. Using the alignment, aligning it to the extractor, then raising it up just a little bit off the ground. Then I'm going to go ahead and put this forward by 2. It's going to be kind of a real close crunch over here. Take this out. Do not take the extractor out. The extractor has to be there first, usually. And then you can do oil extractor here. Make sure that's aligned. Very nice. And then this is just a template. Take that out. Approaching too much on that space. I kind of feel like on this one, I'm going to go ahead and have it go to the side here. Just going to take this whole front part out. Connect this one to that, to this, this, to over there. And these are both 600. Yep. Connected to that. Overclock this. 600. Double check I overclocked that one. I did. Okay, and then we can go ahead and use some of our stackers here. Otherwise, this is going to get unruly pretty quickly. Okay. Then we're going across this way. So let's see what our max run distance is. Let's say right there, or maybe up here a little better. Yeah, it doesn't snap underneath. Interesting. Trying to just pick it up so I'm picking up the color of the previous one, so I don't have to redo the coloring each time. Using middle mouse button. Alright, we're getting there. And then this distance. Now right over there. Okay, now probably just want to go here first, and then find a spot where we can bring that up. here. There. Go to there. And we'll say there. And there. We'll take out these top two. And then this one to there. Okay, and then we can stack this. Just copy this one down here. Okay. These out. Oop. Too high with that one. This is a tremendous amount of oil. Fixing the color around that one. Uh-oh. Got a loop on that one. Sometimes it does that. Tries to loop back. Remember the middle mouse button to get the coloring going. Another loop back. Okay, looking really good. Now the next one I believe was 150 and then 600, 600. All right. Man, I think we might actually get all this oil done today. We might just get it done. Now we got the general gist of this. This is the, of course, now when it starts getting real easy because when you're doing repetitious stuff, that's the most efficient you can get. Like this. So if you're just doing a whole bunch of these in a row, you can go like that. Also, we can use the blueprint mode to see if we can get it to snap. I find it just ends up being all over the place. Like this. It's like trying to snap to the bottom when they should snap to themselves. So you want to kind of aim up a bit high like that. And then it's just going to snap there, aim up high, snap again, snap again, snap again. Pretty sweet, right? Then we already know what we want to do here. Again, we want to just go right here, line this up, 1, 2. Let's run that up, line this up. 1, 2. And I'll just take the ones off the top because that's just easier for me to do later than to try to count how many those are. Oops. Okay, next one in the line, right over here. This one's really easy because it's just going to turn. Oh, I get it. There we go. It's just going to turn, end up right in there. Okay, we're going to try to teach ourselves to use the middle mouse button. Sometimes I go right into using the stuff in my inventory. That one's just going to turn right in there. Looks good. All right, and then next one's over. Oh, there I go again. I'm doing that or I'm going to have to color them in again. Alright, this one's gonna go here. There. Now this one's gonna be a little bit different because this one's gonna split right there and go into that one. And this one is just gonna straight go into there. Yep, there I go again. See, now I gotta color it all back in because I didn't use middle mouse button. Middle mouse button. There we go. And this is the last one, so we're going to go ahead and run that all the way to the end. Same thing here. We're going to go across first. Then we're going to go ahead and try to line that up as best we can. Run that down in there. Run that out in there. And there we go. We got all of those running, everybody. Pretty crazy. We might need to put some more pumps on here, though, because this is going to be a lot of pumping. So we got to go back to where we put the other pump in to get some of that vertical lift going on. And again, it's going to take some power, but look at that, nicely lined up, very clean, very cleanly lined up, and again, backlogging like crazy. All right, let's go do the front sides. Again, right here, we're going to do some old horizontal vertical. Did it again. I could have just middle mouse buttoned over there. But no. Go up a little bit now, make it a little easier. Middle mouse button to get that coloring. Horizontal vertical. Middle mouse button to get the coloring on the junction. Middle mouse button to get the coloring on the pipes. Ah, we're cooking. Other thing we can do is just do the whole top part first. There we go. Middle mouse button, then we can do all the junctions. Then we can do all the lower parts. Again, when you're doing stuff in repetition, that's when you're being super efficient. There we go. Okay, I can tell you definitely gonna need some pumps here. Definitely. Now it's going to get it from way over there, and it'll get probably about halfway to where this is right here. So we're just going to go ahead and add more pumps just up above here. Make sure they're all going the correct direction though. And we'll check their head lifts and see how we're doing. This also allows us to double chain some of these together. There we go, and then this to this. That's that. Can't quite get enough on that one, so we'll upgrade it. And there we go. All those pumps are pumping. I like it. 20 right now. Now what you really want to do is not look at that one. You want to look at the ones up here in the front, right? The ones right where the extracting is happening. So start with those. Like this is 27.4. That's good. As long as it's below 50. 31. This is 33. And you can try to get super precise, but I don't need to be that precise because even if I went in and needed to have it super precise, the other side, the second pump, it doesn't even need that much head lift, so it doesn't really matter as long as this one back here has low head lift. And you can see it has a really low head lift, and the reason why is because it's actually going down. See, it's actually going down here, which is creating that positive flow. And it's still actually filling up those pipes too. But then when it gets here is where it has that trouble. But it's already way up here. See, I've kind of kept it up pretty high. I could have kept it up higher. But again, very little head lift there. A big head lift here to boost up there. But then again, on this side, it's fine. Now, all of these are going to fill, everybody. This is how you do this. You can see it's got 21 there, 22. This should be all these should be in their 20s or so. Yeah, that one's in the 20s. 34 there because it's a bit lower. 42 because it's a bit lower. But yeah, all of this is just massive Massive ton of oil, everybody. Again, all of this is going to help us produce more fuel power. And this is, I believe this is more than the other one. So if we do the math, let's just write it down over here in the spreadsheet while I've got it up. So this is pure, so this is 600. 600, and we know the other one's a 300. And this one's 300. The other one's 150, and then we have two 600s. So that's a total of... Doesn't automatically know to sum it. Google Spreadsheets, you suck. It's your job. I mean, you got the one thing. Really? Why does it say 0? It seems weird. It says 0. I told it to sum those things. I don't know what it's doing. All right, sum this. Yep, it's giving me a sum of 0. Delete. Go down here and sum it. Just trying to make me sweat over here. 0 again. What the heck? Why is it doing those as a 0? Is there some sort of something going on with the type of data? It's probably the type of data. All right, number. Oh, it's plain text. Okay, this should be a number. Yes, okay. So it was set to number instead of thing because I was in a column that had the same thing as a number. 2,550. 2,550 there. And then over here, we've got what? We got a normal and normal. So we'll just call that 600. And then this is pure, so it's another two 600s. 600. And then this one is extracting. We've got one pure. So 6, 1,200, 2,400, 24, 5, 6, 7, 2,700 on that other one. So 2,700, that's way more actually. That one's actually extracting way more because one of those is we go with weird stuff again. All right, let's make sure these are actual numbers. Number. There we go. So 4,500. So we're extracting 4,500 oil from over here. And the one we're going to extract from is 2,550. So actually, this is less than what we've extracted over on the other side. So it tells you that other side is a lot better. And there's more oil up here. There's some oil over this way. I think this might be the cave where I was in. I thought it was maybe up here or something. But up here, we've got even more. Impure, normal. Yeah, really probably should be looking for some more of these extractor nodes. The ones with the circles around it. Do we have any more of those that are oil? Yeah, right here. All impure nodes. So that'd still be 6, 1,200, 1,800. So that one node right there is just 1,800. That's pretty nice. Any other oil nodes like that? I don't think I've ever bothered to look for the ones that were the geyser ones or the pressurized ones. Yeah, a lot of nitrogen gas. Nitrogen gas is awesome. Any kind of gas is awesome because it doesn't need pumps. It automatically will just go through the piping. So you can run it up as high as you want. You'll be fine. Speaking of nitrogen gas, we typed that one right there. So yeah, I don't see any other nodes. Now again, my goal is to get all the nodes. And now that we have the ability to run our trains and we have the ability to just set up our extractor and run all of our extraction, we good, everybody. We style it and profile it right there. So this would be something I would just kind of let run and run and run for a while because you're going to start to see some of that oil flowing in. It doesn't look like this one's flowing right now. Should be going up into here and ending up down in there. I don't see anything there. Anything in here? Okay, yeah, still filling this up a bit. I remember that's the slower one, I believe. No, that's the pure node. So this one's pure node there. Yeah, it's still getting up to speed. And again, you want to see this full, and then see both of these going up, seeing that there. And then these ending up in here. And then once it kind of fills this up, it'll fill up all the pipes and the piping will backlog and it'll fill up all of that. And before you know it, you've got 3 times 9, 27. 27, I believe. Let's just look. 8 times 9. Wait, it's 3 times 9. 27. Wow, I actually did math after 10 hours of streaming, or 11 hours of streaming. And got it right for once. All right, nice. Okay, then that's just set it and forget it, everybody. Just let that rock and roll. And I'll never have to touch this again. It will actually extract its maximum amount, take that oil, and run that back to my base, and never have to worry about it again. And again, we'll take all that oil and we'll turn it into power. Now, because it's so far away, remember that the exchange rate of that oil will be less because it has a long distance that it needs to travel. Now, if you set it up, you can get pretty close to that higher level stuff. As well as, the thing about trains is because you can make very large trains, that if you ran a bunch of belts or oil pipes and all of that stuff, you can run it at 1,200 belts. You could run it at 600 pipes. But a train, because it has so many cars, could run stuff at 10,000 or 20,000 or 100,000, right? If that one track could be basically producing hundreds of thousands of resources if you are running it on that track, right? So you're running on multiple trains or even on one train where the train's like 20 cars long. Whatever you want to do, the train can really outdo anything. And you saw how easy it was for us to run the train and get the train going once we got the blueprinting going. Probably be a fun time to test out our train right now. Let's kind of see if we get our train going here. Let's go test out our train. Now, we still got to put all our block signals in and all of that stuff as well. But I say we did all this hard work. Let's go test and see if our train works. Oh, that's awesome. See, now we're getting that feeling of the thing going by, right? It really gives you that motion. Now, of course, going up, it's going to slow down, but because I have the things where they're not super steep. Now, of course, you can just go super steep and then flatten out sooner. But me, I like to have a good average speed, which is 115 right now. It's going to go like this, and I'm going to ghost ride it off the tracks. That's not good. And you just go down there and re-rail it. The only thing you got to do when your train goes off the track or you get a collision is to set it back up to automatically go. But I can just take it out and then go the other way. Now, we do have some finishing stuff that we need to do and whatnot. We might have to wait till next time. I'm missing a gate there, too. But again, this turned out really good. Absolutely love it. It's amazing, everybody. It really turned out good. And then again, we're going to test it from this way. I would test everything. There's a wire coming in the way of the train. I'm going to take care of that. And there we go. Okay. That's good. Now, all we got to do, look at this. We built this today. An industrial strength thing there. So now we just got to wind our way back to where we were. And actually, it's not too far because, again, we have this here. And once we get this up over this thing, we can just kind of work our way through here maybe and just run that straight across. Now, again, I'm trying to avoid running into any of these nodes or overlapping these nodes. So I'll probably end up either putting it on the high side here. We're going to try to make it go this way and then maybe bring it down and then go straight through. Or we'll just go right over the top of this geyser. And we'll just be like way up over the geyser, and then we can tap the geyser later and then bring up the resources and just go up over the top of it and then come down and run on the lower level. And sometimes what you want to do is look ahead of where you're trying to end up, like over here. Hello, what's up, Bruni? Sup? And so maybe you want to figure out the height of this and then just kind of backwards engineer the height of that across so it's nice and straight. And of course, the straighter your train is and the flatter your train is, the faster it goes and the faster it can get over there with the resources and bring it back. And this is a really long way, everybody. This is the other side of the map over here. Remember, not only is it bringing it this way, but it's bringing it up and then back, and then it's going to bring it all the way up here into this part. So that's almost the furthest you can be. There's a little bit further you can go, but that's pretty far. Not quite as far the way over here in the corner when we go over here to try to tap all this stuff as well. And again, I'm just kind of looking where we want to kind of T-junction our trains. Now, all the trains I've already built, that will actually be torn down and it will be replaced with the new stuff that we built here to unify all of our train tracks and whatnot. Now, we can always make it where, say here in one of these supports, we can kind of use it as a junction to try to junction out of that and go in opposite directions as well. I'd probably use one that was flat though, like way up there on the top there. I'd use a flat area and then we can have it just curve out. We can create a bunch of clover leaves and things like that as well. Just a crazy ton of fun stuff we can do. But I'm going to go ahead and let this run for a little bit after the stream. Oh, we got to color some stuff in here. There we go. Right there. So we're going to let this run a bit to kind of backlog all of our resources. And then when we come back next week, we will try to continue that train going that way. And once we have that connected, we got the basic gist of it all down. And then we can just take this over there and start building our new fuel plant that we'll build. And then once we have this fuel plant up and running, we're going to be also tearing down, doing some demolition, all that spaghetti over there, and building our giant fuel factory where we're going to be putting in both things of oil at the same time, and then both things of coal. And then, of course, we'll have our compact coal production, and we'll have our production of our oil and eventually fuel, and then eventually rocket fuel, and then eventually turbo fuel, rocket fuel, ionized fuel. So yeah, lots to be done. And really extravagant building here too as well. All right, let's save. Super fun. We'll call that. There we go. All right, time for the Kismet Love Train. Let's roll on out of here. Let's go. All right, that was a very long stream, everybody. Like I did like 2 12-hour streams in a row there, and then 11-hour stream today. I got to run out and do some stuff. But man, we're just knocking it out of the park, aren't we? So hopefully I can keep this streak going. Again, everybody, you can check out my schedule right over here. We'll be back later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some Rise of the Tycoon Empire Fallout 4 on both Wednesday night and Thursday night at 10 p.m. Then back on Saturday at 10 p.m. for some more team play with my crew, as well as back on Sunday for some more solo play with some 7 Days to Die. Thanks to all the peeps scrolling up over there, and thanks to all my Patreon supporters down below. Now, again, if you want to help support the stream, everybody, hit that follow button. Or if you're over on YouTube right now, you just hit this subscribe button. It's right down there, easy to click, takes 2 seconds, and it's free. Same thing with going over there and hitting the like button or hitting or leaving a comment down below. All that stuff's free, and it really helps the stream massively. You can also go to twitter.com/KismetBP, hit the follow button over there. You can also check out Discord, check out the website, and especially check out patreon.com/Kismet. Best way to support the stream is right over there on Patreon, because not only does it support here the stream, it supports all the streams across all 6 platforms that I do stream on, as well as videos, guides, highlights, a bunch of exclusive stuff, including the blueprints that you saw me make there. I'm going to be putting those up on my Patreon for you guys to try out. Now, when I'm going to put it up there is up for debate, but I will try to get it done at some point. So you guys can try it out, especially after I've kind of shaken out all of the issues, and then you guys can try it out. And again, you can take mine, you can modify them, you can try different ways, upgrade it however you like. But I think that turned out amazing. That turned out really good today. That's got to be definitely one of my favorite train builds that I've done so far, train track builds I've done so far. And we're just getting started. Just getting started. Now I'm also going to give you guys a whole bunch. See ya, Turn-Based Joe. I'm going to give you guys a whole bunch of Kiscast for hanging out all the way to the end of the stream. Always a smart idea. And I'm going to roll on out of here, everybody. Going to get some rest. I'm going to run some errands first, and then I'm going to get some rest. And then I'm going to be back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, again, for more fun building in Fallout 4. So we'll see you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.